Okay, guys, we are live. We are playing the $50 rebuy and add-on, and we let's see. We had a little bit of a step back with pocket fours on the first couple of hands, but yeah, sorry about that.
What happened?
Looks like it went down for a second, so we're kind of getting a late start.
Your stream went down?
Get going now, guys. Sorry. 4 minutes until showtime, and we have the lovely Eximoa with us. Let me go into your. There you are. There she is. She's got the wolf hat.
Hi, everybody. I wasn't going to show up, but I decided to show up because I had popcorn.
Yep, thanks for being here, you guys. Really appreciate seeing all of you here. We got Decker 711 and Nilesy in the stream. Nilesy, one of our fearless mods, showing up.
Yay!
Playing some Borderlands.
Awesome. Is he playing Borderlands right now?
Yep, which is easily one of my all-time favorites. I mean, I think it's the best co-op game out there.
To play with me.
Yeah, for sure. So, gosh, do you even lift? Coming in with a raise. I feel like we should probably re-raise it.
So you're offline here. Is that what's going on? It's
Well,
catching up?
yeah, it's going to catch up. So we just kind of crushed this flop. Now I guess we hope that he has ace-king. Now we hope that we were behind. He fires out. And I think that we're just going to go ahead and make the raise.
They can't even, let's see.
Let's go ahead and just do a straight 336 instead of a half pot raise. He makes the call. And now we hope he doesn't have ace-king. It's so irritating when you have to, like, change what you're putting him on based on what you want him to have. Okay, we'll fire out another half pot. We'll see what he does. He makes the call. What do you have? Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace 5, you guys. So we had him the whole way.
Nice.
We got Acid Lake, we got Jaruki, we got Mookie in the stream. Great to see you guys. And Captain Caps, LOL, in the stream with us. S Maybe chilling out. And hey, S Maybe, thank you so much for all the Twitter love. Really appreciate all the retweets and the follows. It really means a lot to me, man. We got Nash Vegas chilling out. And Rick the Hat, I was going to ask you the same thing that S Maybe asked you. What are you coding in? Rick the Hat talking about coding his app all day. Very interested to know. I've been doing a little bit of coding myself, doing some Ruby on Rails, and probably going to have to, I don't know, trying to get this staking.com project up by next year's World Series. And I think I'm going to have to do most of the coding on my own. We got Nash Vegas in the stream, so great to see you. He says, always love when I get that email on my phone. It says Dutch Boy just went live.
Yay!
Means it's poker time for me because I love to listen and play at the same time. Well, let's do some grinding, Nash. Let's do some work, run it up.
Which one are you playing, Dutchie?
So we're playing the $50 weekend warm-up. So this is basically
higher.
Like the it's a $50 rebuy and add-on. It's like the big Saturday tournament. This is like the big Saturday weekend tournament. Okay, you guys, 9-4-3. Do we like this flop? I mean, I feel like we do. It's, I guess we'd rather have that 9 be a 7. We got Do You Even Lift coming in with just firing out. I think we're gonna go ahead and make the raise here. Just kind of, I feel like we're ahead. Do You Even Lift could easily have a smaller pocket pair. I think it'll at least slow him down. And when it doesn't slow him down, he just like puts his head and keeps on running. I don't know, you guys. He's going to get us off of it. Nice hand there. Do You Even Lift? He might have gotten us off the best of it. But that's resistance right there. Putting in the third bet, that's what we call resistance. And I'm going to give you credit for better than middle pair. And Thrust Climb, great to see you in the stream. Hey, I don't know if you're going to be around for a while, Thrust Climb, but if you are, and we have a lull in the in the action tonight, I wouldn't mind loading up that tournament history you sent over. If not, we'll just do it another time. Okay, so Rick the Hat says, making an Android app for my diners, drive-ins, and dive site. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
Who?
Flavortown, USA. This is pretty cool. Using C#. I'm going to take a look at this.
Oh, I can't see that.
Flavortown, USA.
See, my video's not loading.
This is pretty cool. Very cool site, Rick the Hat. And Rick the Hat, C# and Java are about the same, he says. You like NetBeans, add us maybe. Color looking sick, Rick. Cool color looking site, Rick. I think he means cool looking site, but good to see you. Felt it again. We've got Steezy in the stream. And Joe Kozlowski. Always a pleasure to see you, Joe. We're going to go ahead and make the raise here. How'd the stand-up go, Joe? He said that I think that he was doing some stand-up at Foxwoods, right? I believe so. JPB16. Great to see you, man. And what else we got? Got my cherry coke and pizza, thrust climb. Oh my gosh, I'm very jealous right now. Cherry coke and pizza, my two favorite things. I gave up cherry coke. No more coke for me. And pretty much been off the pizza too.
No, you have not. We just had pizza last week.
We did have pizza last week.
It's in your head.
It feels like I haven't had pizza forever though, you guys. So thrust climb, have a slice for me.
You haven't earned pizza.
Acid Lake, yeah. So we're on a little bit of a delay, 4-minute delay. We got Grateful Mouse. Great to see you, man. He's installing Windows 10 today. You know, I'm gonna probably install Windows 10 tonight, or maybe tomorrow. I'll wait until after the stream, just in case it kind of messes things up. Poker Insider Mag, great to see you, man. And Murky Leg 85, wishing us luck. Thank you very much, man. Hoping to put some good numbers up tonight, guys. Iceman Kiwi, good morning to you. It's 5:16 p.m., but I imagine it's a real nice morning in New Zealand. Let me take a look. 55 degrees and cloudy is what it is in Wellington. Wellington, New Zealand. Okay, let's make the call. Do You Even Lift really has been pretty aggro. I think we're going to go ahead and let him continue to be aggro against us. And here I don't really feel like making a raise. Let's just call, check to him, let him try to push himself off a flush draw. Didn't quite work out how we wanted it to, but we got a little bit of value out of that one. I think that we probably had him drawing dead to 3 outs on that flop. He probably was coming at us with a weak ace. Felt it again, saying let's get the grind on, and here we are. Grind is on. Grind is on, you guys. Really appreciate you guys. I have a goal tonight. I have a goal of making a final table, and I have a goal of hitting 8,000 follows. We are 88 follows away from hitting 8,000. I thought it was going to take a little longer. Honestly, I figured it would take until sometime next week, but I think that we might be able to do it tonight. So if you are new to the stream, if you haven't been around here, this is like your first time checking out the poker streams and checking out our stream here, I would encourage you to go ahead and click on that follow button underneath the video and help us get to our goal tonight. Oh man, Captain Caps, LOL. You can sleep. You know, you can always catch it not live. It's not as fun when it's not live, but we've been exporting them over to YouTube. Cause TJ saying good luck today. Thank you very much, Cause. And B Trail, I think I already gave you the shout out, but just in case, Mr. Trail, good to see you. So T Moore SGS1. T Moore SGS1 asks Hey, Dutch, what was the starting stack for this $50 tourney? So, starting stack's 4K, but then we took the rebuy right away, so 8K is basically a starting stack. If you wanted to start this thing with 4K and not take the rebuy right away, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really think that you're losing that much equity, but you're losing a hell of a lot of equity if you don't take the add-on. So let's say that you were kind of on a shorter bankroll, you didn't really feel like, we talk about chip inflation, so that second 4,000 chips that you get for 50 just isn't worth as much as the first 4,000 chips that you get for 50, and your expected value actually might be better off. You might be better off, if you're kind of on a shorter bankroll, taking $50 in this event and taking another $50 in this event next week, but just make sure that you get the add-on, because we see this all the time. The add-on in this is going to be 8,000 chips for 50. So once we get to the add-on period, which is after 2 hours of play, if you don't get to that point where you can add your chips, get that 8,000 chips for that 50, then you've really given a lot of equity. And as we can see here, if we look at our standings, 6 out of 24, 27 entrants, 3 people have already just taken their one bullet and exited stage right. They're giving away a huge amount of equity when they're basically starting. They're basically only getting 4,000 chips when for the same amount I'm basically getting 6,000 in chips. So they're starting with a pretty big disadvantage. So 4 players: WWW Object Me, Uberob, and KB Poker have finished and decided not to rebuy. Just walked away from the tournament with their one bullet. It's not a good idea, guys. If you're watching the stream, don't do that again. You're just giving away money. Just giving away money. We got Uncle Freddy. Good to see you, man. And Poker Insider Mag, thinking that known players get the benefit of the doubt more often, but not everyone is going to know that Dutch is the Dutch Boyd, so you don't know. Not sure what you're responding to there, Poker Insider Mag. Let me take a look here.
I don't know what they're talking about either. Huh. I think they might be referring to you being recognized in 2003 after your deep run. Well, Uncle Freddy had mentioned something about that.
Okay.
And was it weird at first when people were like, "Hey, I've seen you, Dutch. I've seen you. You're Dutch Boyd."
It was kind of crazy. Coming back to Binion's Horseshoe that next year, 2004. It was a little bit crazy. It started getting, stopped, and people being like, "Hey, I saw you on TV. Good run." I actually remember that 2004 was the first time I actually gave an autograph. It was crazy. Yeah. And now you walk through the Rio, and poker's kind of blown up. You got 100,000 people playing the events, and millions of people watching them. So it definitely took some getting used to early on. Poker players aren't, stars or athletes. It's not like we're actors, and especially if you came in before the moneymaker boom, all of the publicity and attention that kind of came into poker. It kind of took everybody by surprise. No one really thought that we'd ever see. I mean, I'm sure a couple of players saw it coming. I think Phil Hellmuth always thought that he was, an A-lister.
Well, it's athletes. I mean, you guys are doing a sport.
Kind of. I mean, it's on ESPN, so I feel like that's a sport. If it's on ESPN, that's a sport. Just like those, the spelling bee champions and the bowling and dart champions. Yeah. You want to toss one over?
You have to eat it. Just eat it. It's pretend. You ruined my game. Here, ready? You ruined my.
I don't think it's gonna look good. We can try.
You messed it up now.
Okay.
You should eat it.
Okay.
Should eat it. We have to practice that one. That's just not now.
Practice that one.
You're not. My puppy wants a treat now.
Okay, guys, making the raise. And Nilesy tweeting it out. Thank you very much, Nilesy. That's pretty awesome. we just get through. That's not really what we want, but that's all right. We'd rather get a couple callers and flop a flush. Quad screen. Great to see you in the stream, quad screen. Purple haze. We've got...
Thanks, T-Dog, for complimenting my hat.
I'll tell you this, Uncle Freddy. Even now, like 15 years in poker, a good chunk of that being post moneymaker with with the ESPN coverage, and I've been featured in on a lot of TV shows and a lot of TV networks. Rolling Stone. I've never gotten stopped at just walking around Walmart. It's really only.
Yeah, you have. People were like, "Hey,
I
Dutch."
don't think so.
Yeah, it's your friends though.
Well, yeah, people we know.
At the when I first met you, you were stopped at the buffet. So
Which
it was
one?
like at the Bellagio one. They're like, "Hey, are you Dutch boy?"
Yeah, pretty much. You step away from the.
So in Vegas, he's recognizing.
Especially during the World Series. But other than that, I mean, like if I'm walking around like a bar in, Houston, I don't get a lot of people coming up and saying, "Hey, you're Dutch Boyd." It's much more niche than we'd like to think. It really is. But during the Rio, yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome. Okay, 8-9 off. What do you think? Do we play it? Nah, we'll just get away from it. We're playing so tight on our belly this early. I mean, we could. No one's going to fault us for making a defense there in the small blind. But where are we really going? What are we really going to do with it? Hit top pair and not know where we're at? Pretty much. Yeah, Queen 7. Kind of on the edge, but we're on the button. First aggressor. Fires out. And I said that we're going to try this a little bit differently now. Instead of doing the same amount, we're going to fire out half pot bets into a small blind defend. Rural Route 23, grounded alongside of Dutch. Thanks for the stream, my man. Rural Route. Let's make some money tonight. Let's do it together. Where are you grounding from, man? And ETLJ89, 4-minute delay. 4-minute delay, buddy. He says, what are some common mistakes that other professional poker players make? That's a pretty good question, right? The mistakes that professional poker players make are going to be different than the mistakes that amateur poker players or non-winning poker players make. I mean, generally amateurs make the mistake of calling too much. They make the mistake of just calling in hopeless situations, seeing way too many flops. Professional poker players make different mistakes, and I would say that the most common mistakes I see professional poker players make, I'm gonna point to two of them.
Smoking pot is one. I'm gonna.
I would say
just
smoking,
chime in.
Playing stoned and playing drunk.
Playing drunk is probably a big one. Yeah.
Huge mistake that I see some pros make. But I would say this. I would say not practicing good game selection is a really big, a big mistake that pros make. You get kind of into, this feeling of confidence that you can just like sit down at any game and have an edge. And it doesn't really matter. Maybe that's true. Maybe you're the one, the best in the world. Doesn't really matter. Because you should still be looking for the best game rather than, a game. And I think that a lot of poker players make that mistake. I think that, actually I'm going to point to two more mistakes that I see a lot of professional professionals make, and one of them is not really bringing their full attention to the table. Anytime you rarely see new and amateur players, watching, the new episode of Game of Thrones on their iPad, in between hands. But you see it all the time with professionals. You see professionals spend a lot more time on the Twitterverse. We're going to make the fold here, guys. Instead of focusing on what's going on at the table. And, I'm streaming while I'm playing, so this isn't, wow, look at that. What did Oily Pete have?
But you're not drunk while
Oily
you're playing.
Pete actually did have the jack, so we were in pretty bad shape.
Oh my gosh, Jay
there.
Rufford is there.
Is he at our?
Yeah.
He's at our table? No. He's
Oh,
in the.
he
He's
was
in the
at your
tournament
table.
though.
You know
He's
what?
in the tournament.
I see him at
Looks
my
like we
table.
got
They
moved.
must
Yeah,
have
we got
moved.
Jay Ruffer chilling out in Vegas this week.
I see that he moved. You guys were.
Let's see if
on
I can't
his-
find him here on the stream. Yeah, it looks like he's in 9th place right now. So let's make a final table, Jay. It's good to see you, Mr. Ruffer. Let's do this. So, not bringing their full attention to the table is another one, and I also think bluffing too much against weaker players. I think that professional poker players kind of get into this fancy play syndrome. They feel like they can steal every pot, and they forget that the biggest mistake that they're trying to take advantage of is players calling too much. So generally, once you start getting resistance post flop, it's hard to get a player to fold their hand, especially new players. And I think that's a really big mistake I see professionals make. I think if firing that third bullet, you don't really see amateur players and and newer poker players even fire 2 bullets, let alone 3. But professional poker players, they'll fire out that third bullet into I see this all the time. They'll fire it out into a guy who's just never folding. So I think that those are the main mistakes I see professionals make. They're a little bit different, huh? And generally just not bringing their A game, feeling complacent, feeling like they don't need to. And in some respects, they don't. Just their autopilot B game is probably good enough to grind out a little bit of an edge. But the best scenario, the best comparison that I've ever heard was one Exmois said. It's kind of like it's kind of like a stripper who stops sucking in. It's like she gets really comfortable at the strip club. 4 or 5 years into it, and she's comfortable.
She doesn't try to do her makeup pretty,
and she just stops.
She has her belly out, and she's slouched.
Exactly, and
she's like, "You want to dance?"
So, don't forget to suck in at the table.
Sorry,
you're a professional. You're trying to do this for a living. You're making you're trying to at least do this for money. You're trying to win. So, bring the attention that it deserves. Let's go ahead and make the call here. I don't really feel like we need to raise. We'll just make the call, play it a little bit passively. Let's take a look at what Nash Vegas just said that Grateful Mouse agrees with. Just noticed your comments. Sorry playing at the same time. It is fantastic for regular desktop PCs. Everything you're used to using as an advanced user in the traditional Windows environment. It's talking about Windows 10, guys.
Oh, I haven't tried it yet.
So, what's good about it? Well, it's a free upgrade. That's good.
Yeah, but I read somewhere that it says that Windows 10 is spying on everybody. I didn't read the article though.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then some people on PC Masters were saying that it's been very bad on their computers and they had to actually reboot from a past.
Yeah. So Team Fails talking about these blinds
out.
are small as hell. They sure are. When this is a 2-hour, there's 2 hours of play until we hit that add-on. So the WSOP structure and these rebuys and add-ons are really designed to encourage people to go broke multiple times and fire multiple bullets, which is something we don't really like to do. That's why we're kind of playing, we generally play pretty tight early on. And yeah, these are really, really deep stacks. So you're absolutely right, Team Fails. So, Iceman Kiwi giving us the good luck to hit both of our goals tonight. I like it. Scotty Mofo, yeah. Matching hats. I like it. And Rural Route is grinding in Kansas City. So I don't know if you know this Rural Route. That's my home state is Missouri. I'm gonna go ahead and make the call here on Killer Instinct. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just do a little isolation here. 375, making it 2.5x sounds about right. So yeah, I was born in Warrensburg, Missouri. Rural Route 23. Okay. Killer Instinct, checking to us. We will fire out the same amount of 375. I don't really think we're going to get him off of his hand, but I think that we can get him off of it on the turn. Right here with a firing out of 787. I think this gets him off of it. If it doesn't, we're going to fire out He calls the whole way. Just calls the whole way. Hits top pair. Check, check, check. Nice hand there, Killer Instinct. Ace is up, says Doe. Need to finish top 3 last night for me to sub. But in all fairness, I fell asleep, so I'll throw you a sub anyways. Thank you very much, Ace is up. No, we, what did we get? Sixth place yesterday. It was like, ugh. Johnny Quad says, smartphones and tablets are killing the live games. That might be true.
Is that Ronda Rousey fight going on right now?
I don't think that Ronda Rousey's fighting tonight.
Somebody said fight coming up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it's Ronda. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it is. It's gonna be a quick fight, you guys. UFC 190 start time. August 1st. Wow, yeah, look at that. Ronda Rousey versus Beth Correa. Beginning at 10 p.m. Eastern, so... Wow.
Was I right? Was I wrong? Was I correct? Hey, Potential!
What's up, Potential? Great to see you, man.
So is she fighting or no? I didn't...
Looks like she is, yeah. Oily Pete making the call. And this is just, this isn't really going that well, you guys. Been making some aggro moves that haven't worked out.
Oh, wow.
Pocket Tins is going to take it. Way to get some value there, Oily Pete.
Oof.
So, Jay Ruffer, sounds like you are at you're at Poker Cat's table, huh?
Jay Ruffer has chips. He has 9, yeah. No, is he? No, he's not.
No.
He's at Caster's table and Swindler.
Yeah, so he said, I'll knock out Poker Cat for you. I'll knock out Cat for you. I don't think she's in this one. It's good to see you, man. Potential MN. Appreciate the compliment. The fashion compliment.
It is funny.
Grateful Mouse. Grateful Mouse saying, everybody's spying on you.
Yeah. That is funny.
I'm crazy no. With blinds this small, have you or would you ever give any thought to starting with pot size bet and tapering post flop? I don't quite know what you mean. I mean, if we do a pot size bet, 175, so it's a little bit more than 3 times. I don't think it would be that bad to start a little bit higher than 3x, doing 3.5x. I think it's fine because you're right. We were super, super deep. Wow, Chaos Theory makes a quick call. Don't love it, but we're firing out our C-bet.
Wow. Nice. What's the 1 milli tomorrow? Is that from Stars? Or is that what he's streaming? Wait, huh? Potential? Do you know what that is? Streaming the 1 million? Probably not, because we don't know what it is. Probably on Stars.
Turn my mic off.
Oh, why?
Some,
Popcorn? My mic's on. I can hear you crunching from here.
Guys, we're going to make the call here because I think that when we hit the 5, if we hit the 5, we stack off. I think that we get some guy to stack off with his ace. A 7 could easily be an out for us too, so let's fire out a little half pot size bet and see if we can get a action from like an ace 4, ace 3.
Oh, it's at midnight.
Okay, so that went our way. We're fine with that. So yeah, potential. I'm not really sure. Streaming the 1 mil tomorrow. If you're talking, I'm not really sure where that is. What's the 1 mil? Let me ask. What's the 1 mil? Making the fold, but yeah, the answer is no. We're going to be doing the 20K tomorrow, which is the pretty much the best event on WSOP.com every week, Sunday, and then we'll do the reloader later on in the night. What does our night tonight look like? We're going to be doing this $50 rebuy. We're going to be jumping into the $30 re-entry in 19 minutes probably. And let me take a look.
Oh, it's ACR, I think.
Wow, ACR, huh? Gosh, that's tempting.
$540, 1 million guarantee.
Yeah, that's pretty tempting potential, but no, I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it just because I just don't want to stream an unregulated site here in Vegas. I mean, it's already... I'm pretty sure it's actually against Nevada revised statutes to even play. Which surprised me because usually, usually doesn't really target the players. But when I was looking at Mycon's case, it actually looks like it's illegal from a player's point of view. Like the Nevada revised statute has something that we like. Even playing on an unregulated site is against the law. So definitely wouldn't be streaming it. Tempting to play it, really is, but I don't think we're gonna do it. Purple Haze says ace queen to ace ace. We are in bubble, same stack. Button min raise. I go all in. Obviously he calls. I flop top pair, so I was dead anyway. I don't know, Purple Haze. I mean, how? I feel like there's a lot of information that I'd like to see. Be able to give you a good answer on that question. But you know what? Let's say yeah. We'll say you're dead anyway because you don't really want to overthink those kind of past situations, except to just help in your future. Maybe I like if you get ace queen and the button min raises is ace queen, you can't really just fold that on the button, right? I mean, you've got to play the hands you're dealt. Maybe you play it a little bit more passive, and just making the call and seeing a flop if he's got you like completely crushed in chips and you're on the stone cold bubble. It really is going to depend on stack sizes there, Purple Haze. But I would say that yeah, you're probably going to just have to die with it if you've got ace queen and flop top pair. So, Dogfish Phil, great to see you. Potential MN asking, why would you c-bet? Why would you c-bet there? When we're heads up with the pre-flop aggression potential, we're just always c-betting online. Sometimes live we won't, but we're merging those ranges pretty good online. That's why. Thank you very much, Lions Den. Appreciate you being here, man. And Snap Tank and Scotty Mofo chiming in saying yes, it is the ACR. That sounds like a really good tournament. Sounds like a really good tournament, man. Okay, Chaos Theory. We're going to go and defend against you. Not the greatest flop for ace-6. And I don't really see him slowing down here. Nugsley. Yeah. They are matching.
Yeah.
Okay, making the fold. Done with it. I wonder what the line is for the Ronda Rousey fight.
Well, I'm sure she's a big favorite.
Oh, huge. I think she's still undefeated, right? I mean,
I don't know.
At a glance, the charge HR is nearly
Probably
identical
loud.
to the regular old
that's what we're
charge.
trying to do.
Yeah, it's probably pretty loud.
Sorry,
Girl,
guys.
You folded?
Ads.
Or
Yeah, I made that fold.
okay.
So let's take a look. Odds makers certainly aren't giving Beth much of a chance, making her a bigger underdog than any of Ronda's recent opponents.
Oh, I saw them.
Minus
Did you see them being introduced to each other?
1500.
They were really mean.
Were they?
I saw the intro when she came in with her flag. She looked really mean. She started talking smack. The other
Yeah.
girl to Rhonda, and Rhonda was just like, and I'm like, whoa, this is pretty intense. You should watch it. It's pretty intense, man.
Ronda's
I
such
don't know what I
she's
feel
such
about
an amazing
women
fighter.
with it. I don't know how I feel. Let me see if I can find it. Do you want me to find it for you? It kind of freaked me out. Oh. Russ, why don't you play live on Vegas?
Johnny Quad.
Oh well,
Sometimes
she's
we do.
she's dedicating the fight to Roddy Piper.
Really?
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
it's pretty awesome.
We're actually Jay Ruffer's in town. We're gonna go play. I think we're gonna go play the Aria Nightly with him on Monday.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So Dutch does play live, but he has to find time for the live. So what am I?
Poker
looking
Eye
for?
out. Other streamers play on ACR all the time. Look, they can do what they want to do. I'm gonna do what I like. I'm gonna go the safe, legit route. You know, for one thing, playing on ACR and playing on Bovada is illegal in Nevada. It is. I looked it up, and I was surprised, but not that surprised. You are breaking the law by playing on Bovada. You are breaking the law by playing on ACR if you are in the state of Nevada. Other states, maybe not, you know. But in my state where I'm at, that's just the way it is. So not only is it breaking the law, but it's also breaking the terms of service of Twitch, because you can't break the law on Twitch. And I don't really feel like putting my account, my Twitch account at risk. I don't.
We
really
just don't
feel
want
like,
to be the example
yeah.
or made the example of or be the first one.
Because let's face it, if they're going to try to make an example out of somebody, that'd be a pretty good one to make an example out of.
You would be? You think so?
I do.
I don't know.
We are gonna take over the poker world.
Scott Douche sticking with us for
Skadoosh.
3 months. Thank you very much, man.
Nice.
Really appreciate it. And future governor, I'm playing the Million ACR and online poker is a felony in my state, so it's got to be Washington, right?
Must be. I think it's the only place where it is a felony, right? In Washington?
And yeah, I'm not trying to point fingers at any of you guys. If you want to play online, go ahead. When I was in Washington, I played online. I didn't tape it, I didn't stream it. But what else are you gonna do? You just drive 2 hours to an Indian casino to play 1-2 no limit, or are you gonna play the $1 million guarantee on ACR?
Maybe I'll play it. Just joking.
It's pretty close, really. I think we're going to make the call and hope to induce a couple calls behind us. We're already getting 2-1, but if we can get these guys to call, we're looking at 4-1, plus implied odds. That's not what we wanted to see. We were really kind of counting when we made that call. We're kind of counting on Julius making the call. And if Julius makes the call, then Power KC makes the call as well. Well, that actually might have saved us. Probably did. So let's try to move him off of a better ace. I think he's got ace king, ace queen. I think we can move him off of it. If not, we're ready for the rebuy.
We're ready, huh? Ready for them bullets.
So he decided to hero call us, but we can't rebuy. I'm kind of surprised, really. I mean, not that surprised, but when the board double pairs like that, and he had checked behind twice, now it's just like, okay, he's got ace king. We've got the same hand. Let's move him off of it. Didn't work. He called. Hero called us. Nice call. Hey, baby. We've got a little girl in there crying pretty bad. Do you think you can take her out?
Oh, is she crying? I can't hear her. Oh, okay, I will. Here, let me link this video for you so you can see it.
Okay.
Before I go. I can't even hear her crying. Oh, poor thing. Okay, I'll be back. There it is, Dutch, on the thing. June! She hears a puppy out. Let's see.
So Poker Insider Mag saying, I want to see Ronda Mayweather. I think that that would be a very interesting fight to see. And I think Ronda would wipe the floor with him. Mayweather's so good, but, I mean, Ronda's a grappler. We got Scotty Mofo saying, Jones and Rusi babies would take over the world. NVN177. Great to see you, man. We're gonna make the fold here. Jay Ruffer saying, hey, Dutch, can you show the leaderboard? I certainly can. Let's go ahead and see who's on the leaderboard. Who could it be? Who could it be, Jay Ruffer? Who is on the leaderboard? And there we are at the very bottom, 19th out of 32. And look at the top. There he is. Look at that. Jay Ruffer. Who's that guy? That is Jay Ruffer right there. Great to see you, man. First place. Nice job, man. Big fist bump to our buddy. And yeah, let's get back to what's important for us, which is our table. We'll eventually get to you, Jay Ruffer. We'll make that final table with you, and let's just go 1 and 2. That'd be pretty awesome. So Gregor making an open limp, Killer Instinct raising the minimum. And this is just kind of awkward because I feel like three betting you guys. I feel like Killer Instinct is just inflating the pot a little bit with a hand like Jack 10 or like Queen Jack suited. So I think that we've got the best hand between these. At least between Killer Instinct and us. We kind of want to isolate Killer Instinct and get Gregor to make the fold. So this hand isn't really going as planned. You know, what we kind of wanted to see happen was Killer Instinct. We kind of wanted to see the blinds fold, Greg fold, and Killer Instinct probably call and get heads up with a hand that we figured was actually better than what Killer Instinct had. Instead, we find ourselves facing two opponents with the ace-5. But we hit, somewhat of a favorable flop. And I actually felt like, you know, it's kind of a semi-bluff, but not really. We're actually probably ahead there. Even so, we don't really feel like giving them free shots at hitting their 6-outer. Let's go ahead and just make the call here with our set. And we miss, so easy call is what INVN177 says. Wouldn't call that a hero call IMO. Okay. Well, I don't really feel like it's ever an easy call when someone bets pot into you, and you don't have a pair. You know, I mean, he's basically calling, hoping that I'm on a complete bluff. And I wasn't actually on a complete bluff. I was, you know, splitting the pot with him. But no, it's not an easy call in VN. Maybe for you, you know, but where I'm from, if I'm looking down and I have no pair and some guy's betting a pot-sized bet on the river, I'm not, like, loving my hand with ace high. I think it was a good call. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not faulting him for the call. I'm just saying that I don't think, you know, if he makes that call and turns over ace high, I don't think anyone's going to say, oh, well, that's an easy one. That was an easy call. I don't think that's an easy call. If he's got a full house, that's an easy call. An overpair, sure, that's, you know, not such a you know, that's an easier call. But anyway. Picking at hairs. We got Baba Ganoush in the stream. Great to see you, man.
Yay! Hi.
Great to see you, Baba Ganoush. One of our friends of the stream. He streams too, and he's.
Did you follow him by chance?
I don't think I actually hit the follow yet.
You should follow
Let me
him.
take a look. But I'm really interested to.
If your lobby up.
I hope to hang out with you pretty soon, Bob Ganoush. Next time you're rolling through Vegas or I'm rolling up through Canada. Hey, JG. What's up, Dutch? Good to see you, man. And Team Ivy support. So Nick Diaz would mess Mayweather up in MMA. I don't know. Niles, he just installed Poker Trackers. You recommend, Dutch? Holy freaking stats, Batman. Yeah, I mean, it can get overwhelming. The learning curve is pretty high, Nilesy, but it's worth figuring it out. And the Bob Hatter, great to see you, man. Great to see you in the stream, one of our fearless mods. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. 2 minutes.
Scott.
Okay, we are back, you guys.
Hey.
And we got Moab Slayer in the stream. Great to see you, man. AJG2818 asks, if you could use a HUD, what software would you use? HM2 or PT4? So, guys, if you don't know what he's talking about, a HUD is a heads-up display, also like a hand history tracker. And HM2 and P24 refer to the top two, Hold'em Manager 2 and Poker Tracker 4. So those are pretty common abbreviations within poker. To answer your question, AJG, I would be using Poker Tracker 4. I don't really think that there's. I think it's kind of a matter of preference. But when I was doing the pre-Black Friday grind, I was using Poker Tracker. I think that they merged, didn't they? I think now they're owned by the same company. But yeah, I would probably recommend Poker Tracker. I don't really have that much experience with Hold'em Manager, but I don't really think that they're that different, to tell you the truth. I think it's really just a matter of preference. So both of them are going to be, tracking your hand histories. Both of them are going to be able to, you're going to be able to, have a lot of control over what stats you're seeing in front of your players. It's a pretty big learning curve, but it's essential if you're multi-tabling. Especially if you're multi-tabling cash games. I think that multi-tabling cash games is a lot easier to do than multi-tabling tournaments, in my opinion. Just because it scales better, with the always changing blinds and always changing psychological inflection points in tournaments. It makes the decisions a lot less automatic. It's easier to play automatic with just on kind of autopilot when you're multi-tabling cash games. Wow, Jay Ruffer. This tournament's probably not going to be over by 8 p.m. You might have to be missing that show. But you can play on your phone, right? If you don't mind, just kind of hide it. So team fails, yeah. Playing that leveling game in rock, paper, scissors. Rochambeau. And I'm a little bit worried. We got a user saying, "Notice me, Nowsy. You're the only one in the Yogscast who can pronounce my last name right. And on top of that, you're awesome." Now I'm worried about even trying to pronounce your username right. The Epic Katie. Right? The Epic Katie, I think, is what we're seeing. Unreal. They solved rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, pretty much.
Did you Twitter out? Doesn't look like you did.
I didn't. Gacy the Clown, good to see you.
Oh, June is wanting my attention again. I'll be back. June's being needy. Do you want to go potty again? I think I have to take her out again.
We're going to make the fold here. Okay, guys. So, Unreal's saying they solved rock, paper, scissors. They built a robot that plays the game perfectly. I think it's kind of interesting. It's an interesting question. What is the game, like, what is the game theory optimal approach for rock, paper, scissors? I mean, that's kind of an easy one, right? It's just randomizing. Randomizing, so you're playing third, 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 and you can't be beaten. But, you know, the GTO approach isn't going to, isn't actually going to beat anybody else. So it's, you know, trying to actually exploit someone at rock, paper, scissors is kind of an interesting, interesting problem. So what you're saying, Unreal, is that they built a robot that can tell how your muscles are moving for what you're gonna throw. So that's kind of cheating. That's not really beating. He's playing kind of a different game. They beat it. I mean, is this actually true? Rock, paper, scissors, robot.
We are gonna like take
There
over
it
the
is,
poker
right
room.
there. We got garbage all the time, chilling out in the stream. Man, it's good to see you. Good to see you, buddy. And 5 months. I mean, you've been with us since almost the beginning. I'll tell you, it was awesome hanging out with you this year at the World Series too. Always cool to see you on the stream. King 6 offsuit. Do we play it? Nah. We're not going to use the pre-action buttons, but we could here. It's kind of scary, really, reading about this this Jenkin bot. Not going to be too long, guys. Not going to be too long before we're playing with you know, poker with robots, and they're just beating us every time. But we're going to keep on playing and keep on playing, because it's the only game in town, right? We've got Colin Imbuck. Great to see you here, Colin. Big fist bump to you. I'm going to go ahead and make the C-bet, same amount. Asking, do you know Vanessa Russo and have thoughts on her on the TV show Big Brother? I do know Vanessa. I've known her for a long time. I don't really have too much to say about her Big Brother casting. Okay, Willie Pete, making a check raise. You're going to have to show us better than top pair. Decent kicker here if we're going to make the fold. I mean, he's firing out pretty good here. But yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere at Willie Pete. If you've got a set of threes, if you've got a set of jacks, if you got Queen Jack, if you got King 10, you're going to get some money out of us because, wow, firing at 2,000. It's irritating. Pocket aces too. That's going to get some money out of us. Nice hand. I'm going to go ahead and hit that rebuy button real quick. Pokemon King Queen Ace Ace. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and be playing all night. We'll probably keep on playing until the Midnight Mayhem. So again, we talk about resistance, and I'm just not a believer. I should be, though. I need to start believing it when we start getting check raised and continued on the turn. Frustrating. Frustrating. I don't know why. I just never believe them. It always feels wrong to fold, you guys. It always feels wrong to fold. You know, you internalize how other people play. You start externalizing how you play onto them. And you think, okay, well, what are my check raise, what's my check raise range here? What am I doing? And you think, oh, well, he's check raising with the same thing that I'd be check raising with, which just isn't the case. I don't really know where we fold there. I guess, are we really just going to auto fold to a check raise? I really don't know, you guys. I really don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe we just like, oh, well, you must have top pair with a king kicker beat. Top pair second kicker, no good. And just like, fold it like nothing. I don't think so, though. I think that we got to at least take a turn and see what he does on the turn. And then when he fires out a big chunk on the turn, maybe that's when we let it go. I really don't know. I'm not going to think about it too much. Just one of those unfortunate situations, but we do have to be able to get away from top pair. Felt it again. Dodges popcorn, part of the prop bet regiment. Pretty much, yeah. A very light, boring snack. It's pretty much it. Felt it again.
Would I miss anything?
Yeah, I had to take another buy-in.
Oh, you did? Oh, man.
Okay. Had king, queen, flopped a queen, didn't get away from it. And he was in the big blind with aces. Check raise, built the pot up pretty good. Maybe I could have gotten away from it on the river, because it just looked like such a value bet. Julius open limping, giving us a free shot at just crushing a flop. It's not going to happen this time. Just going to check. Chinch Dog says, HPT Soaring Eagle ended. Any thoughts? Blinds are 300, 600 with a 50 ante. So, pretty good, pretty big ratio. You're looking at a 6-to-1 ratio between small blind and ante. Making the fold here, guys. I'm on the button, 9-handed. I have 45,000, so that's pretty good. You got 85 bigs. A little below average, I think. Surely not. You have to be above average with that many big blinds in front of you. Maybe not, but I would think that you would be, right? I'm button. I have it. I have ace 10 of spades. Everyone folds to you, Chinch Dog. You raised to 1,500. Okay, I like the amount.
We're gonna take over the poker room.
Basher 253 just subscribed. Basher, I feel like you've subscribed before. I feel like, but it might just be that you've been with us for so long and been active in chat that it just feels that way. Basher, thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Do you know Exmois? I want to say that Basher's been a sub before.
I don't know. Some people have similar names. That's why he has the numbers behind him.
That's true.
But I am sending it just in case. So
just in case, Basher, we're gonna go ahead and send you my digital version of Poker Tilt. But thank you so much for subscribing, Basher. It really means a lot to me, and really helps out the stream. Thank you for your support.
Sounds like Basher has been here though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But I'm sending it again. He'll tell me.
Big fist bump to you, man.
He shall tell me.
Okay, so you end up raising with your ace 10 of spades, right? I think that you're on the button, so everyone folds to you. It's definitely wrong to fold ace-10 suited when everyone folds to you and you're on the button. So the amount that you're raising it, 1,500, as long as you're standardizing that, that's fine too, Chinch Dog. No problem yet. Both blinds call you, and the flop is king, 3, 2, with 2 spades. And now what happens is the small blind bets out half the pot, just donk leads into you. The big blind folds, and you call. The turn is a 2 of spades. Okay. 2 of spades, and now the small blind just shoves all in for pretty much your whole stack. Am I reading this right? 300, 600, and you've got 45,000. 300, 600, you've got 45,000. Am I doing the math wrong here? So 75 bigs is what you're starting with. You get 2.5 in. You called in 2 spots, so it's 4,500 plus, so there's 5,000 in the middle. He fires out 2,500, and you make the call. So now there's 10,000 in the middle. You make the nut flush, and now he fires out 40,000. 30-something thousand, so he makes just a huge ship, 3.5 times the pot when the board pairs. And it pairs with a 2 of spades. The question is, should you have folded? It's pretty brutal, man. It's pretty brutal. I'll tell you, ace high flush, that looks pretty good there. I don't think I'm folding there. I've seen great players make make stronger folds than that, though. When you start counting up all of the combinations of hands that beat you, so you've got one combination of pocket twos, so one hand out there that's quads, and then how many 3-2 combinations can you come up with? I mean, there's 3 threes in the out there and 2 twos, so that's 6 combinations of 3-2. Another 6 combinations of king 2. So far we're counting 13 hands that beat you. And then how many combinations of 3s full of 2s? So another 6 hands of kings full and 3s full. So you're looking at 19 hands that beat you. So 20th best hand out there. And how many hands do you beat? I mean, everything else. It's not, it's not, no one's going to blame you for making the call. No one, if you say, oh, well, is it just a cooler? Can I fold? But you can always fold. Use what information you have, available to you. It sounds like you're pretty deep into the tournament. This guy's firing out more than 3 times the pot into you. So is this the kind of guy who's going to fire out 3 times the pot with less than nut flush? I can't really answer that. I can say that I've made some pretty tough folds in my time. I don't know that I would be able to make that fold in your spot. But we've seen, we've talked on the stream about guys like Rob Mizrachi and Ed Oberstad folding a full house in that spot. Having like a deuce 3 in their hand and folding. So could you fold? I mean, yeah, you can. It's an option. It's not like you have the nut hand. It's not even like the second nut hand. It's not even the third nut hand. There's 19 hands that we can come up with when we start coming up with combinations that beat you. So.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Wiscol is chip. He has
Wisco
a lot of
Al.
chip. Wisco Al.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Wisco Al. He says, "What's up?" He's playing the WPT stacks in Chicago right now and have 120K from his 20K stack, and he's a chip leader of day 1. He's on dinner.
Wisco Al.
And he's on dinner break right now. That's why I wanted it. He had 8 minutes, so
That's huge.
So yeah,
Good luck, man. Good luck in that event.
he's having
that
soup
you,
and salad. Good.
Hope that you take it down. Anyway, one thing to take away from that little spiel, Chinch is when you're trying to come up with the possibilities of like what beats you, it's not as simple to just say, oh, well, the only thing that beats me is a full house. You know, so I've got the second best hand. Well, it's not quite, that's not quite the case. And you can't say, well, the only thing that beats me is quads or kings full or threes full or deuces full of threes or deuces full of kings, so I've got the sixth best hand. I mean, you really have to start going into all the different combinations of each of those hands. And once you start doing that, there's 19 hands that beat you. You know, so the only thing that, I mean, if it was less, if he had bet, like if he shoved all in on the turn and his all in was like, you know, 11,000, where it's basically a pot size all in or less, you know, maybe he shoves all in for a half pot. There's really nothing, you know, to say. You just, you know, call and you hope that you're ahead. But when he makes it like 3.5 times pot, this is when you have to start kind of reflecting and thinking, well, maybe my flush is no good here. Is this really the kind of guy who's going to be making a 3 times the pot bet with a queen high flush? You know, because you have the ace high flush in your, you know, in your hand. You've got the 10, so like, what are you hoping that he's got? You're hoping that he's got something like a queen jack of spades or a queen 10 of spades, and he let out on that pot with a flush draw, which seems reasonable to me. You know, people donk lead with flush draws all the time. But then when they make their flush, generally they don't fire out 3.5 times the pot. I'll tell you though, it's going to be one of those situations where if you make the fold, you're going to be feeling like you're going to feel like you've knitted away your tournament when, you know, 2 days later you're thinking, you know, reflecting about how you went out, and you're going to always remember that hand and wonder. Sometimes it's better to just make the call and not have to worry about it. I Like Dirt says, Dutch, who are your favorite Twitch streamers?
Oh, I just linked the All In magazine.
Oh, those are my favorite Twitch streamers. Potential, if he's still in the stream, he's definitely one of them. For non-poker, I like Nilesy. I like watching his stuff. He's more of a YouTuber, but he's got some good stuff. Poker Twitch streamers, I think, you know, just real quick, if you know, I'll save you the trouble of clicking on that link. I like, you know, lately I've been watching a little bit of Adrian Phoenix. He didn't actually make the list, but I actually really like his stream. I think that he explains it, you know, himself really well. Potential, you got the Poker Devil, who's Dylan Horton. You got I like Nanonoko. I like you know, of course, Jay Carver. You can't really even have a conversation about poker on Twitch without talking about Somerville. So then Jamie Staples, Big Dog Pocket Fives. That's always a fun one. Sometimes yeah. And what else do you got? Maybe Gripsed. Of course, Daniel Negreanu. Dan O'Brien, I like his stream. Butters. I like Butters' stream. That's about it. That's about the only ones that are really just like popping into my head. Love Star says, when a person bets that much in the river, 99% of players seem to be looking for a call with a hand exactly like yours. That's about right. It wasn't on the river, though. It was on the turn, right? So, different people saying different things there, Chinch Dog. Yeah, and Chinch Dog, I mean, I think that's key, what you just said there. I finally told myself, says Chinch Dog, that I would never shove if I had any hand better than mine. Because you're losing so much value, right? He's actually giving you an opportunity to fold your hand. Whereas if he just fires out half pot and then, goes all in on the river, it's not like you're folding. You're going to make that call. The way that he actually played it was a mistake, which actually gave you, some slim opportunity to avoid getting crippled with that hand. That's so. It's very easy for you to externalize how you would play all the hands that that he could have, and say that's how he would play them too, and that's a dangerous thing to do. It's a dangerous thing to do. The truth is, Chinch Dog, I bet that that there's not a single hand that you could have had in that situation where you're making it 3.5 times the 3.5 times the pot, right? So when you're saying, well, any hand that could beat me, quads or a full house, there's just no way that I would ever shove. So there's no way that he would ever shove. But there's nothing that you would ever shove with there anyway. 3.5 pot, 3.5 times the pot. So, you got to put him on a hand. Don't say, well, he doesn't have this. What does he have? You got to put him on a hand. Don't put him on a lack of a hand. Don't say, well, I just don't think he has this, 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 and this, so I call. Actually put him on something. So I think that's probably the mistake that you made there. And I'm not saying that it was a mistake to call. I'm saying that the way that you thought about it might have been a little bit of a mistake. Finally put him on a smaller flush. So you say you did actually finally put him on a hand. And the smaller flush is making the 3.5 times the pot bet to protect himself from a fourth spade falling on the river and counterfeiting him. Or a 2 falling on the river and he loses to your pocket aces or king, queen. Maybe. Yeah, Bob Hatter, we miss him. We miss BTC Blade for sure.
Wow. Can it? Yes, we do. He was awesome folk. I'm gonna send you something, whisper you, since you need to be entertained. I'm here to entertain you. Did you get it?
Mm-hmm. So we're saying that the cat saw it coming from this, or no?
Well, there's no the first. You should see the first one, the second one. I mean, that I sent. That's what they were saying, that the dog sensed it, but the dog didn't really sense it. The dog probably felt a wave.
I'm not really seeing where you.
It was the last one I sent. The last whisper.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look.
I'm trying to find out.
No. No, we're looking at.
Here's one.
We're looking at the dog felt it as it was happening, not
Yes.
before, as it was happening.
I know, but it's a pretty good one though.
And he felt it a little bit quicker than a couple of these other guys because he's lying on the ground.
That's exactly what they said in the comments.
This is not dog sensing earthquakes. This dog looks like he doesn't have a care in the world until he starts freaking out when the earthquake starts. You should post it on the stream so they know what we're looking at.
I will in a minute when it catches up. Let's see if I can. I gotta put it in my little.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and make the call here, and do a little set mining.
Still trying to figure out.
Now what do we do? With pocket sixes as an overpair. Yeah, we're calling you, Mr. Final T. We'll fire out a half pot size bet into these two guys. And really, you know, we're not too worried about Mr. Final T. If he decides to get the rest of it in there, we're calling.
Are they rebuys done?
No.
Oh, okay.
They end in 24 minutes.
Okay. Just so late regging too, huh? Or
Yep, late regs are going. Let's take a look at how many people decide to give us a little equity gift here. 13 people so far.
Wow.
So you're looking at you know, more than 1 in 4 people so far. 25%, 26%.
Dogs can't hear that well, can they? It's the smell that they smell, right? I mean, they can probably hear it really well.
We'll make the fold.
Weren't you the one that told me that dogs can't, like, they smell really great, but as far as their hearing goes, it's not as good as what people think? Here's a study for you, Dutch. You can read this.
Yeah, I don't think that dogs have like that much better hearing than humans. They have different ranges,
But they have really good smell.
but yeah, like 100 times better. Yeah, I got some popcorn stuck in my teeth now.
Oh, you should go take it out. Here's the report on Psychology Today. I will whisper it to you if you would like to do some research on that.
Yeah, you know,
Alan
I
says
actually
hello.
read this.
Oh, you did? Does it say anything? I didn't read it really because it didn't really say anything. It just says that Japanese believe that. I kind of skimmed through it. This guy from New Zealand about that article, Dutch, says, I'm a seismologist living in New Zealand. Most of the earthquakes detected by seismographs are never felt by humans. If dogs started barking every time there was an earthquake, they'd never shut the blank up, as we record 20,000 a year in New Zealand alone. Huh. That is a funny dog. Anyways, sorry for derailing your stream there.
It's
Where
okay.
are you at here?
I'm just reading this guy's little report about whether dogs can sense earthquakes.
Why don't I see you in the little poker thing? It's weird.
We just moved.
Oh. Won't take. Oh, there we go. All right. It wasn't taking me to your table. June, can you sense an earthquake?
Yeah, I don't really buy into this. Buy into this.
Article. Okay.
I mean, this guy has a lot of books, stuff like How to Speak Dog.
The Dog Whisperer.
Yeah.
Hi, June. June's bothering me again.
Yeah. She
June, is
bothers
there an
me
earthquake
too.
coming? Oh my gosh, June just told me there's an earthquake coming, huh, June?
Yeah.
Come here. Do you want to go on stream? Come here. Come here.
Okay, so we make the fold here against Louis Vegas. Got a couple more people buying in now, and it hasn't really done too well for us so far, guys. I mean, we're in for 3 bullets now, so we have half of what we really should have if we had just been able to stay with what we've got. But it's okay. You know what? In another 19 minutes, we're gonna get that double add-on. We might be able to make some magic happen before that even. So I'm not too worried about it. The real tournament starts in another 20 minutes.
Which tournament is this?
I mean, this is the
real
real
one.
tournament. I mean, like
What
once
are we watching?
I mean, once all the entries stop and the add-ons are done
Oh.
and the rebuys are done, and this is it.
Okay.
We're really truly playing for tournament lives.
Here's one for you, Dutch. I haven't read it yet, though. Oh, it's Alan. There's a 4-minute delay, Alan, but I will tell you in a minute in chat. Hold on. See? There we go, Dutch. And for... Is it Alan or Alan? No, it's Alan.
I'm not going to worry about this right now. You know what?
Yeah, I know.
I've spent way too much time thinking about whether dogs can sense earthquakes today, and not enough time thinking about whether I should be making raises or not against Do You Even Lift. And actually, Do You Even Lift? We're going to go ahead and give you a little bull there. Actually, it probably should be the shark. We'll stick with the bull until we see him do some amazing things. But really, we've really seen Do You Even Lift just play pretty aggro. We got VGN 42 just going to the mattresses with his hand. What are we putting him on? Do You Even Lift is going into the tank. I mean, like, it's so crazy watching these guys just aggro it up. This tournament has a much different feeling to me than like the 10 and the 30. We'll never know.
Bum, bum,
We'll
bum,
never
bum.
know. Okay, so Louis Vegas makes the open limp. And actually, we're going to go ahead and give Louis Vegas a little bony fish for that open limp under the gun.
Is Jay Ruffer still in this?
I think so. So we would be making it 500. We will make it 700, which is 500 plus the 200 by Louis
isn't.
Vegas. No.
He isn't in it.
Don't tell me he got knocked out.
Yeah, 45th.
Oh, Jay.
Didn't Dutch say?
Jay Ruffer. Jay Ruffer, the tournament hasn't even started yet. Oh my gosh, what a disaster. Okay, Do You Even Lift? Yeah, we're gonna go
we
with
can't
it.
finish the tourney.
We're going with it, and we'll just start with a fresh stack if he's got jacks or queens or aces or kings. I mean, 4 hands can beat us, but I like our hand here. 6s, yeah, I really like this hand now. So far, so good. Looking pretty good. He's basically drawn dead there on the turn, so the only thing that can save him is a foul deck, which I haven't seen happen on WSOP. So we were right to give him the bull instead of the shark, and the guy just Really put way too much action in there with pocket sixes.
When did Jay Ruffer become? Did you just mod him, or has he been a mod? I don't even remember. Jay Ruffer said he got his IP kicked or something, and then he got knocked out. But he's knocked out. It says he's out.
That's crazy, Jay Ruffer. So he got kicked because someone with the same IP was at my table.
What?
I mean, he's staying at a hotel, so...
Yeah, but it said he finished, though. I mean, shouldn't he be in it still?
I would think.
Huh.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Jay Ruffer.
Do I like poker, Russ? Sometimes. When we win.
Do you like poker?
When we win and I get to see the action. It's kind of hard for me to watch because I'm watching Dutch's hand as it's covered. And then I have to watch, and then I watch the action that's going on 4 minutes behind.
Good
But
question,
yeah, I like
Fanched.
it. I like poker fine.
So now we're a little bit above where we should be if we just treaded water. Thanks to Do You Even Lift.
See, I missed that hand because I was looking at the chat.
Enlightened Rage. Hate to hear it. He says he's been getting crushed by coolers. Set over set just now. Ugh. It's brutal. Yeah, Chinch Dog, don't beat yourself up over that call at all. Like I said, if I'm in your situation, I don't think I'm getting away from that. I don't think I'm getting away from it. But
oh, I think I'm starting a free roll anyways.
I hope to one day be the kind of player who can make that fold when I'm behind. You know, it's tough though. Poker's tough, man. Folding always feels wrong. Just always feels wrong. So we've got Do You Even Lift and Sex Gym Poker. Some very, very fit people here on our online table. Pippin87, good to see you.
Fist bump.
Coming in with a hello Dutch and next one. We also got Vaco Lame hanging out with us. So good to see you too, man. Okay, look at that. Bink Poker now hosting us for 400 viewers.
Nice, thank you, Bink.
Bink Poker, welcome to the stream. Big thank you for giving the host. That's pretty awesome.
That is
and
awesome.
If you're new to the stream, you don't know what you're seeing, we are playing the $50 rebuy and add-on on WSOP.com right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, coming at you from Sin City, playing on the biggest online regulated site here in the state of Nevada. So this is the big Saturday tournament. I mean, our options are a little bit limited trying to play the regulated sites. And I'm Dutch Boyd, 3-time World Series of Poker Bracelet winner. And this is Exmois below me. And you can follow us on Twitter at Dutch Boyd for me, at First for Exmois. And if you haven't, if you stick around for a little while, you like watching the stream, really encourage you to click on that follow button. We have a goal tonight of hitting 8,000 follows, and with your help, we can do it. You right there. Watching you, I'm talking about you. If you haven't clicked on that little heart, no time like the present. So give it a little click. And we will be streaming tomorrow as well. The Sunday majors on WSOP.com. There's a $200 tournament and a $100 tournament. So great to have you, and big thank you to Bing Poker for the host. 400 viewers. It's a lot of viewers to
awesome.
throw my way. Thank you so much, man.
Oh, my free roll started. So wish me luck.
Good luck on that.
Oh gosh.
Part of me wants to go ahead and just make the call against Do You Even Lift, knowing that, knowing he's got that bull icon, knowing he's just over betting and over aggroing it up. I don't even want to look at the flop because I don't want to be results oriented. I mean, I know it's a fold, but folding always feels wrong. It always feels wrong to click on that fold button. Yeah. Poker Insider Mag. Let's take a look at the stats. So 102 hands, 0 out of 14 we saw in the small blind. So not really defending the small blind much at all. 10 of 13 big blinds. We do a lot of big blind defenses, and others. Our VPIP has been 18%. Same situation, guys. A little different though because he's raising less. What's the deal with WSOP avatars? Great question. Macab. So how it works is, I think that the red-headed one might be. I think that's the default avatar. But you know with the software, 888 software, you pretty much just have a very small selection of avatars you get to choose. You don't get to upload your own.
So Joe Brown 11 has a question about your WSOP this year.
How do we do?
Yeah, 5 times, right?
5 cashes. Best cash was Deuces 7 triple draw. I got 11th in that. A handful of other close misses. Nothing at the final table. So lackluster World Series of Poker this summer, but it wasn't a disaster. I mean, 5 cashes in the books. My favorite cash was the online event. We got to play and actually stream on Twitch that online bracelet event, which was pretty cool.
And then you have another question here by ETLJ89. Would it be possible for you to share some advanced level knowledge tips about different flop textures?
Sure. Actually, ETLJ, I think that the next poker clinic I'm doing is finding spots on the flop. It's like it was a 2-parter where before the World Series we did a whole poker clinic on finding spots pre-flop. And we were going to follow it up with part 2, which was going to be finding spots on the flop. And then probably following that up with a poker clinic on river bets. Flop textures. Advanced level knowledge and tips about different flop textures. I don't know. I mean, if you have like a specific question, I would love to answer it for you. Pretty general. Just kind of like, do I have advanced level tips about like pre-flop hand selection? I mean, it's kind of falls into that category where it's, one little tip that I would give you is don't freeze up just because in those situations where the flop comes with 3 of a certain suit. I feel like this is a mistake I see a lot of beginners and even medium level players make. Is they'll have a hand, we'll say like an ace queen, for example. They'll raise pre-flop. The flop comes out with we'll say a queen 8 4, all spades, and they're sitting here with ace queen of diamonds, right? So I see a lot of players just kind of freeze up at this point and just really play passive poker when they should be feeling pretty good about their top pair, top kicker. So don't be afraid of the monster under the bed when those 3, like when the flop comes 3 to a suit. I would say you could probably kind of categorize different flop textures, right? So you have the flop texture where it's like 3 to a suit. You have the flop texture where there's 2 to 1 suit and then 1 like offsuit. Then you got the flop where it's just rainbow. You can also then start looking at paired boards versus non-paired boards. Then you can start looking at the flops where there's straights possible. So you can kind of categorize them into we could probably categorize it into maybe a dozen different types of flops, right? And how you play based on each one of those flops, and then you start adding the other variables, that you need to consider with post-flop play. For example, do you have the pre-flop aggression? How many opponents are you facing? And what the effective stack sizes are, all those kind of things. Start playing, putting players on ranges. I would say it's a lot easier to move. Like when you have the pre-flop aggression and you're up against one opponent or two opponents, it's a lot easier to move them off of a hand when they could possibly be drawing dead. So keep that in mind. Let's say that the flop comes out deuce deuce six, and now you're trying to push somebody off of a king queen. Well, that's a really hard thing to do. Much harder to do on a flop like deuce deuce six, where they think, well, I at least have 6 outs, I'm going to go ahead and see a turn, than a flop like ace deuce six, where now they could just be completely drawing dead, right? It's hard to move people off of it's hard to move people off of draws. Generally people, we've talked about this on the stream before, and it wasn't me who came up with this idea, but like a lot of people treat poker, a lot of new players treat poker like it's a slot machine, and they have their hand and they pull the lever and see the flop, and then once they see the flop, a lot of those types of gambly players will, if they hit any type of hand, they're going to go ahead and see a turn as well. So this isn't such a bad flop, really, for A7. I mean, I don't really like the fact that Sex Gym Poker is an under-the-gun raiser here, making that min raise under the gun. But I don't really just want to automatically fold either. At worst, we're looking at a 4-outer here. At best, we're looking at like a 7-outer. We've got some, runner flush draw potential. Let's see what Sex Gym Poker does now. If he fires out, then we're going to go ahead and put him on an overpair. And now I kind of feel like a spade would do it as well. So I think that we've got 2 aces, 9 spades, and 3 nines. And the reason we're not saying 3 aces or 4 nines is we don't want to double count our outs. Now we're just done with the hand. Yeah, so if he turned over his hand, pocket queens, on that turn, then I'm pretty sure we're making the call, right, guys? Pretty sure. So I'm feeling good about it. Getting a little over 3-1 to make the call with a lot of outs.
So, Dutch, we have a lot new viewers here. Let's see. United We Zag says, "Hey, Dutch and Miss Dutch, second-time viewer, first time signed in. Love the stream. Let's go." And Kaz is here. Has no idea how to play poker, but here nonetheless.
So I think that we welcome. Were about 29% to win that hand, 28-29% if we run it in. So I guess, straight pot odds on that turn call, we kind of have to count on being able to get a little bit of value on the river if we hit. We also have to count on him not having a spade. He could have had pocket queens with a queen of spades, and we're just like drawing pretty dead in the water. But I don't know. I mean, we put him on a very specific hand there that he actually did have, so I'm not going to overthink it. Do you even lift firing out? Yeah, we'll go ahead and make the call here on the button. I don't really feel like 3-betting. Do you even lift is so aggro. I don't want to have a chance that he blows us off pre-flop. Did you watch any of the summer games done quick? Ask Tats7.
What does he mean, summer?
It was like some sort of conference or something where I was looking at the Pokemon like puzzle quest for a second. Not very much though. What does Do You Even Lift? What does he do now? So he fired out a half pot size bet. He's so aggro, you guys, and he's gonna have to show us better than he's gonna have to show us something better than top pair weak kicker for us to. We're just not giving him credit for ace king, ace queen. We're not going to give him just auto credit for pocket jacks or pocket sevens here. We're going to make him show us a hand. Look at him firing out, all in. He's just so aggro. But it doesn't mean that he's just not like never waking up with a hand here either. This is, though, I would point out, this is the last hand before the rebuy and add-on period. So I could easily see him looking at his stack and saying, "Okay, let's go ahead and take a shot at maybe moving Dutch off with the hand." And if he doesn't, you know, I've got my double rebuy ready to go. I mean, I kind of feel like that's probably what we're looking at here. I don't know, guys. I really don't. I mean, he raised pre-flop and he fired all 3 bullets. It's basically a pure bluff, you know, so we'll make the fold. It always feels wrong, though, guys. It always feels wrong, especially against a bull like this guy. Okay. Make the fold.
You on break
and
now?
we'll just hit the add-on, go on break.
Yeah,
think
don't forget
about
to add on.
think about whether that was the right move or not. I really don't know, guys. That was a tough one.
I think it was a good move.
That was a tough one. I don't know. I mean, we're telling, like, I told myself I wasn't going to fold on that flop, and I told myself, no, he's going to have to show us better. He's going to have to show us better. And then the river, he just all in. I'm like, oh, jeez. It's really hard to find that third bullet, but I mean, if there's one player at this table that we think could do it, find that third bullet on the bluff, it'd be do you even lift? I mean, he's the kind of guy who just, you know, puts his head down and spews. So it's really hard to make that fold against him. It'd be so much easier against some of these other players at the table, because I'm not convinced that he can beat top pair. I'm not convinced that he even has a pair. He could have like a king queen there. He could have like you know, absolute nothing. He could be shoving with you know, a jack 10. We wouldn't be shoving with a jack 10, you know, but he could be. Guys, I don't know. We're gonna go ahead and make the we made the fold. We got the add-on going. The real tournament is about to start. The real tournament starts now. Now people can actually get eliminated without being able to buy back in. And we talked a lot about this add-on period, how important it is. So 65 players started, 47 players remain, which means that you know, almost 20 players, almost a little more than you know, 25% of the field didn't give themselves this chance to get this double add-on, which is so important. It's just giving away equity. When you're in this spot where you buy in for 50 and get 4,000 chips, you can rebuy for 50 and get 4,000 chips, and then you can add on 2 hours into the tournament and get 8,000 chips for the same amount. If you don't get to that add-on period, if you don't let yourself buy 8,000 chips, the double, you know, double a starting stack for the same amount that you bought in for, you're just sprinkling equity around. I mean, you're just taking money out of your pocket and giving it to me and giving it to Do You Even Lift. Do you really want to do that? No. So next time you're playing in one of these tournaments, if you aren't prepared to go the whole way to that add-on period, you're better off not playing it. We'll be right back, guys, in 3 minutes. Don't go away.
for that person. Don't ban anyone, okay?
Okay, we are back, you guys. And coming in with the raise, let's do it. 680 is our pre-flop standard raise at this 142.80 level. We have started tapering down our pre-flop opening amount, where we're always talking about raising in relation to the big blind. We start the tournament making it 3 times the big blind, and we as the antes kick in and as the effective stacks around the table and in the tournament get smaller and smaller compared to that big blind, we go ahead and lower our pre-flop opening amount. So this is kind of like what we were talking about. Don't slow down just because there's 3 diamonds on the board. We did hit a little bit of it. We're not automatically c-betting against 2 opponents, but in this case we actually did hit a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and try to preserve some equity. When we get check raised, yeah, we'll make the fold and give him credit for having better than middle pair.
I don't know. Can you deposit on WSOP.com with PayPal? You can, right? You can.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we usually just walk to the casino.
Yeah, the best way to deposit on WSOP.com is through the cage. We'll make the fold here, you guys.
I think you can. Oh, they might be in Reno, though, or something.
And we'll make the fold.
What are you looking for?
Some scissors.
The scissors are, I don't know where they were in a spot that was awesome, but now they're not. What would you do if I sang just for June? Oh, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still on.
Oh.
10-6 of spades. We'll go ahead and make the fold here, you guys. And, hey, I just want to thank you guys, too. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time on our stream. Gonna try to make a final table tonight. I think that we can do it. It's gonna happen. And also trying to get 8,000 views, which that might not happen. But we're getting there. We're about 75 away. So if you haven't clicked on the follow button yet, would really appreciate your support. Get notified when we go live. Really helps out the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. So if you're enjoying the stream, it's the least you can do, really. Yeah, why not?
You withdraw with check, right?
I do just like direct deposit. I've heard that maybe you can also withdraw at the cage. I know that in the old Ultimate Poker days, when it wasn't just WSOP.com here in Vegas, you could just go to like station casinos. I'm not sure if they finally got that up at the Rio. I know that you can deposit at the Rio. It's kind of a pain in the ass, though. Making the fold. 33 out of 47. Let's go ahead and get the lobby up for a second, guys. This is what we're playing for tonight. Up top, $2,341. Second is $1,500. Third is $981. We go down. Top 8 pay. So someone makes the final table and doesn't get paid. It's not going to be us, you guys. We are going to make the final table. We're going to get there. I feel it. We just have to navigate through these guys. I mean, there's some tough players here. VGN 42. Are we going to defend our big blind with any 2 cards? Because that's what we've got. Any 2. We'll make the fold.
Kozak King says no PayPal according to WSOP's webpage.
Make the raise here. King 3 figures to be ahead of whatever random stuff Give Me the Loot has, and sets us up pretty well for a post-flop c-bet. If he defends, but we'll just take the equity. We're fine with that. So Cossack, you might be able to deposit with like a PayPal debit card though. That might be something different. I'm not sure though.
For some reason I thought Butters said that you could do PayPal, or maybe someone did. Remember when you had the issue about your buy-ins?
Mm-hmm. That was a nightmare, you guys.
Yeah, you Dutch meant to was it rebuy or add-on? Was it add-on? I forget what it was. That was pretty funny, actually.
It was right in the beginning of when we started streaming, and we didn't really have a lot on WSOP, and we jumped into a tournament without having enough money to get us to the add-on stage. So I had to run down to the Rio. And it was frustrating.
How many times have we deposited? Like twice, maybe?
Yeah. We haven't had to deposit for a while.
Yeah, but I haven't. I keep on forgetting. But I'm trying to run up my dollar. Huh, Russ?
Trying to standardize these timing, the timing of our opening as well. Waiting until that time indicator gets down to that trailing digit. It's pretty important to standardize your actions when you're playing. When you're playing poker, it's more important live, but it's important online too. There are betting tells online, and we are firing out the same amount. That's our standard c-bet. When we get called from the big blind, we'd love to get check raised here, really. So DU Even Lift does decide to go ahead and check raise. And we're going to go ahead and give him an opportunity to push us off of it on the turn, I think. So Do You Even Lift? This guy, you gotta love this guy. He's so aggro, you guys, so aggro. So check raised with when he hit that middle pair, and then decided to go and just get the rest of it in on the turn. When he hit his two pair, well behind, so that puts us in a top top 10 stack.
I think so, right? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So now we're going to kind of just play it a little bit timid until Do You Even Lift busts himself out. This is what we refer to as a drowning stack. This is a guy who feels his back to the wall, doesn't have anything to lose, and if we make light raises pre-flop and we have to worry about him, a lot of times he's going to be coming over the top of us very, very light. So we really should lock down our pre-flop opening for a little while, because we want to be able to make the call if he does come over the top of us. Yeah, so here he's just making the huge ship in. Pretty close, you guys. I feel like, any ace we're behind, but we're actually ahead of any pocket pair he shows up with below like about sixes. So we'll make the call here. Hope that he's got like a pair of fives or queen 10. We're ahead of queen 10 as well. Not really the best flop for us, but you know what? We'll just slide through with hitting that straight. So we actually ended up having him just dominated.
Oh, wow. Did you just kill him? Just get him?
Yeah.
Good for you. Let's see where I'm trying to... Did they move you again?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So now we're 4th out of 45, guys. I mean, this is how
Oh,
tournaments
wow. You were
work.
8th for a minute. No, you're not. How many chips do you have then? 40 something? I'm trying to find you. Oh, 30. 30, okay.
30,000.
All right. 30,000.
And the Raz 12, talking about Soaring Eagle HPT up there in Michigan. If you guys are up in Michigan, check out the Soaring Eagle HPT. It's a little ways from Detroit. The Heartland Poker Tours, they just have such great structures. Is the HPT Soaring Eagle going on right now? Can you still buy in? I'm not sure.
Which one?
The HPT Soaring Eagle. I don't know. The Raz would know. He's saying, any chance you want to go work the Soaring Eagle HPT for me? I'll split my day rate with you. Well, that sounds fair. We've got Brand's Legs. Can you only do it in Vegas? I assume that he's talking about WSOP.com.
Yeah.
There's very few things that you can only do in Vegas, but one of those things is play on WSOP.com. Well, that's not even true, too. You can also play WSOP.com if you're in Delaware or if you're in New Jersey. But you can't play with us if you're in New Jersey. If you're in Delaware, though, I think that they trade traffic with Nevada. So if you're playing on the Delaware-facing site of WSOP.com, you might be able to play in this very event with us on stream. I'll make the fold here to Piano Teacher. And Flatty talking about the journey of poker. Don't ever put money in, Exmo. It's addictive.
Well, I have a whole $1 that I made.
And then it makes you want to be better and better, and you study and study and play, and then all you think about is poker situations. This is like poker year 1 and poker year 2, Flatty. When I think about like when I hit that, had that poker bug and I dream about poker. I haven't had a poker dream for a while. I've had a few this year, but it used to be every night. Every night I would dream about poker.
Now it's more nightmares than dreams.
Flatty28 betting the MMA.
Oh, well, that's probably neat.
Do you bet on Ronda?
Bet?
I mean, you got to bet on Ronda, right?
Yeah.
But she's such a huge favorite, and those gloves are so thin. She gets caught with the wrong punch, and she's down for the count.
Oh my gosh, I forgot how to play. I'm clicking weird things here.
We're going to go ahead and make the fold here, you guys. United We Zag. I like that username.
I know. I mentioned it before. I thought you would have caught it by
I did,
now.
and he says, sorry, so calm as
Yeah.
the hand played out. He ships with the flush on board, and you win, and not even blink an eye.
Well,
I
United
promise
We Zag.
you, United We Zag,
You
if
should
we
see him when
lost,
he
we would have blinked. If we lost there, we're not going to be just like cool as a
Every day is a
cucumber.
struggle. But have you had coffee today?
No.
So that's
I
good.
had-
You shouldn't. That's good.
I want some coffee.
I know. I shouldn't have even mentioned it. So I'm trying to quit my coffee.
We're trying to get. I've been drinking so much coffee, and I think that we're trying to get off of it. Door Handle says, "What is the biggest run of great hands that you have ever had and remember?" I don't really know, man. I can't really.
Is there a great hand?
I mean, there's definitely been those times when I've had like aces back to back. I don't know that I've ever. I don't know that I've ever had aces 3 times in a row. I don't know that I've ever had aces, then aces, and then aces. It must have happened before. I mean, it must have happened a few times when I was multi-tabling.
Well, I'm sure that I'm sure it has. You just
I mean,
see it so much.
I probably at this point in my poker career have 7 figures of hands underneath my belt. So aces, 3 times back to back. That's supposed to happen. What, 220 cubed? Once every 220 cubed.
Nugsley, what is this?
I actually think aces versus kings is
I know about the 4-2 rule.
it's actually 4.5 to 1. Nugsley, I think it's actually about 85-15. How do you know if you have the right hand equity to make the correct pot odds call pre-flop with a random hand, just guessing a hand range up or in a multi-way pot? I'm new to trying to figure out pot odds and hand equity, so sorry if my question doesn't make sense. Thanks. Nugsley, I think I understand what you're asking, and what I would suggest to you is to check out a utility called Poker Stove. And this isn't really something that you're going to be able to play around with at the table
Is it a
while
.com?
you're...
Pokerstove.com or
let me see. Poker Stove.
or is it the Poker Stove?
You can find it at thepokerbank.com. I mean, it's free software. And it's an equity calculator where you can put your opponents on certain ranges and see how your hand would perform against a range of hands. So that's probably what I would suggest to you, Nugsley. I'm going to go ahead and...
But yeah, put it in chat.
the pokerbank.com is where you can find the find Poker Stove. It's a little bit of open source free software by a guy named Andrew Prock, who has been if you've never worked on poker software, you probably don't recognize the name Andrew Prock, but he's responsible for I think that he's responsible for the I mean, he's a coder and a computer scientist, and I think that he's pretty much the guy responsible for most of the algorithms that actually award the pot at the end. He's contributed a lot of open source software. So guys, we're gonna go ahead and make this 1800 a little 3x here. I mean, Ace King has to be in our 3-bet range. We should have a 3-bet range from the big blind here against Piano Teachers Open. We fire out a half pot size bet, and I don't really love the flop. I don't know what we're gonna do if Piano Teacher decides to raise us here. So he's basically saying that he has what? I don't know. I mean, what he's basically saying is that he thinks that we have Ace King. That's what he's saying. He's like, you know what? I don't think that you have an overpair, and I'm going to bet you off of your Ace King. And now he's just like making that minimum bet. We're getting 4 to 1 to make the call. We're going to go ahead and make the call and just see what develops. I don't want to just auto give him credit for better.
So Joker City has a question about learning poker. Are you in a hand right now?
I am.
Okay, well...
I am. I've got Ace
We'll
King
get to that.
on a 10-8-5-4 board.
Horrible.
And Piano Teacher just decides to put his whole tournament life at risk with what? What does he have, you guys? I don't know. It's close, you guys. I feel like, Ace 7 makes sense, Ace 3 makes sense, Ace 2 makes sense. Pocket pairs make sense too. We could easily be ahead, and the problem is if we make this fold, I mean, how far are we going to take it? Would we fold pocket 3s? Would we fold Ace 5? Because in this situation, Ace King is basically the same thing as Ace 5. That's basically what we're saying is we put him on something better than, 8-6. Are we folding like 8-6 here? I don't know. It's hard to make the fold though, guys. It really is. And yeah, I'm not doing soda RT Kabuto. I really liked Coke Zero. Big fan of I loved like Cherry Coke, and I was a huge cola fan.
Oh gosh,
But
you
I
drank
gave
so much.
yeah.
Pepsi. You were a huge
Oh,
Pepsi.
huge Pepsi. I gave up soda this earlier this year, and now I'm trying to give up Enlightened Rage. Yes.
Oh yeah, coffee.
It does. Upcoming Millie guarantee tomorrow. Doesn't it pique a little interest? I would say yes, it does. It does.
Also, let's see. And there was a question about Joker City had a question back there about what do you recommend me to do when want to really learn poker? I am playing day to day, trying to better up my skills, but I am only on the negative side, only losing. I start winning and eventually end up losing. Any recommendations?
Who was asking this?
This is Joker City.
Joker City. Well, first off, the fact that you're here in the stream asking the question is a step in the right direction. Let's go ahead and start with the proposition that poker is something that you can get better at and improve at. Just keep on working on your game every day and realize that there's no end to it. But you can, in fact... Okay, so we're going to go 2100 here. Right? We would be making it 900, and so we're going to make it 900 plus the 3 limps, which is 2100. But realize that the learning curve, you can actually get pretty good pretty quickly. At least at the point where you don't ever have to deposit more money into a site. So, Bob Wiley, firing out the check, and at this point, I mean like a half pot size bet. If we made it 2100, then we're really kind of it's a really awkward call if he makes the ship. By making it half pot there, if he makes the ship, then we can make the call, getting 5-1 with what we presume to be 6 outs. Okay, so Drosif making a 3x bet, and we're gonna go ahead and come along with a 2.5x. And by that I mean we are raising 2.5 times his open. And Ace Queen has to be on our Ace Queen just has to be in our 3-bet range here. Pretty good turn, you guys. Pretty good turn. This pot's kind of gotten out of control. This is pretty big. 26,000. Let's go ahead and fire out 8,000 here. I mean, firing out more, maybe we might be leaving some money on the table here, but at least firing out 8, it's so small that I think that we're just always getting called. So going for value and going for like the must call bet, where now he's just, I mean, if he's looking at like ace jack, his head explodes and he just calls. Instead he folded.
You have a lot of chips there. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Damn it, I had a good hand there. All right, what was I going to do?
So how do you get better at poker, guys? That was the question that Joker City asked before I got a little sidetracked. First off, realize that you are in a lucky spot, because when I first started poker back in the 90s, there was just not that much information out there. There might, you'd go to you'd go to the bookstore and maybe you'd be able to find 5 books on poker. There wasn't YouTube, there wasn't even Google. You couldn't like just Google poker strategy. What we had back then was about 20 poker books. 12 of them sucked. So 8 decent poker books, and then we had a few videos that you could find where, on the Discovery Channel where the World Series of Poker was going. And we had a forum called Rec Gambling Poker. It was actually a news group, right? This is kind of one of those things that predates, even like the HTTP protocol, I think. I'm pretty sure that news groups were even before websites. So that was how you'd get better, is you would read all the books, and that time that would take you about a week. You would jump on the news groups and read up and contribute to the conversation and listen to what people were saying, mainly lurk. And that was it. And then there was playing. And then hopefully you'd be able to find a couple of people who were also interested in poker, and you'd be able to bounce ideas around each other. Now, though, we are in an age of information where there's just so much information out there, and a lot of it is free. Joseph, I don't know why you're deciding to go ahead and do this, but you're going to go ahead and entice me to make the isolation here. I don't like those open limps. I really don't. So he fires out, and we are going to go ahead and fire out the same amount, which I believe, well, let's just do a half pot here. Makes the fold. Hey, the Epic Katie, thank you very much for being here. She has to leave. We will miss you. Until next time.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. WSOP Player Forum recommends that we to do decaf coffee, which probably not.
Thanks
We're
for the
gonna quit
advice.
it. We're gonna quit it.
WSOP Player Forum. Coffee is the
we
number
don't
one
really-
source of antioxidants in the American diet. I love coffee. I'm really kind of missing it.
Yeah, it also gives people anxiety.
It does. It
And it
definitely
also
makes me
gives mood
shorter.
swings.
For sure. I mean, like I feel
I've
a
had a
lot
headache.
more calm right now than I do when I'm drinking a lot of coffee. But
Well, I didn't do coffee for a week, and it was great. And then I did coffee, and then now I'm like, I have this hat now because of the coffee. The coffee did it.
we
But
could be running just straight into a set here, you guys. But we are going to continue firing out those value bets.
it's pretty quick.
And I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and check to fade to black in order to induce a bluff here. If fade to black has something like an ace king, ace jack, ace queen, I think sometimes we're going to go ahead and get some value by check calling. Wow. So that was pretty brutal. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't get more in there before that river, but just two outed, that was a huge pot to get two outed out of. And notice, I think even if the 8 doesn't hit, I think that we check and fade to black tries to get a little value out of his overpair. Yeah, that was a really bad one, guys. That was a really that was a brutal river there, two outed. That would have put us up at the number 1 spot. As it is, we fall back down to number 9 out of 39. Gotta take those deep breaths.
You still have a lot of chips. I know. What was? Oh wow, you're still doing good. You're still doing fabulous.
Queens versus 8s, and he had an 8 on the river.
Ugh, that sucks. Big old blankety blank blanks.
Mm-hmm.
Try not to curse anymore. Another thing we're giving up: curse words.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're gonna try to
Well, we have a lot of
give up
viewers from
coffee.
different.
We're gonna try to give up cursing. We're gonna try to give up what? I don't know what's next to give up. I mean, we've given up so much. We already gave up smoking. I gave up soda. Gave
buying
up,
new clothes.
drugs, and
We're gonna
regular drinking.
We're gonna only shop at the.
That would actually be a good one.
We're gonna only make our clothes.
Try to not be so consumer
Material
minded.
consumer minded.
It's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good one.
Oh no, just joking. We started watching a documentary. What documentary was that? It was called the real price of it, or
The True Price, I
the
think
true
is what it was
price.
called.
It's on Netflix right now. It's about the true price of what your clothing costs to make and
Yeah.
and sell.
So how do you get better now? Twitch is a good start. Actually talking to people is a good start. I would recommend going out and reading as much as you can. I like the Jonathan Little books. I like the there's a wealth of books out there, especially if you're playing live. Pick up the Elwood books, the Zachary Elwood books, and then spend some time on YouTube. Hastings has a lot of videos out there. I've got some videos out there you can watch on Poker Clinic that are all free, and maybe lurk on some of the forums like Reddit. Reddit has a poker sub forum. It's pretty good and very friendly, and also has a moderator that does some Twitch streaming himself, Ryan LaPlante, Potential.
Oh yeah, he does.
So.
Oh, this is the queens are up now.
What else can you do? Oh yeah, this one.
I want to hear. I want to see what happened because I kind of missed it. Here.
What else can you do then? So lurk on the forums. Then you might want to maybe get a membership to a couple training sites. Runitonce.com is pretty good. What else you got? You got Deuces Cracked. You got Card Runners. You got Ivy League. You got Tournament Poker Edge. You got Crush Live Poker. Poker X Factor. All of these are membership sites that you can subscribe to and watch videos of players explaining thought processes. But there's so much free information out there that maybe,
it's too much. No,
maybe
it's
you
not
just
too much.
stick with the with the no pay solutions.
We'll start with the no pay probably first until you build up your bankroll, and don't you think?
Mm.
And then kind of. Oh, he hit it right there. That sucks.
Yeah, right there. And then he goes for a third pot, too. Almost a quarter pot.
Huh.
So anyway, that's about it. We got Dress Turn 2 in the stream. He says, my favorite stream, bro. Love the show. Dress Turn, really happy to have you here, dude. And Mike BSDRC. Mike BS Dr. C, is that what that's going to say? Yes, I mean like high stakes poker on Twitch. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. We got Edric Flo says, got so much great advice from these streams. Thanks. You are more than welcome, man. Jho13, loving the stream. Jho13, we love having you here. Guys, I'm really, really trying to get to 8,000 follows tonight, and you can help me. If you haven't clicked on that follow button, it's right underneath the video. It's a little heart-shaped button. Do me a favor, do me a solid, help a player out. Click on that like. And help us reach our goal tonight of a final table.
Oh, it's not that many.
And 8,000.
You're almost
8,000 follows. Right, we're close. We're getting there. Let me do a little refresh here and see how close we are. So we need 61 more people.
Oh, really? So we're really close. We're a lot closer than I thought.
I think we could do it. We're going to be streaming until probably the Midnight Mayhem. So we've got another 4 or 5 hours before we're done tonight. Also, keep in mind, if you really want to support the stream and show your love,
everybody's vomiting.
Click on that sub button. If you click on that sub button, we ship out all of our subscribers a digital rights management free copy of my book, Poker Tilt. I spent a lot of time writing this book, guys. Wrote every word. There's about 90,000 words in this book. Some of them are pretty good, and I'm a little biased, but it got good reviews. I mean, if you go on Amazon, it's like, mostly 4 and 5 star reviews. I think we've only had 2 bad reviews, and that doesn't really surprise me. I thought we'd have more because I kind of opened the book when it comes to some of my own past interactions with people out there. I'm sure a lot of people got pissed off when they saw their own name. We got Huckweed chilling out in the stream. Once you get a kidney stone, you'll give up soda, says Ace is up 316.
Oof.
I'm glad that I didn't have to go through that. I hear that's like pretty much the worst pain you can have in life. Lyco Fool, good to see you in the stream. We got Cosmosis, what a suck out, talking about those 8s. I don't remember it. X-Modus says good check on River at least. Yeah, I mean, I was checking to induce bluffs because I didn't really think I would get value out of those overcards that didn't hit, but I would get
pizza.
A bluff. Not giving up pizza.
That's what
Who said that?
Sinister Storm, LOL.
I guess what we'd give up is like meat, right? at some point, like, just go straight vegan.
You think one day?
Maybe
don't
one day.
know.
Maybe one day. I sure love meat, you guys. I don't really see it happening, but
Maybe.
did you know that
Maybe.
Calvin Anderson is a vegan? Do you know who that is?
I don't.
He's the all-time WCOOP leader.
Oh.
We asked on the last stream who has won more WCOOP titles than any other player in history at PokerStars, and I'm pretty sure that the answer is still Calvin Anderson. With 6. Oh, that's Scoop, not WCOOP. Do they make a distinction, I guess? They must make a distinction between Scoop and WCOOP titles.
Oh.
So, 6-5 offsuit, you guys. I think that we're going to go ahead and make the defense here with a 6 high and hope that something cool happens. That's not really quite the flop we're looking for. He's jack off suit. That's pretty good, guys. United we zag. Yeah, I was pretty sad that we busted that midnight too. I was so tired.
Oh, I was sleeping.
This is kind of irritating because when we make this call, it kind of opens us up to friskiness by fade to black. Let's make it hold. That's not that great of a turn, but
Oh gosh.
jeez.
So lame.
So he goes runner flush with the ace 8 versus our ace jack, and that's just
Wow.
really irritating.
That was really nasty.
But still, you know what? We're still fine, you guys. I'm just got to take some deep breaths. Remember, remind ourselves that we're doing well. We're getting it in good, and we're just trying to outplay the crap out of these guys. And I don't love doing this, especially after we take a beat like that, because I feel like a lot of these players are a lot more willing to be calling or playing back at us after they see us take a beat. Hopefully they're not really paying attention, because Queen 10 offsuit is just too good of a hand to just fold on the button in this spot. So we're going to go ahead and take a shot at it. So fade to black. Such an aggro player. Does go ahead and three bet. Yeah, so Lion's Den, talking about that Kid Cardiff scandal. Kid Cardiff cheating thousands of dollars from backers by overselling himself in that Venetian. I think it's just horrible. He one of his backers was one of my old backers, Sheets, who is kind of like he's kind of like a mentor in poker to me, almost like a father figure. So I was pretty upset to see that, and I'm really surprised that that Tournament Poker Edge hasn't dropped him. I feel like that's a really big PR blunder for them not to say, you know what, you can't stiff poker players and backers. You can't oversell yourself. I mean, in my opinion, what Kid Cardiff did by overselling himself in the Venetian was, in a lot of respects, even worse than what like Russ Hamilton did by hole carding, people in Ultimate Bet. I mean, sure, Russ Hamilton did it for more money, but Kid Cardiff, I mean, he's ripping off his friends and his supporters. He's actually ripping off his backers and then making swaps to people in this event that he oversold himself in.
Take over the poker room.
I was still just like, I'm at a loss. Maverick Dog
Fist bump.
with a sub, 3
Resub,
months in a
yes.
row, sticking with us that long. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you being here
Longer
and
than
showing your
lots
love
of
for this
Dutch's
stream.
relationships.
Most
We're
of them.
friends.
Yeah. Maverick Dog, you and I have been together longer than almost every other relationship I've had in my life. So I love having you here. Thank you very much for your continued support of the stream. And Zach the Reaper saying, started reading your book last night after the sub. Have read about 250 pages already. Really enjoying it. The stories with Phil Locke and Antonio Sfondiari are hilarious. I definitely look back with at those days, man. Coming up in poker with kind of like a wistful longing, I guess is how I would describe it. K Bennett 423, great to see you in the stream, man. He says, "What's up, guys? Long time no see. Finally settled in after a big move and haven't seen a stream in a long time." K Bennett, welcome back, man. We've been missing you here. So we'll make the fold here, you guys. And I mean, look at where we're at now. 14 out of 36, so we're like right back in the middle of the pack. It's just bleh. Fudgy Slacker, if only I could make 61 more accounts to follow you. You're such a good-hearted poker player. I'm going to try and learn for when I play poker in Hoboken, New Jersey. Fudgy Slacker, thank you very much. As long as you're... oh, look at that. Wow. I was just talking about you, Fudgy Slacker, and you subbed.
Yay!
Fudgy Slacker, that's huge. Thank you so much. And Fudgy, we're going to go ahead and... we're going to ship you that DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that. And hopefully you get a chance to give it a read. I feel like, you know, I put a lot of time, I put my heart into it, so hopefully you get a chance to read it. We got a,
I'm doing too many things at once.
So Cossack King, I described that book as The Professor, the Banker, and the Suicide King kind of book, a real pleasure to read. The Professor, the Banker, the Suicide King, you guys will know, is from Michael Craig. And Michael Craig was one of the guys that we sent over an advanced copy of the book to review. Let me tell you what he said about the book. From Michael Craig, I read it and I loved it. This book deserves to be an instant classic. So, high praise indeed. That is from Michael Craig, author of The Professor, the Banker, and the Suicide King. And I really like Michael. I have a lot of respect for him. He's always been really friendly and a very good ambassador to the game. I really liked his book. So Scott Monroe asks, at Dutchboard, are you playing with real money? Always. Anytime you come in through the stream, we're going to be playing real money poker. That doesn't mean that we've got 20 grand in front of us, though. We're actually playing a tournament for 50. We're in for 200 into this tournament. Top prize is 2,341.
What was the clause that why Poker Stars can't play in Nevada? What's the clause called?
I feel like we can get through here, you guys. I feel like we can get through. I feel like if I just made it 4,800, 3x his raise plus the call, I feel like it gets through.
So Dutch, what was it called? When the reason why Poker Stars can't play in Nevada and New Jersey right now is because of the what clause?
It's called a bad actor
Bad
clause.
actors.
Basically, what they're saying is you don't get a gaming license if you were operating in the U.S. before we regulated it. So, we got Ben Hester in the stream, Pat's Poker in the stream, Zach Delash saying, love the stream, Dutch. Haven't subbed yet because I always only watch on my phone. But you got a sub coming from me soon. Hey, Zach, I'm going to hold you to it. I'll tell you what, though, even if you never sub, I'm just happy to have you here. Thanks all of you guys for spending a little bit of your Sunday night with us. It's really cool having you here. Saturday night. This is what happens when you're a poker player. Your weekends aren't weekends when you're a poker player. They're weekdays. I mean, this is Saturday and Sunday. These are the big days that you play poker. Fade to Black, we're going to give you credit, even though you've got that bull, and we know that you're just so aggro. Fade to Black, we're still going to make the fold because even aggro players wake up with strong hands sometimes, especially when they're raising under the gun. We got Uncle Freddy 45 saying taking some dirty ones. Bad beats are on tonight, says Pat's Poker 23. You know what? This is the life we chose. This is the grind. Just keep in mind, you know, something that Bart Hansen said, I think it was Bart Hansen. And in his Twitter, he said, you know, when you win with aces, you're running above expectation. You're only supposed to win 0.85 of the pot when you get it all in with aces pre-flop. So when you win, 1.0 of the pot, That is above expectation. You're not supposed to win every time you get it in good. You know, we got it in good a couple times here. A couple times we got it, in really good. You're not supposed to win every time you get it in really good with more cards to come. You know, you're a 70% favorite. Well, you run 2 of those together. You know, all of a sudden you're parlaying, and you are 51% to at least lose one of those. You know. So, I mean, we're still here. We're right in the middle of the pack. I wouldn't say that we're getting overly lucky here. We're, if anything, I feel like we're actually getting unlucky. But, you know, we don't need cards to win these things. We just need, to recognize the spots and take advantage of them. And those spots don't really, they're going to be there, and we're going to take them. Like this one. This is a good spot. Queen 9 offsuit, not really that strong of a hand, but strong enough where we're in the hijack position. If you don't know, button, cut off, hijack. And we're going to go ahead and take a stab at just picking it up. Now we've got psychology making this really weird raise against us. And this is a really irritating raise, guys, because you didn't make it enough for us to really feel good about folding. So we're going to go ahead and make the call. And Murder Face for the win. What a great username that is. I like it. Murder Face for the win. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Means a lot to me. So psychology now, checking behind. Let's go ahead and fire out half pot size bet here. I mean, if he's going to give up the aggression, we'll try to take the pot from him. Yeah. And at this point, we're pretty much done with it, right? He's basically said to us that he's got like pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket jacks, and he's not giving up. So maybe we can move him off if we just went like full-blown all in, or maybe we just like run smack into it, his ace king.
Did you give Murder Face his happiness?
I mean, I was right in the middle of a hand that I'm losing, going from like 20,000 to 13,000 now, and this is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. So I didn't really give him the warm welcome that he deserves. Murder Face for the win. I'm gonna ignore this hand because this is just irritating, and I just want to say thank you very much for being part of our stream and for supporting the stream. And Murder Face for the win. We're gonna go ahead and ship you my copy. Oh, wow, look at that fucktard. Look at that guy. So we probably...
We're not trying to cut.
I'm not talking to you, Murder Face. I'm talking to psychology. Gosh, that's irritating. Gosh, that's irritating.
You're in there for 150? Are you in the tournament for $150?
200.
200? Okay.
So yeah, guys, that was really irritating.
Sorry about that. Are you yelling at him?
What was irritating about that?
Are you yelling at him, or are you putting notes?
One thing that was irritating about it is if you're going to 3-bet, fine. I don't really have a problem with him 3-betting there. That's okay. 3-bet enough to actually give yourself a chance to pick it up without having to fade a flop. So he doesn't do that. Instead, he fades the flop. He makes it such a small amount that we have to call. The flop comes out, ace, 8, whatever. C-bet. You're going to go ahead and take the pre-flop initiative with 6-7 suited, and your only plan is to actually connect with the flop. Really psychology. It's just really irritating. So I'm not really too happy about that one. I'll tell you what I am happy about though, Murder Face. Sorry for that little outburst. Really appreciate you subscribing. And check your Twitch message box. You're gonna get a book, and you're gonna get the book called Poker Tilt.
Yes, Poker Tilt. So wait,
oh my gosh.
Doxel said, no, that's not the bad actor's clause. He says, BAC says if you continue offering poker after the bill was passed limiting online gambling, you can't have a license. I don't know what he's trying to specify. I don't know what you're trying to say there. Specify.
Yeah, I don't know, Doxel. I mean, if you really want to know, guys, consult
Google.
a gaming lawyer or consult Google.
Well, we know that we were there at the GPI. They said they couldn't be in there because of bad actors clause. I mean, that's what they told us. Didn't the guy say that? That they're just waiting? They're making moves to. I mean, they're preparing themselves.
A bad actor clause doesn't refer to any specific legislation.
Oh, they're just.
I mean, it's something that has been included in a number of state regulatory systems. But there's not like a bad actor clause statute that you can point to.
Yeah, I think I'm confused.
It's just a general term that means that PokerStars can't operate in certain states. Is what it means. New Jersey isn't letting PokerStars in
until that whatever that thing is expired or whatever, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So now we have 15 big blinds, and we're looking down at King 3 offsuit, getting 5-1 plus implied. Still, we're gonna fold. J023 asks, does betting 40% instead of 50% achieve the same thing? Maybe it actually would achieve better, because 50% ended up achieving a call, and we didn't really want that. I generally don't adjust my pre-flop opening amounts, and I don't adjust my my post-flop C-bets, but on the turn, on the river, we're doing it. So guys, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. We've got an unbeatable hand here, you guys.
Oh God, it's the hand.
Look at this. We've got the unbeatable hand.
Oh God, here it goes. Wait, let's mark this down.
Not only do we have the unbeatable hand, we've got an all-in and a reshove. I've never seen this hand lose, you guys. I'm so excited to make this call. I'm so happy right now because this is the only time where you're ever going to see me just like, we have a 100% chance of tripling up here. It's just beautiful. Beautiful. A Jack 10 and an 8. Let's dodge the, yeah. Okay.
Did we make it?
We did.
Did we unbeat? Okay, because I didn't even.
We were up against a straight.
Oh my god.
On the turn, but we ended up filling up on the river. So
holy heck! Oh my gosh! Holy heck!
That was pretty good. I mean, of course, we were going to be able to slide through that because.
Oh my gosh! I almost peed my panties.
Yeah.
It was horrible. I mean, that was good. Good for you. Good job. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, guys. Sorry for cursing. Yeah, you gotta.
Okay, guys. So we are on break, and that's a good way to go on break.
Oh, good.
We got an all-in ship for Jack 10, and then a quick snap call by Prudence. Waking up with aces. Of course, we're not 100% to win that. You know, it's just a little running joke because it feels like it feels like aces get cracked so often.
Yeah,
they really do. You know, like.
No, I think this is the 5th day. I think this is the 5th aces that you've gotten since it's like 5 days until it's been cracked. We should have a.
We haven't had aces cracked for a little while.
Or 5 hands. We should have a little an accident thing.
That one was pretty funny.
It's pretty funny
because he actually caught up on the turn. If you guys watched, that's one thing on WSOP.com. They make it so quick. All of a sudden it's just like. Where you don't even realize what's going on. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, gosh, turn. Just got the straight. Oh, caught up on the river. Yeah. We're going to be right back, guys. I want to say thank you so much again for joining us on this Saturday night as we try to navigate through to this final table. 10 out of 30. Pretty good. Looking like we're going to make a good run at this. Don't forget to follow. We're trying to hit that 8,000 follow mark tonight.
What do we have now? How many people do you have?
50 players away.
Nice.
50 followers away. You guys, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, it's right there. Yeah, and Pihikaru, except it wasn't 2.5x. It was less than 2.5x. If it was 2.5, I could have folded.
I just whispered something to you.
So, should I read this online?
You can.
Or like, should I read it?
Yeah.
So,
I just wanted to make sure you got it before I went.
Nezigu saying, "Hey Dutch, decided to reactivate my account just so I could follow you. I've started playing poker for about 5 months. I'm getting mixed results. Hopefully, I'll start getting better. I mean, it's definitely something that you just need to work on your game every day, get better a little bit every day. I'm really wishing you the best of luck, guys. I'm going to be right back. And Nezigu, thank you for the follow. Thank all of you guys. Thank you all of you guys for being here. And we'll be right back in a minute and 30 seconds.
I'm saying guarantee.
Okay, guys, we are back with the old 9-2 suited.
Hey guys.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a shot at it. We're making it 1700 here. And man, two of these guys, Psychology and Fade to Black, both of them pretty aggro.
It was a pretty crazy hand. That was a pretty nice aces there.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. Okay, let's fire out the same amount. Flash Run saying, great hand, talking about the aces. Thank you very much, man. Poker Eye Out, unbeatable ace, kapow.
Pew, pew,
Nice
pew.
timing on that ace, says Ding Dong. That's right, man. Feel pretty good about it. Feeling pretty good about it. Don't you just love the poker god sense of humor, says Lyco Fool. Yeah. Pickaroo, has Dutch been tilting hard on stream ever?
I just said sure.
Sure.
I think you do. I think you tilt
All the
too
time.
hard.
All the time I do. All the time I do.
I think you tilt a little too hard sometimes.
And United Weezag says, I love how Exmo is so into this with you. It's always better when our better halves are in it to win it with us. I mean, it's her money too. Yeah, so I love that about her. I love the fact that she's here on the stream. Making the fold here, guys. Making the fold. Have either of you guys counted cards? Says Scott Monroe.
Counting cards.
Not really.
We don't go counting cards.
I'm not really a blackjack player.
But
I mean, I've messed around with, I've messed around a little bit with some counting software, high-low count, knockout count, things like that.
We understand the concept of it.
Yeah, I've got a couple Kenny Houston books in my in my closet, but I wouldn't say that like it's just not really something that that interests me that much.
We have friends, but yeah, me either.
I would say when I was younger, though, Scott Monroe, I would do a lot of bonus hustling with online casinos, where I mean we had to, blackjack was
For
the way to
food?
clear those bonuses. for food.
For food.
Yeah,
That's
bonus
another
hustling
good thing
for
about living in
food.
Vegas, guys. Lots of good food and comps.
Yeah, that is a
And
good
comp
thing.
shows. We should. Oh, that reminds me. Shoot, we didn't do our show this week.
Oh, you're right.
Dang. Shoot, babe. I really wanted to do a show this week. You can go do it. We should do it soon.
This one's irritating, you guys. I feel like I'm probably supposed to make the call here. Probably supposed to make the call. I mean, 7,500. We're getting 1.5 to 1, basically.
Hey, Killer Beast. What do you think he should do? What should Dutch do?
You asking me?
Yes, I'm asking Killer Beast.
Oh, you're asking Killer Beast.
Yes. Killer Beast just got here.
Fade to black. Such an aggro player. Fade to black. Should we defend with 8-9 suited? Maybe. Maybe we should add a position against a super aggro player like Fade to black. Maybe we should. Instead, we just make the fold. Okay. Here we're gonna make the fold. I feel like we can raise there. You know, we can make it 1,700. But I mean, both these guys have that bull in front of them.
Did you do that?
Yeah. Yeah. Pickaroo, I know it's all in good fun. It is one of the rules, though. You know, so just giving you a little 10-minute timeout. No, you know, I don't want to make fun of Big Dog. I love Big Dog. So keep it subtle if you're going to make fun of Big Dog. Keep it very, very subtle. Or better yet, just don't make fun of him. We're going to go make the raise there. Ace-10 offsuit. I like it.
Oh, dang it.
It's not a bad hand. Not a bad hand. And then we got Fade to black, making that 3-bet.
Go Leafs, go
Just so
1919.
irritating.
Hey, Dutch,
Just so irritating.
been following around the journey. Love the stream. Good luck today. That's from Go Leaves Go 1919.
Go Leafs Go 1919. I like the username. That's a lot of times that's what Mike Leah plays under. Is Go Leafs.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
We are gonna
Right.
take over the poker
Yeah.
room.
Oh, crap the whip. That's cool. a new
And
sub.
Crack the Whip 24/7 just subscribed.
That's
Crack
awesome.
the Whip, man.
Crack the whip.
Really appreciate you actually clicking on that sub button. He's definitely been with us for a while.
Yeah, he's been.
But I think this is the first time we've actually seen Crack the Whip with that sub badge. Being able to use our fist bump emotions. We love it. Emoticons. Crack the Whip.
Emoji.
We're going to go ahead and ship you that DRM-free digital version of my book as my way of saying thank you to you. Something that we do for all of the subs, because you subs, you guys are the reason we get to do this. So we really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And for supporting poker on Twitch. We just really appreciate you being here, guys. And if it wasn't for you subs, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to keep this Twitch stream going. We might, pop in once or twice, a month just for fun, because I really do enjoy it. But the more we do this, the more I would love. It's like, I would love to just be able to do this full time, and not have to worry about actually beating the game. Man, it's so much easier to be a professional poker player when you don't have to beat the game. Anyway, Crack the Whip. Really appreciate the sub support. And if there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know, man. Dutch@dutchboyd.com. I'm here for you. I'm here for all of you subs. That $5 is a very cheap way of getting a triple bracelet winner in your corner. As anything that you need. If you have a question or comment or whatever I can do to help you.
Question,
So
comment,
psychology, making that raise with ace king suited, holding up for him. So we always like seeing the best hands hold up. So he made it 23-25. We're going to go do a little 3x here. And this is not a hand we're backing off of. If Psychology decides to give it a raise, we're probably coming right over the top of them. Ambassadoroli saying I would have called with the 8-9 suited in the small blind. I mean, we could call. It's okay. You can call. We could have called. Sometimes we'll call. Just wasn't feeling it. Crybaby nuts. Pretty much, right? Joker City asking, can you message me some good books you think I should buy or download? Well, I'll just tell you right now. I would say, you know, starting with Super System is a good beginning. It's not, you know, it's not going to really make you a winning tournament poker player, but it gives you, you know, a little bit of an insight and a good historical, like, you know, starting place. We're gonna go ahead and make the 2100. Then I'd probably go into some of the Jonathan Little books for more of a more modern approach to the game. Gosh, fires out such a quick check. I feel like we're just gonna get check raised here so often. Doesn't matter though. We're not giving up that C bet. He makes the call, checks to us, and now I kind of feel like maybe we're ahead with our ace high. I actually feel like if he could beat ace high, he's check raising on that flop. So queen jack, queen 10. That kind of surprises me, guys. I kind of would have expected him to fire out on the you know, like check raise on the flop. Instead, he just check calls and checks again on the turn, hoping to get more bluff money out of us, but we're not going to fall for it. Matty Matt says, okay, so then Jonathan Little is what I'd suggest, Joker City, and then you know, pick up the Zach Elwood books if you play live, because those books are great for the live poker tells. The new one that I got was the Jonathan Little one that he had a whole bunch of contributors in. I also like the Daniel Negreanu book. Power Hold'em, I think is what he called it, where he had like David Williams and Jennifer Harmon and Todd Brunson all like write a chapter. It was pretty good. I liked the Gus Hansen book, Every Hand Revealed. I think that is about the best tactics book that you can find. You know, there's a lot of poker tournament strategy books out there, but there's a distinction between strategy and tactics. I really feel like the Gus Hansen book is about the best tactical guidebook out there. And I would recommend it. What else is there? The Leather Ass book, Treat Your Poker Like a Business, was pretty good when, you know, pre-Black Friday, if you were trying to focus on multi-tabling and putting in massive amounts of volume. And I felt like the Greenstein book was really good for kind of a manual about how to be a poker player. The new ones that I got, I guess the last two books that I personally bought was the Jonathan Little No Limit Hold'em Excellence. I haven't read it yet, so I can't really say much about it. And the Mormon book, Mormon's Book of Poker, which just seems like such a wasted title. But it was a pretty good book. I mean, I have my complaints about it, and I'll eventually write a little review on pokerbooks.com, which is my site, Joker City, and eventually I'll have some really good, you know, some really good content up there as far as kind of a guide for you know, what you should play, and not what you should play, what you should read. But you're never going to really hear me say don't read that book. You know, even the worst books are going to at least give you an insight into how other people think. Even if they can't help you, they will at least let you know what other people think about. So I don't really think that there's such a thing as reading too many poker books. So, you guys, really appreciate you being here. We had Matty Matt, 2 Twitch questions for you. Is there a way to send your Twitch setup skin to a friend so they can use one similar? Also, is there a setting to turn on so people get notified when you go live? Yes and yes. Yes and yes. So, Matty Matt, I'm pretty sure that when you click on a follow, there's a way to, within Twitch, set it up so that everyone you're following, you get notified. Or, like, specifically, specific persons, you get notified when they go live. I'm sure of that. If you Google, Twitch notifications, I'm sure there's some info out there. As far as, is there a way to send your Twitch setup and skin to a friend? I'm not really too familiar with OBS. I know that if you use XSplit, you can save your scene, and you could probably send that scene with all the with all the graphic files and things that you have with your overlay to a friend to use. So yes, but I'm not really sure the specifics of that because I've never done it. Good questions though. Peter Parker, the God, says, if I'm fairly new at poker, how fast would I lose my stack in one of these $10 tourneys? I actually think that you probably would be able to hold your own until, for a few hours. I think that you'd be able to get more value than a movie for that $10. So it's generally the more aggressive players who tend to lose early. We got a mean shit right there.
Where's the bubble at in this tournament that you're playing, Dutchie? What is it bubbling? 8. Sorry, I'm playing a lot of.
I'm sorry.
things.
What are you asking?
Your bubble?
Yeah,
Your
it's going to be
8?
after the final table.
Okay.
So generally, the newer players, Peter Parker the God, are a little bit more passive. So they play a little bit more passive, even though they'll play a little looser. The structures in these WSOP.com events, especially the rebuy and add-on events, are such that they really give you a lot of play early on because they want to encourage, they kind of want to stretch it out for a few hours and give people a lot of opportunities to go broke. So I would say an hour and a half if you jumped into a $10 tournament and didn't really know too much about what you were doing, and we're just kind of watching and not playing every single hand to the river. I mean, if you played every single hand to the river, then you're looking at maybe 20 minutes. Cosmic King says bubble is on the final table, and that is right, guys. I mean, it's 9th place gets nothing, 8th place gets $339, and first in this is going to be $2,341. So that's really what we're going for. Franch79, Dutch, what is your general recommendation for tourney bankroll management? As in, how many buy-ins should one keep? It's a good question, Franch79. I was actually thinking about that earlier today when Eximo and I were going to the grocery store.
Story about me?
She was talking about something, but in
gosh.
my head I was thinking about tournament bankroll management. And what I would tell you, Fanch, is that first off, it doesn't matter how many buy-ins you have if you're not beating the tournaments. There is no bankroll management if you're playing a negative EV game. So let's just assume that you are beating the game. Well, then the tournament bankroll management, like how many buy-ins you need to keep, is going to change based on your numbers, based on your ROI percentage and your ITM percentage. So if you have a pretty high ROI and in the money percentage, and you're playing, somewhat shorter fields, you don't need quite as many buy-ins as if you are playing, with thinner margins in these PokerStars 5,000 and 6,000 man events. So that's the one thing to keep in mind. The other thing is, you're asking for a general rule of thumb. So the general rule of thumb. There's probably some pretty good discussions on this online where people have actually gotten real mathematical with it, right? Because you can start looking at things like Kelly criterion and risk of ruin and try to get your risk of ruin down to an acceptable point. So generally, if you're looking at like, I can live with a 5% risk of ruin, then you're going to need quite a few less buy-ins than if you can only live with like a 1% risk of ruin. Even as a positive EV player, you're never going to be able to get that risk of ruin down to 0, right? But you can kind of get to the point where if you do, go through your bankroll, it's a lot more likely that you are just not a positive EV player than that you just ran into really bad luck. But this is a very, very long, roundabout way of giving you a good rule of thumb. 100 buy-ins, man. 100 buy-ins. You want to play a $10 rebuy? Well, it's not really a $10 tournament. That's a $30 tournament. So you should probably have 3,000 before you start really focusing on $10 rebuys. If it's going to be $10 without the rebuys, then maybe $1,000. 100 buy-ins is probably a good rule of thumb. If you've got $300, you can play the $3. The $3 180 mans on Poker Stars. That's probably a decent enough buy-in to do that. Texas Donkey, I don't really think that there is ever going to be a new super system. Super system it's like Doyle Brunson. It might not be the best poker book out there, but it's a good quality book that really set the stage for everything to come after. I don't really think that Little's book is the new super system, but I've thumbed through it. I haven't read it yet, but I've thumbed through it. There's some good contributors. Scott Clements, I'm really looking forward to that chapter, looking forward to the Chad Holloway chapter, looking forward to the Matt Affleck chapter, maybe the Tindler chapter. We're going to make the call here, and let's see if we can't think black thoughts, think those clubs, hit it, clubs. Now what, guys? We actually hit the flop with our bottom pair, and we're now beating like the king queen and the ace queen and the ace jack and the ace queen. He fires out a very quick bet, 49.50 into 6,600. I don't know, guys. I don't know. We give up. We give up. Zarekman, nice touch. How you jumped 15K late? Last time I saw you had 13K. Any big hands? By the way, great stream. Zarekman, thank you very much. The way that happened was we had kind of a situation like this, where we woke up with a really big hand. And we will raise fade to black with our pocket kings. Such a huge hand. Such a huge hand. We'll go ahead and let fade to black have an opportunity to go ahead and get it all in here pre-flop. We're not going anywhere. He doesn't know what to do. Now he's probably okay. You know what? We're fine with him folding. We're okay with that. We would have preferred for him to shove. And maybe what we should have done there is slow play it. I just don't really like slow playing in those spots. Fade to black, firing out again. Just fearless, coming at it. Poker Insider Mag, given the instructions for how to get notifications, it's the little down arrow on the heart. When you actually follow somebody, I hope that you're following us, guys. I hope that you're actually giving us a follow here on the stream. We really need your follow to hit our goal tonight. I would really like to make 8,000 follows, and we're so close. We really need you right there. I'm pointing at you. I'm looking at you. We really need you to click on that. So we've got 7,958 follows. We need 42 more before I can feel good about this stream. I need 42 more follows, and I need a final table, but not a ninth place final table, because that's no bueno. That's no bueno in this one. So 14 out of 16, guys. We're down to 2 tables in this in the weekend warm up. I'm gonna go to the Twitterverse.
Twitterverse. This is the first time you're twittering today.
Yep, first time, guys. If you're not following us on Twitter, at Dutch Boyd and at First for Xmois, she's got a really cool username.
But I don't really Twitter anything cool yet.
Down to 2 tables in the weekend warm-up $50 RNA event on WSOP.com. I'll make the fold here. Live streaming it on twitch.tv. I better hit this tweet first before I make this raise, just in case it goes south. So we fire out the 2500. We're still not quite at that straight 2x. We'll get to that 2x once. You know what, though? The more I think about it, maybe we just never get to the 2x. Maybe we're just always just adding 100 to the 2x, which would be fine. Richard Parker making the call. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and fire out a half pot here. And hope Richard Parker has like pocket threes and folds. I don't think we're calling this. It's really irritating. Richard Parker could have Jack 10 here.
Oh, gosh.
But I feel like, you know, implied here, if we make the call, is that we're gonna have to make the call on the river too. He could have Jack 10. He could have pocket 10s. He could have the smaller pocket pair and just be floating us. I don't know, you guys. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. Feels wrong to fold this. Really irritating. WSOP player forum. I don't know that I would. I really like Mike Caro. I think that he's a very, you know, he's cool. He's done a lot for poker. He's a great ambassador for the game. I don't really think that I would put his Poker Tales book as a must read.
It's an old. I mean, how old is that book? That book's a pretty old book.
And I've played with Mike Caro a lot, and he never really impressed me that much as someone who, you know, really has a strong grasp of the game. That's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. You know, you play with Jonathan Little, and he's a guy who, you know, you know that he's thinking deep poker. You know, you play with him, and you're like, I don't want this guy at my table. I've never really felt that way about Mike. And, you know, Mike goes on and on about how, you know, he's the crazy genius. And that's kind of his image, is he wants people to think that, you know, they want him at the table. And I don't want him at the table rather than just a stranger, but he doesn't strike fear into the heart of his opponents. If he wrote another Tells book, I'd pick it up and I'd look at it for a couple minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and take a gander at it, take a guess that it's not going to, you know, it's not really going to be like game changing. Gosh, guys, I hate this. We're at the very bottom. 16 out of 16. I feel like making a call here just to, you know, it's such a. We're getting 4-1 plus implied odds, but I just don't. I don't know. So we're looking at 16, 17 bigs here, which I feel super short because we're 16th out of 16, but we actually have enough. You know, we have enough wiggle room here that I shouldn't feel as short as you know, our tournament position would indicate. A big part of no limit tournament success, you guys, is not looking down at 14, 15 big blinds and feeling like all is lost. So here we've got the blinds just went up to 800, 1600, so now we lost a little bit of ground there. But I mean, you know, we can fade you know, a full other orbit and still have 10 bigs and have some fold equity for an open ship. Full Stink 75, great to see you on the stream. He says, Dutch, great stream. My game is so much better learning from you. Man, I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really happy that that you feel like you're getting something out of the stream. We're gonna go ahead and make the fold. It's either a shove or fold. I just don't really want to shove with a queen 3 off. I kind of feel like we're more looking toward you know, more looking for those situations where we can 3-bet shove, you know, against an opponent like a mean shit or you know, someone else who has been making a lot of pre-flop moves. Jake Deasy says, do you other top players use meditation? Thoughts? Jake Deasy, I can't really talk for a lot of other players. I would say that every once in a while, I've tried to use meditation, and I'm just not good at it right now. But something that I'd like to incorporate in my game. I think that the benefits of meditation are pretty scientifically proven at this point. There's, it's not just like, new age mumbo jumbo.
Do
There's
you think you
science
show
behind it.
the payout table real quick?
Sure, guys. I will
Really
pop
quick.
up the lobby here, and we're just going to leave this lobby up for a while. Not really. So
So
this
look,
is the lobby. 2,300 up top, 1,586. Third is 1,000, and then 8th place is 339, and then 9th is nothing.
okay, now you have to play your hand and take out the lobby.
Yeah. So what do we do here, guys? I'm very, very tempted to make the shove. Very tempted. I mean, this is the kind of three bet shipping spot that looks really tempting. You got Drosif just making a call here, and I just feel like shipping, so often gets the job done and gets us, gets 25% of our stack without having to even see a flop. I'd really like to have maybe something a little bit better than 8 high. Siebenveer 2 says, I wonder what younger Dutch Boyd would say to your current play style. I think he would agree with every move. I don't know.
I think the younger Dutch boy wouldn't even be looking at the hands.
I think younger Dutch would be shaking older Dutch, shaking me right now for folding that 8-4 suited just now.
I think so.
I'm a little bit more cautious these days. Yeah. A little more cautious, a little more patient.
Don't they say that once you hit a certain age, that's what happens though? You become more cautious.
Maybe. Or maybe when you...
No, really, it's like 26. When you hit like 26, 25, something happens in your brain where you actually realize there's risks. That's why when you're younger, you do more stupid stuff.
I think there is something to that.
I know, yeah, there is. I forget the exact terminology or the situations. Let's see if
We
I
got
can find it.
Beantown Red giving us a favorite on the Twitters. Thank you very much, man. And Chinch Dog, Real Marcus, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thank you very much for the favorites and the retweets. And guys, again, I'm begging you, if you haven't clicked on the follow button, click on the follow button.
Begging.
We're trying to get to 8,000 follows tonight. I feel like it can happen, but I need your help. I need your help.
Have you read any of Alan Shoemaker's book or Shoemaker's book?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you say that so sadly.
Psychology of Poker, Dr. Alan Shoemaker. It's
What am I looking for?
It's from our friends over there at the 4. Psychology making the min raise. And guys, I don't know if Drosif folds. I have no idea what to do here.
I like making your thing beep, your phone beep.
Just seems like, 10% of our stack here, but we're getting such like good odds to make the call. The problem is, like, what would we even do here in this spot with Drosif firing out 2/3 the pot? We can hit our king, and it might not even be good. Brett Favre, God Mode, Dutch and Eskimo, so good to see you. So good to see you too, Brett. And we got Eat Rice 28. Have you ever played with Jason Somerville live?
No, not
Any
yet.
live tells you can share. Meeting him and playing him tomorrow for that PokerStars tour. I do. I have a lot of really good tells on Jason Somerville. I'm going to tell you what they are. Not really. I don't know.
You take out the lobby you did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We no longer have the
just
lobby
making
up.
sure. I had to check again.
So that's pretty cool that you get to play with Somerville tomorrow. Eat rice. Definitely wish you the best of luck with that. Gosh, and everyone's just sticking around. No one wants to get knocked out. Poker Boss making the ship for what is that? 14 bigs. Ten big blinds, you guys. I think this is probably going to be a shove, right? I think so. I don't love it.
Getting down to it.
If we get called,
oh my
then
gosh,
we just have to slide through.
sliding.
I'm not really sure what the shove fold charts would say. Look at Richard Parker making the decision here. Wow, and so we got a little bit. God damn it!
God damn it is right. That's lame. That's awful.
So we got a little nit rolled there with the ace jack. He's just like, I call. I don't know why he like puts us through the little situation where he just like loves slow rolling us. It's just he's either an asshole or he's an idiot. Either way, it just kind of irritates me.
He could have been doing something, Russ.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he was running around.
He could be multi-tabling.
I doubt it. So that's irritating. Then we actually hit our king, and we're feeling pretty good about it. We got him, drawn dead to 7 outs.
Josh is just mad
Can
right
you
now.
say drawn dead to 7 outs?
He doesn't mean anything,
so.
Mr. Parker. Please don't eat us.
Just call quicker, Richard Parker. What the hell, man? Why are you wasting our time? This is irritating.
Richard Parker's the name from the Pie movie, the lion, right?
I'm glad that it doesn't irritate you. It irritates me when a guy lets his time bank go all the way down.
Oh, did he really?
Jack. Yeah.
All the way down.
No, it was just irritating.
Well, maybe that's the first time you ever busted.
No, I was feeling like, oh, this is good. This is good. He's gonna fold. And then he lets it go all the way down. I'm like, oh, well, maybe I want him to call. Maybe he's going to call me with like 5-3. It's really irritating. Okay, guys, let's jump into something else. I feel like a final table's coming. Let's get into this $30 rebuy and add-on. Back to starting stack. Gosh, it sucks. I'm going to tilt now a little bit. Got some pretty unlucky hits there. King 6 wasn't really unlucky, but it was unlucky that we actually ran into a calling hand. I'm kind of interested to see what the push fold charts are going to say. Get this sorted out, and then yeah, I'm going to go to the I want to go to pushfoldcharts.com.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
And look at this. We got I Am Sith. I Am Sith Azagoth. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much for clicking on that subscribe button. And I Am Sith, we're going to go ahead and ship you my copy of DRM free digital version of Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that. Hopefully you get a chance to give it a read, man. Man, yeah, I tell you, Sith. Feeling a little deflated after that tournament went south. Feeling a little deflated, but your subscribe just actually cheered me up quite a bit. All of a sudden, I just shake it off and remember, we're not really, we're not streaming. We wouldn't be even playing poker if it weren't for the stream. I mean, the whole point of playing these online tournaments is to hang out with you and chill out, talk about poker. So it really makes it worthwhile, even though that event didn't go the way we wanted to. And 2,500 is definitely something I would have liked to pick up, but definitely makes me feel a lot better seeing the subscribe notification from you, Sith. So thank you very much, man. Big fist bump. Welcome to the crew, and thanks for the support. So yeah, back to starting stack. Gosh, that hurts. It hurts
so
every time. Let's see what they say. Full ring game, 10 big blinds, and we're on the button. So it likes King 2 suited. So any suited king, it likes making the ship, and it likes king 8 offsuit or better for the button there. With 8 big blinds, it's liking king 4 offsuit. So I don't know. We're not going to be able to fold our way to the money there, and I feel like we might not get a lot of other better spots. I should have shoved with that 8-4 suited. See, they're all saying the same thing.
What?
Ace Jack is insta call. Damn, 6 low roll. See?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Jerk. I know, but you don't. Yeah, I know. It's just blah blah blah.
I am Sith. I don't know if you saw the other day. I was wearing my Star Wars shirt. We both sported the Star Wars shirt, and I actually officially apologized. I was just in a bad mood that night. I'll tell you what. I'm really looking forward to the new Star Wars. J.J. Abrams. I really like what he did with the Star Trek reboot, and I can't wait to see how he closes up the Star Wars franchise. So, Bony Fish, regarding push-fold chart, how do you apply it after an all-in in front of you? You don't. You know, you're not really looking at the push-fold charts when someone goes all-in in front of you. The only reason you might want to look at them is if you know that they're looking at them. But these push-fold charts are kind of designed to be kind of a game theory optimal inflection point where even if you know that this is their range, you can't really defend against it profitably. I mean, that's the whole point of these push-fold charts. So if you know that someone's using the push-fold charts, I like what you can do. You take out your poker stove. You look at their, you pop in the range of hands that they're they're pushing with in the position that they're in, and you pop in your hand and you see what the equity is. And this isn't something that you can do at the table. I mean, this is the problem with the push-fold charts and poker stove is when you're actually in the heat of the moment, you pretty much just have to kind of go with what you're making a guesstimate at, what you should do. So, Matty Matt 316, that swear jar is gonna fill up quick. Maybe we should have a swear jar. That's actually not a bad idea, Matty Matt. Actually having like an official swear jar where every time I swear on stream, we make a donation to EFF or one drop or something. That's not a bad idea. I'm gonna think about it. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, but I think it's not a bad idea. Bony Fish saying that was not a shove according to push shove. However, I agree with it considering the position. Yeah. Pretty much there, Nilesy. I mean, King 6 is basically the same hand as Deuce to 7 when we get called. Seminole in LA. I didn't actually see what you said. Do you always wear a hat, beanie, or sweatshirt hoodie when you're at home?
You do. I don't. That's what I said.
I don't always wear a hat or a beanie or a sweatshirt hoodie when I'm at home.
Yes, you do. You always wear a sweatshirt hoodie all the time. Always. You're
every single day.
You wake up and you're like, where's my sweatshirt hoodie and my hat and my beanie? And I'm like, ah. Yes, you do. All the time.
Richard Parker saying, sorry, Dutch, was actually changing a diaper. So, yeah, I can think of about 10 puns off the top of my head. They're all they're all pretty crappy, so I won't say them.
Be nice. See, look, you have a Richard Parker.
Oh my gosh,
that's the real Richard Parker.
So Ace Jack of Hearts, that looks pretty good, guys. We're gonna go with it. I'm so sad right now after that tournament. So
Well, you
many
know
hands
what?
went bad.
The great thing is that tomorrow you have more tournaments to play.
The one that really hurt were those 8s. Those 8s versus the queens. Ugh. That was a chip lead pot right there.
If it makes you feel better, Dutch, I busted out on my free roll too.
It doesn't make me feel better.
I didn't break my $1.20. I have a $1.26.
Fade to black. Such a donk, this guy. Such a donk, this guy. Let's spark the resistance right here. La resistance. Vive la resistance.
Vive
Come on
la
for Joker A
resistance.
kicker. I'm calling so that you can call, not shove. I'm not calling so you can shove. I'm calling so you can call. And now it's just really irritating. P-Fink folds, Fade to Black isolates, I fold, and 4 Joker wakes up with like 9s against Fade to Black's Ace Jack.
Which one is this one?
Kings, yeah. Nice hand.
Which tournament is this?
So 4 Joker, Ace Kicker decides to just donk off there. And we would have been losing a pretty big pot. This is the $30 rebuy and add-on. We've got another 12 minutes before the rebuy period goes. So I mean, we're kind of taking a little bit more aggressive chances for the next 11 minutes. Clutch 6. Yes, that was. It wasn't funny while I was experiencing it. I was like, what? The force. Use the force. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and ISO P-Fink 1. And P-Fink 1, we're going to go ahead and give you the bony fish for the open limp. At this point, I just think that you really should be raising. I don't think open limping is ever right, but especially once those Andes have kicked in, it's going to get you the bony fish, and it's too tempting. It's too tempting. It just makes me want to isolate and take it down with a C-bet, and sometimes not even have to C-bet. Sometimes I just take it pre-flop. So, Just Call Me Ed firing out here. This is kind of irritating. I don't really feel like it's kind of funny. I don't really feel like if I call, maybe we get Just Call Me Ed to call too. Doesn't matter. We just raise. Just get it in there. Get ready for that double rebuy. If I gotta assume P-Fink calls, but sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't. Yeah, so he does call, and we're actually in really bad shape here. And we get back to that starting stack. Got another 10 minutes before the add-on period starts.
Well, we are going to swear when we're off stream, so. No, it's all good. It's all good. Hi, Foi Grace. Can you say that for me, Dutch? Foi Grace? Is that how you say it? I always say it wrong. You say it good, Russ.
Frau Grace.
Frau Grace.
Frau Grace.
Wow, Grace. Wow. Have you been practicing your German?
Not really. We're thinking about going to Berlin, you guys, for the WSOP Europe. That'd be a pretty fun trip. Sigh. That was irritating. Still a little tilty. 4-3 of hearts. I think that maybe we just. I don't know. I mean, when we actually hit the flush draw, and he fires out a pot-sized bet, maybe we can fold, thinking that, you know, a decent chunk of time we're actually up against a bigger flush draw. I don't know. Fanch says, do you prefer super stack slow tournaments such as 5,000 starting stack to a standard structure? If so, why? You know, Fanch, it's a good question. And I don't really think that the beginning of the tournament matters so much. What I think matters is you know, the mid and towards the end. I mean, when you get to the final table, if the effective stacks at the final table are all such that, you know, people aren't really seeing flops without having all their chips in the middle, then I don't like the structure. It doesn't matter how many, you know, what the starting stack was. It doesn't matter what the, you know, the first blind levels were. You know, those extended blind levels, all they really do is give
We are
players
gonna like
the
take over the
illusion.
poker world.
Look at this. We got D Summer 27 with the new sub. D Summer. Big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew, and thank you so much for clicking on that sub button and supporting the stream. Really appreciate it, man. And you know what we do for all of our subs, D Summer. I'm pretty sure that's a new sub, right, XMWall? What we do for all of our new subs is we send you out a copy of my book, Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that. I hope you get a chance to give it a read. You're seeing Poker Tilt right now. I mean, that 4-3 suited was a good example of Poker Tilt. I wrote the book on Poker Tilt, so give it a read, and hopefully you enjoy it. If there's anything I can do for you, D Summer, and for all of you subs to make that $5 subscribe button a little bit better of a proposition for you, a little bit better of a value for you, I want you to let me know. You can get in touch with me at dutch@dutchboyd.com. And D Summer, man, you're awesome. Welcome to the crew, and thank you so much for supporting the stream, making the fold there. This is, yeah. So the 4-3 suited comes up, and this is when I get criticized. This kind of, you know, punting $60 here. Not really that good, you guys. Not really that good.
Or is it going on now?
Right now. I'm not really happy with it. I'm not really happy with the way that 4-3 suited hand went down. I can probably just make the fold, you know, pre-flop. I don't really need to be isolating P-Fink 1. Uncle Freddy 45, he has no fold equity here. I mean, I think you're probably right, but maybe not. And if you call, what are you going to do? Just like call on the turn? So, whatever. Yeah, when we make the shove and we get the call, and he's got 8-7 of hearts. Not so good. Not so good. Maybe a little bit. It's the rebuy period, man. We got another 5 minutes to try to move up a stack. So, like I said, we're taking a little bit. You know, we're taking a little bit aggro. +1 James DeBear. So, Jimmy H coming out firing, and a mean shit in the small blind. I would love to see him just like raise. Sigh. What do we do here against Jimmy H? Jimmy H, we got some player notes. It's a pretty big bet. I think that these guys are going to get it in with us. Yeah, look at that. They do. 3s against aces. We've got the aces. Never lose. Looking pretty good. And it holds. Okay, so we're back up to...
I don't think your aces have been cracked for this is their
not
sixth
for
hand.
a long
Sixth
time.
hand that you've gotten aces. But this time you weren't saying the whole, I didn't realize you had aces because you didn't hype it up, so...
To tell you the truth, I was expecting to get it cracked right there.
So you were supposed to say the unbeatable hand, and you didn't, so...
I didn't hype it up. I'm just
You
not
should.
feeling like hyping right now. I'm feeling...
get it. Come on. Do you want me to
feeling
punch you in the
kinda
face?
No, I don't.
I can. I won't even charge you for it. Come on, you gotta be happy here.
And we are going to make the fold here. T-Mac9938, we got pretty far. We got pretty far. He says, did Dutch get far in the $50 tourney earlier today? Pretty far. Pretty far. Final 2 tables. Got knocked out in 16th place, so missed that final table. And missed the money, too. But it was okay. We are back, you know, at a another tournament. Every tournament is another chance. We made plenty of mistakes today. Got unlucky a few times. I'm sure that we've sucked out a few times as well. I don't remember ever sucking out, but I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Wow, Bugsy.
I like.
Bugsy, 22, 22, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Bugsy, thanks so much for clicking on that sub button. Welcome to the crew. You're awesome, man. We're going to ship you that DRM-free digital version of my book. You can read the lows and the highs, and you know, it's been quite the journey up to this point, and we're continuing that journey every day, starting with this tournament. So hopefully you get a chance to give it a read. You can load it up on your iPad or your Nook or your smartphone, PDF reader. For now, at least, you know, maybe not always, but for now, it's just, you know, something that we ship to all of our subs. We might stop doing that.
No.
You know, maybe at some point in the future.
Are you really that tilty that you're threatening to take away?
Just saying. I'm just saying. It might not always be a sub perk. It might not always be a sub perk. But for now, it's a sub perk for you, Bugsy.
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Way
I don't see why it wouldn't be. Mr.
Well,
Negative.
let's say that we write another book. We're writing another book, Poker Tells, and maybe we want to give that one to the subs instead of the.
Well,
book.
let's not put the horse before the carriage. You have to write the book first before you make some dreamy. Yeah, no, and I don't. You know what? It's okay to give this one out, and I think that
you do put the horse before the carriage, right?
Or the carriage before the horse. Damn it! Yes, you're right. Good job. See, that's good. You're paying attention.
Yay!
So I know that you're gonna win. That was a test.
That was a test, and I passed.
That was a test, and you passed. Good job.
Oh man, yeah, Uncle Freddy. Nobody plays perfect poker all the time. No one plays perfect poker all the time. I'm no different. I make a lot of mistakes. A ton of mistakes, and we've seen a few of them in the last few days. It's been kind of a rough couple days, really. We haven't made any of those deep caches that we like to see. But every tournament's a second chance, and this one would be a fun one. I think that we're at the rebuy and add-on period. I thought that we were. I thought this was. I thought this has been going on for a while. 115 minutes is when the add-on period starts, and this started. Yeah, this is. We should see the add-on period like right now. We must have to be waiting for some of the other tables to finish. So yeah. Let's get a final table. Let's get 8,000 follows. Where are we? We're pretty close to 8,000 follows right now, guys. Let me take a look here.
I'm glad you didn't start the habit of just folding your aces, babe.
Just folding aces?
Yeah.
So we got 19 people left before we hit 8,000 follows. If you are watching right now and you haven't clicked on the follow button, please click on that follow button. This is our goal. 8,000 follows tonight.
Then he'll feel like he's fulfilled.
Then I will feel fulfilled. Feel fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And he'll have purpose again.
Yeah.
Nope,
yeah.
We're not watching that.
No spoilers, guys, for the
fight.
For the fight. No spoilers for the fight. Okay, guys, we're gonna be right back as soon as this add-on period starts. I'm gonna just take a little break. And that's going to do it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Boca Roll. We are gonna like take over the Boca Roll.
Okay, so we're back. Went and got a little snack, and I looked over, and there
You
we
have a
are.
resub
We've got
and a
Marsupial
sub.
311 with the resub 5 months in a row. Big fist bump to you, Marsupial. Awesome meeting you this summer too, over at the summer. If you guys signed up for a total rewards card right outside of the tournament area, there's
Dutch
a chance
was-
that you might have
Dutch was standing there
met
greeting
Marsupial.
every. Oh,
And LOL Russians, man, Privyet. Welcome to the welcome
Privyet.
to the crew. Big fist bump to you. Thank you so much for supporting the
like
stream.
that.
Thanks for clicking on that sub button. It really means a lot to me, man. Really means a lot to me. So yeah, LOL Russians. I'm gonna have Exmoa down there. She's sending you over a an e-link for the my book Poker Tilt, DRM free for you. So yeah, guys, let's go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and raise this 1,500, making it that 2.5x. Jimmy H coming in here with a little 600. So that's a pretty good flop, guys. Pretty good flop for Ace Queen. We will fire out the same amount, 1,500.
Oh no, I'm having a carb headache again.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I need some carbs.
Wow. And Jimmy H is like, ship it. He could have aces, right? He could have queens. He could have sevens or fives. And we're sitting here with top pair, top kicker.
Wow.
No idea what to do here, you guys.
Jimmy H, huh? He's cray cray.
Like, no idea.
Do we win?
Yeah, we won.
I don't really know until the chips slide to your way. Oh, gosh. Good job. That was really nice. Good for you. You done good. You done good, Mr. Wolf. You done good.
Thank you.
Are you eating?
I am.
What are you eating? Bread? Oh, and you
sourdough
didn't
bread.
even give me any, man. Oh my gosh. No.
So yeah, guys, that was a weird spot because he just check shoved for 3 times the pot. It was just such a huge overship that I'm, thinking about all the different hand combinations that he could have. And a good chunk of those hand combinations that he could have actually beat us. And the ones that don't beat us, a good chunk of those have a lot of outs that we have to fade. So it's not an easy call hitting top pair, top kicker there after he's willing to just put his whole stack in the middle with I mean, that was a huge ship, you guys.
Well, he thought he had better.
Well, I don't know what he thought. I think that he was just, this is the thing. I don't know what he thought. I do know that it's a mistake what he just did. So he raised about 2.5x under the gun, early position with king queen. Called my 2.5x re-raise. My 3-bet. Then check shoved like 4 or 5 times the pot. 4 times the pot with a queen 7-5 flop, 2 diamonds. So he's only gonna get called if when he gets called there, he's hating.
We are gonna like take over the
He's
poker
kind of
world.
turning his hand into a bluff, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Kim Unger, 4 months in a row, sticking with us this long. Kim, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Kim Unger with the resub. It really means a lot to us. It really means a lot to us. Thank you so much for sticking with us as long as you have, especially during the World Series when we really didn't stream that much. We only streamed maybe
Just-
3 times,
Yeah, not
and then we
very
had
much.
a couple Hearthstone streams just to kind of take the edge off of poker. But really appreciate it, Kim. Really appreciate it, and thank you so much for sticking with us and supporting the stream. It really means a lot to us.
Sippin' Remy says, Dutch Boyd. Hey, Dutch, are low limit hold'em games in your local card rooms beatable in the long run?
In my local card room, yeah. In the long run, you're going to be able to beat the 1-2 and the 1-3 no limit over at Caesar's Palace for sure. They are beatable. They're not easy to beat, and it's not because of the quality of play. It has everything to do with the rake and the rake structure. I mean, they take so much off of the tables that you really have to have a pretty considerable edge to be able to beat the games. Just the nature of poker is so negative sum that the vast majority of poker players lose, and there really has to be some big donators at the table for a table to be worth playing. You really need to be practicing good game selection for sure. Poker Master 65 is saying he's got a flush draw or set. That's the only thing it can be, flush draw or set, no in betweens. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't think so. There is an in between, Poker Master. There's always an in between.
Oh, he says.
I know, right?
Oof. Cookie Monster had a question about how much does it cost if he has no experience with online tournaments, and how much is it for 3 rebuys and 1 add-on in a $30 tournament? That's what is it? Is add-ons usually more, or is it the same?
That was our buddy Jimmy H, right? The one who messed us up with that 6-3 against
Yeah, you
our
didn't
aces.
like Jimmy H. Yes, you killed him.
Mhm.
But so what is that? If it's the add-on's usually $30, right? Or is
You
it
know
more?
what? I'm gonna put that in the highlight reel.
Okay, I'll write it down. I'll write it down.
I gotta find a pin.
I got it. I wrote down the time already.
You got it?
Yep. I wrote down a few times here. So
4 hours.
just 4 hours.
4 hours in the stream.
Oh, okay. And so our add-ons $30. They're $30 too, right? If it's $30. I never pay attention. I should. Oh, June. June's yelling at me.
So we would be making it 680, guys. We're going to make it 680 plus the open limp. And Robbie 41 is going to go and get that bony fish. And yeah, June's yelling at everybody. What was your question, Michelle?
I whispered it to you.
Okay. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, this is probably going to get through right here.
See what June wants.
Cookie Monster says, I have no experience with online poker tournaments, but I'm curious, how much does it cost to make 3 ribeyes and 1 add-on in the $30 entry tournament? $120. So each, so you buy in for 30, and then each rebuy is going to be 30, and 1 add-on is going to be 30. Love Stars asking, what's your views on R.I.P. Doyle? I don't like it. I don't like it. One of these days it's going to be true, you know, and that is a walking legend. It's going to be a sad day in poker when he's not with us anymore.
Peanut butter on there too?
Yeah, a little bit. Do you want some peanut butter?
Too much.
So I'm not really a big fan. Honestly, with all the celebs dying this year, yeah. Hopefully not, Bob Hatter. I hope that Doyle outlives us all. I'm gonna have to actually think about that one.
Well, that could mean like retirement, like he's retired.
No, it doesn't mean retired. R.I.P. means dead.
No, rest in peace in retirement.
Yeah.
Too bad we didn't listen to that NPR thing about how death isn't a end.
Yeah, it's too bad.
June, where's she barking?
I don't know. June's going crazy.
Must be an earthquake coming.
I will say, if like all of a sudden,
Oh my gosh, we should start
a
doing
Vegas
that as a joke.
earthquake happened.
That would have been a good joke. We could have really
Every time,
plotted
just
it.
like,
Oh my gosh, what's happening? It's an
that's pretty
earthquake.
funny.
Yeah, June.
Guys, we're pretty close. We're only 6 follows away from hitting that 8,000 mark. And that's pretty much our goal tonight. We had 2 goals coming into the stream tonight. 1, make a final table. 2, hit 8,000 views. You can help us with that second goal. I mean, I'm pretty much on my own for the first, but we're looking pretty good in this one. 2nd out of 48. We've got the kind of stack that can get us there. Let's look at the lobby, shall we? And while we look at the lobby, I would just invite you, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, go ahead and click on the follow button. We're only 6 people away from hitting our goal tonight, and you can really help. It doesn't cost you anything. Of course, if you are already following and you want to show a little bit more love, you can always click on the sub button. I mean, subs pay the bills. You guys, you subs, you guys are awesome, and you guys are the reason we even do this. But it's also really cool to have follows. Yeah, so here's what we're looking at, and now we have a hand that I'm not really gonna fold here. I almost want to raise just because I feel like Ace Jack probably should be in our 3-bet range. Instead, we just make the call and check. We missed, laggity taggity. We missed. You got this. We didn't miss. I wonder how many bullets this guy has in him. And, you know, the problem is we're representing a diamond draw, and the diamond draw got there. So it's kind of hard for us to get paid off now that that 9 of diamonds hit. But I don't think that if we check there, we're getting a bluff from Laggity Taggity almost ever. I mean, maybe if he has like a king jack or like a queen 10, he just can't help himself. But most of the time, we're just not really getting any value there, and we just kind of have to hope that he gets stubborn and curious. You know, you never have the quite the fold equity that you think you have. So anyway, maybe we should have check raised on the flop. You know, that would have been an okay line to take with ace jack. Maybe we should have check called and fired out on the turn. That would have been an okay line too. But I'm okay with this one too. Cookie Monster, thank you very much for saying so. Really appreciate you being here. Lapper 30. You know, there's a lot of different lines to take. Every single hand has a lot of different lines. And the one that you're talking about last night, I remember it. We had King 3. We defended in the blind. We had King 3 suited. And the flop came out 7-3-3, so we just kind of hit that treasure flop. And if I remember how it went down, I think that we fired out. I can't remember what line we took. We were up against 4 people. I believe we fired out. Or we might have just check called. I don't remember the line, to tell you the truth. If you think that it would have been better to fire out a bet on the turn with the bottom full house, planning on folding if we get raised, well, you know, that's probably a better line. In the hot seat, it felt like the right move to make.
That bread was really good.
Yeah.
DD pulls dog, keeps on barking back at Dawn. Jin, I mean. Because there's going to be an earthquake, guys. That's why.
Yeah.
Mark my words, it's going to happen.
Mark June's words. Mark June's
knows.
bark.
I hope the lobby isn't still on, is it?
No.
Okay.
I took it off. So, Letus Brutalis says, I'm curious if I'm starting out live, but have played a lot, so not new to the game. Should I focus on cash games or tournaments at the casino? Thanks. It's a really good question. I think that if you're just starting out live, but you've played a lot online, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I think that, you know, making the transition from online to live, I would say that in general, in my experience, overall, like you average out the skill level, and the skill level in your daily tournaments is going to be a little bit lower than the skill level in your cash games. Tournaments end up busting bad players a little bit slower. So it's a little, you know, really bad players are able to kind of stay in action longer than they can in the no limit. That being said, there are much worse players in cash games than in tournaments. Okay, so if you walk into a live card room, do you understand what I'm saying, Letus Brutalis? So if you average up the average skill of the tournament field versus the average skill of the cash field, I think that average the tournaments is going to be a little bit lower than the cash, but you're going to find much more extremes in the cash, and you're going to find, you know, the worst cash game player is going to be worse than the worst tournament player. And with cash games, it's all going to be about game selection. So, I will say this though: if you want to look at hourly rate, if you want to look at, what's better on the brain, if you want to look at what has a higher ceiling as far as what you can earn, I would probably focus on cash games. But tournaments are a lot of fun, and you kind of have to just be honest with yourself, because you might be the kind of person who's just better at tournaments because you won't ever walk away from a cash game. You know, if you're not the kind of person who will look around constantly and say, is there a better table for me? Is there a better spot for me? Is this really a good situation? Well, I mean, if you're the kind of player who sits down in a game and won't leave it, will just not leave it, then tournaments are for you. Tournaments are for you, my friend. We got door handle trolling. Gosh, I feel like I'm back in 4th grade. Laggity taggity, we will make the call here with a queen 8.
Door handle on here?
Yeah. Ha ha ha. I feel like I'm watching an episode of The Simpsons when they were still prank calling Mo.
Oh. Hello, the UK Hammer. Monster 1170 new here. What site is this? This is Real Money. It's Real Money and it's WSOP.com.
So James DeBear about that ace jack, betting the river instead of checking the river. And at that point, if the diamond didn't come, then I like betting a lot more. I considered checking, but the problem with checking is I just don't think that I think that diamond is such a scare card for Laggity Taggity, the way that the hand played out, that he's never really betting for value there. So I think I lose a lot of value off of the weaker aces, and maybe even maybe even those mid pocket pairs that maybe he calls with. I don't really think he's calling a lot, but I don't think that he's betting either. So I think that we do lose some value off of those weaker aces. Robbie 41 making the min raise. I like it. You know what? We're going to go ahead and come in on the button, 10-8 suited, and hopefully induce one of these blinds to call. And we do get the call from Just Call Me Ed. The flop is not the worst. I mean, we do get open-ended with a backdoor flush draw, so we could have we could certainly design better flops, but this isn't so bad. I don't really feel like raising here. I want to go ahead and make the call and hopefully get maybe one of these guys to also call. I see a lot of people raise here to buy a free card. I think generally you're better off when there's other people in the pot to call and hope that they call as well. Give you a little bit better of a value to go for your hand. So
we have two XRD signed up for a Twitch account because he saw you on YouTube.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, he's never
2XRD. He's never been here on the live stream, huh?
He's never been on.
Is this the first time?
Yeah, and he's never been into Twitch because he doesn't play video games.
That's awesome. 2XRD, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here, and thanks for checking out the YouTube videos. I wonder if Laggity Taggity actually finds a fold here. He might. The way that this hand played out, I could easily have a set.
Could you?
And so he must have had a heart draw, right, guys? I mean, that must have been what we just saw. Moonstruck, that's about right. I'm gonna do a I'm going to do a refresh here. Guys, things are looking up. We are above 8,000 follows. I want to thank all of you
did
guys.
we already do it? Did you do it?
8,004 follows.
Congratulations.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with your views, your follows, and your subs. Really appreciate it. And look, now we are also chip leader too, by a pretty wide margin, I think. There's only one other guy who's above 50,000, and then 2 people who are over 40,000. You have to start looking in like 9th place before you get into the 20s. So we have a pretty nice stack here in front of us. You guys are so great. Thank you so much for clicking on on those follow buttons, and goal 1 down. Goal 1 down. We only have one more goal.
Hey Dutch, can you give some tips for picking the appropriate cash game tables?
For picking the appropriate cash games at the tables, like how to spot the sucker. How do you spot the sucker?
Yes, how to spot the sucker. How to go bum hunting live.
The first thing you should do is look for the alcohol.
Yes,
that's the very
laughing
first thing.
and laughing.
Okay.
If they're laughing it up, right? Don't you feel like drinking and laughing it up?
I feel like, happy tables are generally better tables. Yes. Happy tables are better tables. Look for the alcohol.
Do you want a table that has straddlers?
No. I would say
avoid those,
no.
people that are laughing and straddling here.
I mean, straddling is bad. Okay?
I know,
like,
but some people do it.
Straddling is a bad play, but generally the people who straddle are comfortable at the table, and they're giving away equity. But it's pretty rare that I look at someone who straddles and says it's a bad move, it's a bad play, but they're rarely like the big fish at the table, even though they're making what is a bad move, and they're eating into their hourly rate for sure. It doesn't matter. The thing is, they can be eating into their hourly rate. You really need big losers at the table, and the big losers you're looking for are loose, passive players. So look for people who see any flop. You really need to start counting, and if there's a guy that is at your table who sees every flop, you're at a good table. If there's a guy who just never folds, and you really need to be paying attention at every showdown, but you don't really need to get to showdowns or even turns to really start in your own head coming up with some sort of VPIP percentage of your opponents. And if that VPIP percentage is over 50 or 60% for one or two of those opponents, then it's a good game. I mean, how do you find that out? With cash games, it's kind of nice because you can actually scope out the cash game before you decide to even sit down. So you can actually just be watching on the rail, watching. Watch 2 orbits and pick out 2 guys and count how many of those hands in those 2 orbits they actually see a flop with. You're looking for limps, or you're looking for loose passive play, or you're looking for loose aggressive play. So if the main thing is guys who see a lot of flops. So if a guy sees 60% of flops, it doesn't matter if he's raising with it or calling with it. He's not going to be a winning player, and he's going to be a big enough donator to make it worth your time to sit down. So yeah, guys, got some questions about that 10-8 hand where we actually hit the straight on the turn. And a couple of you are suggesting that maybe we should have slow played it. The reason that we didn't slow play it is because we actually put Laggity Taggity on a draw where he's either going to hit his draw and crush us on the river, or he's going to miss the draw and we're not really going to get any value out of it. So we want to make the raise there on the turn to not to get him to fold. We're not trying to protect our hand from a draw coming, because he's, you know, we really only put him on 9 outs. We're making the bet there on the turn to extract more value out of his draw. I mean, he was getting 3-1 because we made a half pot size raise, so he's getting 3-1 to make the call. And in his head, he's thinking, okay, well, I'm actually getting more like 4.5 to 1, because if a heart comes, then I'm going to be able to get the rest of my chips in. He's right. We would have paid him off. But it's kind of a bigger disaster just not charging him there. You know, when we're 80-something% to win that hand, assuming he has what we think he has. Skelly Factor, we're going to make the fold against you, man. He's got that shark. He's got that shark icon. I know that sometimes he hangs out in the stream. He knows our game inside and out. He probably knows our game better than we know our game. And I just don't really feel like playing out of position against Skelly Factor.
Drunk Korean. Dutch Boyd, I want to know if foreign countries have different atmospheres considering Texas Hold'em. Do people in foreign casinos play differently? Does Texas Hold'em even exist in countries outside of Texas?
In countries outside of Texas. So you must be from Texas. Yeah, I can't really... I'm not really the player to ask.
But they have different chips. That's one thing.
I can tell you, certainly poker exists outside of Texas, and Texas Hold'em exists all over the world.
Yeah,
and
Brazil,
I would also say that different regions have their own, playing styles. They've developed their own playing styles. In general, I do feel like I am in the area where the best players in the world are. Las Vegas, Nevada. I mean, this is where the best players come to. It's not like we were raised here. We've come to the Las Vegas because this is the premier gambling destination in the world. You also have Macau, where you got some of the top players going to Macau to take advantage of the new Chinese money. I would say anytime you have kind of a region where poker is new, a lot of times you're going to have very aggressive, like crazy maniacal play coming out of those regions. We kind of saw it with Latin America. We kind of saw it with Eastern Europe. But then America has the highest GDP of any country, and it's not even close. So as a result, what tends to happen is when you find foreigners who are playing like 1-2 no limit, well, that's a low limit game here. But in Estonia or Latvia or Brazil, the kind of players who can play 1-2 no limit or 2-5 no limit are actually, those are like the high limit pros. So you actually run into, depending on how low the GDP is and how low the average salary is for the region that you're of a player that you're playing with, I would say the more likely it is that if they're in your game, they're actually pretty decent. So just keep that in mind. Of course, it depends. If sometimes you just get, like if some crazy Chinese player is in your game and it's a really big game, well, it's probably just more likely that he's in one of the triads out there and he's making a lot of illegitimate money. But you definitely have different playing styles based on different regions. Yeah, Enlightened Rage, it does interest me. Pi J, I'm going to make the call against you, buddy. And I hope to hold. Well, that's going to do it. Pi J plays a lot of big stakes here. So I think that he's just so much more likely to get it in with hands like Ace Queen and Ace Jack. than a lot of other players. I think that we might have even been able to see him make that ship with, any pocket pair and a lot of overcards. A lot of overcards. So we make the call. Got it in good. Held up.
Let's do it. Good job. That was a beautiful hand. Dates and Ragdoll 1, 2,
We are gonna
5
take over the poker
are
world.
watching you, and they want you to take this down. And Zack Attack. Oh, our friend. Isn't he Mod? Zack Attack, or is that a
I
different
think
Zack?
he is.
Yeah. Zack Attack won our
Zack Attack
home
won
game.
our inaugural home
our-
game after 7 hours
7
because
hour home
I
game.
screwed up the structure. It turns out that creating a tournament structure is harder than it looks. Zack Attack sticking with us for 5 months in a row. That's huge, man. Thank you very much for still being here. We're gonna get those home games back at some point. I emailed PokerStars. If any of you guys are like higher ups at Amaya, real big, big PokerStars suits, and you feel like doing us a solid, lift that home game limit. They were limiting us to 100. Yeah, so I think that we're gonna say goodbye to Ex Moi. It's getting late here in Vegas. She wants to
Eat in peace.
eat in peace and chill out. Maybe we'll see you a little
I'm
later.
gonna take a nap.
Maybe.
I think I'm tired now.
Maybe we'll see you later.
I know I need to stay up. Maybe.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and say goodbye to her. that's a pretty good exit. Pretty good exit.
Am I out now?
Yeah.
They can hear me though, right? I can put my mic on still. I just don't feel like. I only can take so much. I don't know how you do it all day. Oh wait.
An anonymous donated $10. Hey, really enjoyed the stream. I feel like I've really improved my tournament game by watching you play. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much, man. Let me actually go to. This is just an issue with Twitch alerts. Sometimes the username doesn't come up. That's from Steezy. So Steezy, thank you so much, man. Thank you very much for clicking on that donation button, and really means a lot to us, man. That's our first donation of the day. Big fist bump to you, Steezy. And we really appreciate your support. I'm glad that you're getting something out of the stream, and I wish you all the continued success at the poker table. Look at Skelly Factor now making it 1,075. I mean, like, he heard us. He was like, okay, well, if you're not going to defend with against 1,100, maybe 1,075. 10-3 offsuit. There's just nowhere really to go with that hand, and even though we're getting 3-1. We're out of position with a hand that probably, we're probably looking at maybe like 30%, 33%. So we really only need to be getting 2-1 if we were just to run it out hot and cold, but it's not hot and cold, and I think that in that kind of situation with that kind of hand against that kind of player, our reverse implied odds actually outweigh the implied odds. It's a lot more likely that we actually hit our hand and lose a lot of money than hit our hand and get a lot of money. So there's just nowhere to go with it. We're done. But you know what, Skelly Factor? We might have to just, dig our heels in and any two next time. I don't quite know what you're saying there, drunk Korean. What is a player's buff corner stony thingy?
Let me see where.
I'm not really sure what you're saying, but certainly a country GDP can influence the like a country's GDP can influence the type of players that come out of that country. I mean, if you got a country with kind of a low GDP and a low a low average salary and an average wage, and there's some guy who from that country that ends up playing the highest stakes game in Vegas, it's a lot, it's just kind of crazy that they were able to even get themselves out here. I mean, So, yeah, I mean, it makes a difference. The best way to think about it, right, is like a lot of countries actually just get banned from online sites because there's just no deposits coming in from those countries, yet they're taking a lot of money out of the ecosystem. Uh, a lot of times they'll blame it on cheating and collusion. A lot of times they'll blame it on credit cards. But I've seen, I've talked to some insiders and some operators who there are certain countries that just have such a low deposit rate as opposed to their withdrawal rate that they'd rather just keep them out. So kind of interesting. Caveman Doctor, what kind of vintage deck do you have on MTGO? Good question, Caveman Doctor. No vintage deck on MTGO. I'll tell you what, if you guys missed it, they made this announcement where basically now their daily events are never, ever going to be positive EV. They're still firing with the old payout structure, and they just switched their payouts to Magic Origins boosters. So for the next 2 weeks, you can have a plus EV playing constructed dailies. But they just switched to imaginary points, the play points as prizes, and I actually think it's going to help in some respects because it kind of puts a bottom floor on how low the EV can go. I mean, for daily events, and it kind of resurrects the 2-man queues, which traditionally, I mean, you'd buy in for 2 tickets and first place would be a pack that was worth less than 2 tickets. So it's like it revitalizes the 2-man queues, but what it also ensures is that there's just never ever going to be another tournament on Magic the Gathering Online that's a plus EV event. And even though maybe certain players can go infinite, the events themselves are always going to be negative EV and just raked so heavy that I gave up on it. I sold out my collection. I'm still trying to get rid of the tickets because so many players sold out their collection when that announcement came down and when the implications became clear they killed Vintage, basically. They killed Vintage, they killed Pauper, and now they just want you to draft all day, whatever. You know what? Magic the Gathering, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I love that game. I played that game since I was 12, and those guys up in Renton have run that online site into the ground. It's so lame, and I'll tell you when they should worry. I mean, is when you got David Williams, who is just playing Hearthstone instead of Magic. That's a problem. When Rug Doctor would rather be making arena runs than playing vintage dailies or doing vintage Super League, that's a problem. Pro Magic is still alive and well. I mean, EFRO's doing fine. They're still doing Grand Prix with record numbers. But Magic the Gathering Online is, in my opinion, just it's stuck in 2002. It's just such a disappointment that I can't really feel good about playing on there anymore. So I sold out all my cards. I've got a bunch of tickets that I'm waiting to get rid of because all the places that you can sell tickets to actually dropped their buying price to 90 cents on the dollar, where it was 95 cents on the dollar pretty steady forever. So I'm trying to get 95 cents. I'm sure it'll go back up to 95 cents on the dollar. If any of you guys have some Bitcoin and want to buy some Magic the Gathering Online tickets, I've got them. I'm selling them for 95 cents on the dollar. I actually have an ad in the market, MTGO marketplace on the trade channel right now. And I had one buyer who bought 10% of my tickets for Bitcoin. Other than that, it's just waiting. Making the fold here, guys. Making the fold. So yeah, you know what? I'll miss Magic, but I'm gonna just be playing. I mean, maybe I'll do a little Friday Night Magic. Maybe I'll do some drafting with some friends here in Vegas. But I just don't really see a point to playing online anymore. It's too much of a money suck. I can't really support it. The fact that so yeah, Hearthstone it is. Whatever. Threw in the last troll. I know, man. I love that username. I know that you love Magic too. I was rolling a Thrune deck. Just breaks my heart, you guys. MTGO, Modo. What a joke. What a joke of a site. These guys are just printing money, literally printing money. And they just screw it up over and over and over and over. And you know, they just keep on screwing it up. It's really depressing. So, two XRD. What is MTGO? MTGO is Magic Online, Magic the Gathering Online. Magic the Gathering. If you've never played it, never heard about it, just do a Google search. I mean, it's a fun little strategy game. A lot of good poker players have come from a Magic background. I used to play. You know, I started playing Magic when I was 12, around Revised. Had a full set of Power 9. Had the dual lands. Sold them to get my my first car, a used Mercury Cougar. Had two Black Lotuses, some Alpha, a couple of Alpha Moxes. I mean, I built up a really nice collection, like a $1,500 collection. And now when I look at the prices, it just makes me want to throw up. So I'm sure one day, you know, I hope that one day down the line, I hope 20 years from now, I'm going to be lamenting to my, you know, to my children about how, yeah, once upon a time, guys, I had a full set of online Power 9. VMA came out, and I bought it into it. And then I stupidly got rid of it because I thought that Magic Online was dead. Yes, Baba Ganoush, he pretty much is just right on the money. Magic Online could have been amazing. It could have been amazing. It still could be amazing. But it's not. It's not amazing right now. Everyone knows it's not. It's like, you know, you play Magic Online and you just like, it's not amazing. No one's going to be like, this is the best site I've ever seen. And so they're just, when they're losing professional Hall of Famers to Hearthstone, that's when you know what, it's time to go. It's time to go. I am. I'm on an MTGO rant. Baba Ganoush says, me too on MTGO. I have a lot of personal connection to MTGO, and they dropped the ball. Drunk Korean. In my opinion, I feel like Westerners have the strongest disciplines and practices when it comes to Texas Hold'em. I don't know why. It's just the American culture that makes people have the idea where they can capitalize off of other mistakes and really hit the high-risk, high-reward play astonishingly well. I guess it happens when a culture happens to be too tight or close to their money that the red, white, and blue kicks their head in. You might be right about that, Drunk Korean. I mean, you know, America is pretty much a nation of risk takers. Everybody who came out to America was taking a pretty big risk or fleeing from something. I mean, it's definitely a melting pot of entrepreneurship. I don't think it's really any, you know, I don't think it's just coincidence that you look at some of the best inventions of the last century, all coming from America. You've got, you know, the media capital of the world coming out of Hollywood. I don't really think that's coincidence. I think that there is actually something in the culture which has to do with how we all got here. Very much, you know, it's every country has their own culture. I love being American, but I do think also, you know, a lot of it has to do, Drunk Korean, with the fact that it is an American game. I mean, this is a game that really evolved, you know, on the riverboats. So this sucks now because Skelly Factor knows that we're not defending with any two cards. So this actually misses us, you know. So we actually hit a pretty good turn card for us. Now we have an open-ended straight draw. We'll fire out a half-pot size bet and see if we can just get through. Yeah, 2XRD. MTGO, Magic Online, would love everyone to believe that it's not a gambling site. But in the end, it is a gambling site. It's ridiculous for them to treat their site like it's not a gambling site. You know, sure, there's a lot of skill in Magic, but you have a shuffler, so okay, let's take a look. We've got Just Call Me Ed limping in, a couple more limpers. We're gonna go ahead and make the call, getting 9-1 on our offsuit connectors here. Yeah, Hearthstone was designed really well, really well. I mean, the gamification of Hearthstone is just top notch. You know, like I'm playing like on the iPad for the first time, and I win my first game, and all of a sudden I get unexpected gold, right? Those kind of little unexpected bonuses, they're really pretty. They're really pretty compelling, and they keep you playing because you don't know when the next one's going to be. They keep you, you know, the way that they have. I mean, everything about that game, like the applause when you win, and like psychologically, it makes you feel like people are actually applauding you. You know, it's weird because that game had, you know, those game designers, they really did a good job with it. Okay, so we would be making it 5K. We're going to make it 7 since Skelly Factor went ahead and decided to come along for the ride. And I think that we probably just blow through them both. But if we don't, we've got the Ace-King off, so I'm okay with that. We've been a little bit snug so far in this tournament. Okay. So, yeah, Skelly Factor deciding to trap us with the Pocket Kings. Well done. Sigh. Just kind of irritating. I mean, when we finally decided to make the call, even if he turned over his hand, we're still making the call. We're only 2-1. We only got about 33. You know, we have about 30-something% there. Enlightened Rage. No, I'm not going to be playing that tournament. I'm going to have to leave it for you to win. Kay Weiner asking how we did in the midnight last night. Not so well. Kind of punted it, to tell you the truth. That one would have been a fun beat to put on you, Skelly Factor. You know, I don't really like the. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't really like the slow play with the Pocket Kings. I mean, it kind of worked. I guess he got what you wanted. You got all the chips in the middle against Ace King, and I just feel like a lot of times you're inviting people to come along and get those kings cracked. I don't think it's a good move. I also think that you're losing on a lot of value when Fade to Black, who has that bull, has hands like queens or jacks or tens or nines or ace king, ace queen, where he wouldn't mind getting it in the middle with your pre-flop, but he's not going to love getting it in the middle if the flop comes like, you know, a little dangerous. Let's say he has pocket tens. You decide to slow play your kings, and then the flop comes out, you know, ace queen 3. Well, he's not putting another dime in. Whereas if you raise pre-flop, you could easily get Fade to Black to go ahead and donk out with his pocket tens against your kings. Yeah, Marsupial 311, you're not kidding. MTGO, the onboarding for MTGO is just ridiculous. It's horrible. You know, and then like when you're actually trying to figure out how the marketplace works and like how to look at the value of tickets and how to trade, and it's just really, really bad. Really bad. Those guys should be ashamed of themselves in Renton. They really should. They've taken a game that like it's like I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna stop on the rant because it just puts me in a bad mood. It's such a, you know, it's just such a fond memory for me of playing, you know, Magic the Gathering for the first time with my brother, opening cards and seeing like Sarah Angel and falling in love, you know. And then you fast forward 15 years and it's like, oh wow, I can play online, and it's just like, you know, it sucks. They just sucked it. All the joy that should be online is just not there. It's just really irritating. Everything about that site is just a disappointment. And it's just, I want it to be better. I want it to be good, but it's just not. This really makes me upset. So fade to black coming in, and I think ace 5. This is gonna be a raise. We're gonna go ahead and put fade to black to the test. If fade to black does make the shove, we're not going anywhere. So we don't love it, but let's see, a 4 or an ace. Can we hit it? We do. We put that bad beat on fade to black. It's not that bad of a beat. 2 to 1. 2 to 1 is what we're looking at. So we're somewhere in the 30s there. I don't feel bad about it. I'm kind of expecting him to make the raise with a lot of hands, even hands that we're ahead of. We could have just made the call there pre-flop. Folding I think is a little too nitty against fade to black. We've seen him just make all sorts of crazy shoves and chips. So 3-betting is okay too. We want to have a lot of aces in our 3-betting range. Ace 5 offsuit, it's okay. When he makes the ship then, and we're getting 3 to 1, it's just a little bit awkward. But that's gonna be good. That was a nice suck out. So if we didn't hit that, we would have been in like 9th place. As it is, we get to retain our chip leader position. And we're going to be right back, guys. I'm going to take a little break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to try to close this night out. We hit our first goal of 8,000 follows. We're going to hopefully make our second goal of a final table, and we can do it with you right here. I hope that you don't go anywhere. I hope that you stick with us on this journey. Could be really good. See you in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back, guys. Baba Ganoush coming up with those awesome revised cards. Love them. Love them. Lord of the Pit, Shivan Dragon, Mohammedi Jin. Okay, we got Lynette Himiko. MTGO killed my dreams of getting into the game. And no, it killed my dreams too. Skelly Factory coming in with that 1750. I think we're going to go ahead and make the fold here. Oh, wow. Cowboys full. Way back when. That would... I mean, is that 1989? Are we talking 1989 here? How much is that Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card from that Upper Deck set? That Upper Deck set, man, that sure changed the landscape of collectible trading cards, didn't it? Okay, just call me Ed. We're coming at you. No. I mean, cheat. You can, we'll go ahead and get out of your way, I suppose. Okay, so he gets called by the sixes. Does the sixes hold? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And Litter PH says, you win a lot of hands right before the break. Yeah, we kind of planned it out that way to go out on a high note. Coyote X69 in the stream. Good to see you, man. Future Governor still chilling out with us. Chip Leader Hype. Yeah, Baba Ganoush. I definitely feel like playing Magic with friends is awesome. And that's really the way that it's supposed to be played, I suppose. Sheku asking to see the lobby. You know what, Sheku? I'm going to show you the lobby. So what do we get? We got Just Call Me Ed dusting off his stack to Gosscorp. And I think that went in pre-flop, right? So we'll go for that little 3-bet against Skelly Factor. I feel like he's opening pretty wide there. Making it 2.5x. And yeah, let me show you the lobby. Show me the lobby. So Samuel Adam just took the chip lead from us, but it's okay. You know, we're just trying to, keep on making aggressive moves. Places paid are 10. We're looking at a $145 bubble in this thing, which is about what we're in for. So 10th gets us even. 1500. That's a pretty good day for us. We'll take it. 27 left. We are down to 3 tables, so let's see if we can make this happen, you guys. And that is our lobby, Shek you. Mr. Barron's in the stream. Good to see you, man. And Bruce Cohen saying, your in bad behind percentages are part of the equation, and never apologize for drawing out. I'm going to actually take that literally and say that's really good advice. Never, ever apologize at the table when you beat somebody, when you put a beat on somebody. Don't say sorry to them. It doesn't make them feel better. It just kind of like always makes me cringe a little bit when someone sucks out on me, and then I get up from the table. I collected my thoughts and my things, and maybe I'll get out like a little good luck. I hate it when someone's like, sorry, man, I'm sorry. Just never apologize when you win a hand. It doesn't make the other guy feel any better. Sometimes I'll even kind of go off on a guy who apologizes, and I'll say, man, don't do that. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. And he's like, fine, I'm not sorry. I'm like, oh my gosh. You're such an ass. That's what like, every once in a while, once in a blue moon. Anyway, guys, ace-10 offsuit. Not that shabby of a hand. We've got a pretty big stack, 100 big blinds in front of us, and Goscorp coming in with a min bet. I don't know. We can raise here if we want. I think that we're just going to go ahead and make the call and see what develops. An 8-6-2. It's not horrible. It's not horrible. Let's check and see what he does. I actually feel like maybe a check raise is in order here. So when he doesn't, I think that we just fire out a half pot size bet. When he doesn't see bet, we'll try to take it from him. Okay. We might have to hero call if he were to bet there. So, kind of surprises me, really. Pocket fives, I would have really thought that he would look at that as a favorable flop. So we got Skolansky here on the button, limping in. This is why we gave Legum the bony fish, is because of these open limps. Let me take a look, guys. I mean, it looks like it's still only worth 40 bucks. Is that right? King Griffey Jr. Rookie card. Upper deck, 1989 is only worth 40 bucks, 50 bucks. Looks like that's the case. Look at that. Everyone was so sure that card was going to make him rich. I remember I had a cousin. You guys probably had the same type of cousin who like he was in a commercial for like a mall one Christmas year, and he walked around like he was the shit after that. He was just like walking around like he was Tom Cruise, man. You know, because he like had some commercial where he's like opening presents with his fake family. So D McCoy, not really a good flop or turn for Ace King. I don't really know what to do here, you guys. If we check to him and he fires out a bet, 6,600. You know, we do have some outs here. We've got about 12%, and we could have the best hand. I mean, I feel like if we're going to, I just feel like we're ahead. I feel like we've got a big enough hand here that, no, Pocket Jacks is going to do it. Nice hand there, buddy. That could have been a little more painful, I suppose. Yeah, look at that. $17 for King Griffey Jr. So it turns out that King Griffey Jr., that rookie card, is a deflationary product. You guys all had like that one kid in your elementary school, right? Who like got some sort of commercial, or his mom like paid to have him in like a modeling agency or something, and he just like walked around like he was like, I always, you know who I bet was like that was like the Zach the Lego Maniac. I bet that he walked around the school like that. I bet that he was just like on top of the world, man. Just like walking around, and all the girls were like, "Oh, what's up, Zach?" And he's like, I bet that kid was just like that, just like so on top of the world. And then I don't know if you know the story, but so back in the 80s, and I'm dating myself here a little bit, there was that big campaign, Zach, he's a Lego Maniac. Well, it turns out, right, that one of the competitors to Legos was called Zach's. There was actually like Zach's blocks, and they were like pretty close to Legos. There were Legos, there were Lincoln Logs, there were Zach's. And you got to think that this was kind of like the marketing department of Legos, just kind of sticking it to the Zax team, and taking their name of Zax and incorporating it into their own marketing campaign. So now when people think of Zach, they think of Legos. And anybody who's named Zach, who's about my age, in their 30s, is going to tell you that when they were growing up, people would sing that song to him and be like, oh, like the Lego Maniac. No, I'm not the Lego Maniac. I don't even like Legos. Who doesn't like Legos? Well, I guess if every time you said, hey, my name's Zach, someone mentioned Legos, you would stop liking Legos too. Anyway, they got sued for trademark infringement. Speaking of trademark infringement, they got sued for trademark infringement. That's how I know this too, is because of this guy on my right. So they get sued for trademark infringement, and they have to change their whole marketing brand and strategy. So they put their best marketing minds together, and they're like, well, what are we going to do? It's like, well, I'll just put it a different kid, change the name. Well, what do we want to change it to? Maybe Steven? Steven? He's a Lego maniac? No? Screw it. Just call him Jack. Can we do that? Yeah, Jack. Jack is a Lego maniac. So they replace Zach with some new kid who is now Jack the Lego maniac. And I guarantee you that new kid walked around his elementary school like he was the shit. Anyway, LMAO, Sklansky is a fish. It's true. It's true. Abraham, he makes mistakes. You can't blame a guy for playing by the book when he wrote the book. Mm-hmm. Doing okay? 6 out of 23. She missed my rant. She's like, you're being really quiet. I didn't know about it, Nilesy. The Yogscast book. I will consider it. Two XRD. That's pretty funny. He says you can always tell the difference between people who are really in the modeling world and people who have done it once. The people who do it a lot have very poor self-esteem. The ones who've done it once think that they're king. That's about right. Okay, guys. So, 3 out of 23. Let me make sure that the lobby's not on. We're doing good. Big thank you to our latest subscriber, LOL Russians. Privyet. That means hey in Russian. Dutch for the win. Says, my wee wee is green. I hope so, man. I mean, I hope that we win. I'm not hoping that your wee wee is actually green. I'm going to go make the fold here. And X Moda giving our own Zack Attack a little bit of lip. You got to be careful. He's got that mod sword. And so my wee wee is green. X mod's in the other room. She's just relaxing. She decided that it was getting late. Okay. Ace-6 suited. We like it. We like it. We will defend against you, Skelly Factor. Hell. If Skelly Factor raises, we might even 3-bet. Yeah. So he makes it 2680. We will go ahead and make it 3 times that. So 75. About that. It's kind of an awkward amount for him. It's kind of an awkward amount for us too if he decides to like if he 4 bets here, if he makes like a re-raise, it's like how much should he re-raise? Makes the fold. Pretty sure that we're ahead there. And Pippin87 says, how come Xmon's not on stream with you? Good to see you, Pippin87. You know we love you, right? I want to let you know that. And Xmois is not on stream because she's tired. Crack the whip. How many subs at $4.99 does it take to reach 1 milli? I don't know. I don't know, but I hope to be able to answer that question. James DeBear saying it's National Girlfriend Day. I hope that you are. I hope that you're just joshing me. I hope that that is not the case. Please tell me that I didn't miss National Girlfriend Day. Is there such a thing? Is there an actual? It's true. It's true. There actually is. There actually is a National Girlfriend's Day. I didn't know. How did this happen? Where did National Girlfriend Day come from? I didn't even know. This is a made up holiday. This is what this is. This is a made up holiday. From like the California Rose Council or something. How did this happen? Wow, so nice job there, Legum. Getting it in there with aces. Against our friend Handsome Max. Sorry to see it, bud. Yeah, let's see how that happened. Who like declared August 1st National Girlfriend Day? Is there a history to this? Oh, okay, so it was created by the social networking site that we all know, sisterwoman.com. I don't know that site, you guys. I've never heard of that site. That's what National Day Calendar is saying, that National Girlfriends Day is annually recognized on August 1st as girlfriends. Oh. Whew. Whew. Okay, so this isn't a big deal. National Girlfriend's Day is when girlfriends get together to celebrate their special bond of friendship, not when I have to buy shit for my girlfriend. Thank God. That's Valentine's Day. Why do we need another Valentine's Day? Oh, so National Girlfriend's Day is like you get together with your homies and you go to like spas and foot massages and you go drink. I like it. Get the girls out of the house and we'll go play some poker. This is a good idea. This is a good idea for a holiday. They are the ones who are there for you. These friends are the ones with whom you want to spend time, share your secrets, go shopping, get a pedicure, and drink a glass of wine. Oh my gosh, James DeBear, you had me freaking out. So, history is National Girlfriend's Day was created by the social networking site sisterwoman.com. It looks like if you go to sisterwoman.com, there's just nothing on there. Skelly Factor, you got it, buddy. I'm not going to defend with Queen 5 off. I want better than that random hand against you. Even though we're getting 3-1, I just, for all the reasons I've said before. Okay, no spoilers, Flatty. I want to watch it. I want to watch it after the stream. And guys, we are going to we're going to set mine here against Skelly Factor, against D McCoy. We've got a pretty big hand. I don't want to 3-bet and get blown off of it. I'm going to call and try to flop a set. Sometimes we're able to just like flop a set. And we do. Don't tell Skelly Factor. Sometimes he's here in the stream. Wow. Look at that. Both of them checked. Skelly Factor just decided not to c-bet into 2. We'll bet. What does Skelly Factor do? I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do. Probably fold. It's okay. Missed opportunities, but I just don't really feel like. I mean, the only way that we're really going to get max value out of that is by getting some money in on the turn. I just can't expect that one of these guys is going to bet for us on the turn. So we'll just try to do it. And everyone leaves. Everyone leaves to go watch the Ronda fight. I think it's funny that there's a sisterwoman.com site. I've never heard of this site. You go to it now, I mean, it just looks like pretty lame. I mean, certainly National Girlfriend's Day wasn't really created by this lame little site. Goscorp will make the fold. Down to 2 tables now, you guys. 2 tables. I'm crazy. No, that's funny. That's true. All holidays are made up, except for my birthday. I didn't make that up. I wonder where it came from. Okay, 8 deuce suited against Bobby McClaw. We're gonna go ahead and fold to you, Bobby. And I'm not really gonna play too aggro for a few more players. Making the fold. Making the fold here too, guys. Okay, I think that wow. Okay, no spoilers for the UFC fight, but you can't spoil it for me. That's crazy. Ah, guys. So we're down to 17 players. We're third out of 17. Mr. Barons, no, from Missouri. And Porpoise, yeah, we've talked about it. We've talked about the ACR guarantee tomorrow. I'm kind of tempted by it, to tell you the truth. But I generally try not to play on the offshore unregulated sites. Being in Nevada, being able to play on the regulated sites, I feel like I'm kind of lucky to have this opportunity to play legal online poker in the U.S. I want to support the site. It is kind of frustrating seeing these huge guarantees and not being a part of it. Rage asked a little bit earlier if I was going to play it. He asked a couple of times. You know, I probably should have called that one with the ace 8-6 suited, you guys. And Siren, I wouldn't say like I'm a huge UFC fan. I'm a pretty big Ronda fan though, to tell you the truth. I watched when she first fought on the UFC, and they did so much promotion and had that like documentary about her. It was just fascinating watching it. You know, just like seeing how she goes from an Olympic athlete representing our country and just to waitress on the beach, and really kind of at a down point in her life. I was just like, wow, this is it's so unfortunate how we treat our Olympic athletes, really. I mean, she shouldn't have to worry about how she's going to score her next meal. Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Ronda. Poker Insider Mag. Well, you could always do Bitcoin. There's always Bitcoin. We've got, you know what? I think I'm going to go for it. Try to just slide through. 17 players left. Start wielding this big stack. King 5 suited, it's not so horrible. And do we get through? I think that we're going to get through, guys. Goskor, yep, he gets through. Crack the Whip. Thank you very much for that sub. And I'll let X1 know that she can have a Happy Meal on you if she wants one. Pretty much stay away from McDonald's. But you know what we did? We did get some McDonald's last weekend. Where not the meal. We got the ice cream. A little bit of McDonald's ice cream. Dutch asking, so Veko Lame asking, what's your ELO? In what? Are we talking chess or are we talking like, I think I think Magic has an ELO. Maybe poker should have an ELO. Chess, probably not that high. I'm going to guess, I don't even know. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Rocket Silly saying Scott Matusow is what got me into poker. That actually surprises me. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that Scott Matusow got them into poker. Of course, I like Scott. Listen to him sometimes. He's not even really a poker player these days, right? And, yeah, not really sure what Fishman's up to these days. Really isn't, haven't seen him for a while. We kind of had a falling out a couple years back. Still wishing the best of luck, but I haven't seen him. I didn't see him this summer at the series. Did I see him last year at the series? I don't think I even saw him last year at the series either. I haven't seen him since 2013. I saw his sister at Frank Casella's July 4th party this summer. Asked her how he's doing and what he's up to, and she told me that he was re-examining his life and looking at his options. So I don't think he's even really playing poker anymore. But what else would he do? You know, what else would he do? And before he was playing poker, he was valeting. You know, he was a dealer for a while, but he can't really deal anymore because he's got rheumatoid arthritis. I don't really know what is in store for Fishman. I can tell you though, I miss Fishman. He could make me laugh, man. Gosh, he is so funny. You wouldn't think that he was like, but man, he is so funny. Anyway, he doesn't come off as like super funny when he's just like playing or when you're just like hanging out with him. But when you're really like chilling out to him and get to know him, man, he just like had me rolling all the time. 2 out of 17, King High. I think we're gonna go ahead and give it away. Let one of these guys do their job. And Goscorp limping in under the gun. Feels like a trap, you guys. What's up, Travis Defund? Travis Rice in the house. Great to see you in the stream, man. So, asking about the payouts. Let me go ahead and show you the lobby again for the next 10 minutes. We got a 1,500 up top. We've got 881 in second. Bubble bursts at 10. So 145 bubble, which is about what we're in for today. So what do we need to get for to get even for the day? 7th is what we're looking at. And you know, if we make that final table, then we made both of our goals for the day. We hit our 8,000 follows. And I want a final table. 8,000 follows, final table. Well, one down. Now we've got this. We've got this shot. 2 out of 17. It's looking pretty good to make a final table. We could almost cruise there, but of course we're not going to just cruise control it. We're going to play aggressively, waiting for a couple more people to get knocked out before we start really kind of just exploding our aggression all over the table. We're the big stack at this table. This is where we want to be. Rockassilly. Yes, Vegas is a place where dreams are made to be broken. And bankrolls are lost to gambling, drugs, and hookers. Rockassilly leaves out all the bad stuff. Rockassilly leaves out all the bad stuff to hype up Vegas. I love Vegas. I think Vegas is the best place to live in the world. It's just beautiful. I mean, it's like in the middle of the desert. It's a surreal place, and there's very transient, you know, a lot of kind of hustler mentality out here. And again, we're playing really tight for the next couple of orbits until that number of players gets down to about 14, 13, 12. We really want the rest of the field to be able to smell that money, and then we'll start laying on that aggression. Ah, Rockassilly got hit by a drunk driver. That is true. Driving in Vegas does suck because they're always drunk. You can be driving at 2 p.m. and you're just going to see guys weaving in the road. It's crazy. I think that there's probably more drunk drivers per capita in Las Vegas than any other country in the world, or any other state in the world, or any other place in the world. Yes, Vegas is a country. It's a beautiful country here. So Bobby McLaw, raising our big blind. We've got the 10-5 suited. We could defend if we want. Getting 4-1. You got it, Bobby. You got this one. If everyone folds to us, we'll probably make a play at D. McCoy's. Well, not probably. We will make a play at D. McCoy. I'm not really sure. D. Summer raising. It's tempting. It's tempting to come over the top with a 3-bet. We're just going to get out of the way here. We're going to keep on our belly. We're just going to keep on our belly for a few more orbits. Five-minute rounds, right? So, wow. And gosh, this is why Skolansky has that bony fish on him. You know, just making a ship here for 45,000 when the blinds are 1,000, 2,000. It just can't be right. It's too much, man. It's too much. Yeah, no bands, man. Just, okay, and you know what we've decided, guys? We're no longer doing just a min raise. We're going to go ahead and add that 100 the whole way. Twice in a row, kind of a rarity for us. We don't really do a lot of 2 times in a rows. You know, we have that saying, you know, be the bully, but don't look like the bully. And this is kind of looking like we're bullying D Summer. He makes the fold, though. Yeah. So Travesty saying that empty seats, hanging out with SB Rugby. Townsend. That's a name I haven't heard from for a while. I wonder what he's up to. Ace deuce offsuit. Okay, we'll make the fold. Down to 15, you guys. I missed it. I didn't see how we lost somebody. Looks like that king queen hand would have ended well for us. We would have raised. Bobby McCloud. Maybe he calls and Skelly Factor calls and the flop comes out Jack 10. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened with that one. Doesn't matter. So there's 15 players left. We're going to go ahead and step on the gas a little bit. We actually have a hand to back up the gas. We've got the ace-queen off. So Goscorp making that min bet. We're going to go ahead and 3x his min bet here. We'll wait for it to get down to a 5. Right there. And what do you do, Goscorp? It would have probably been okay for us to just call as well. I mean, ace queen, it's a strong enough hand that we could almost slow play it. And calling kind of disguises our range a little bit. If we know that he's going to fold to a raise, though, we'll definitely fold every time. Okay, Bobby McClaw, Goscorp, D Summer. Bobby McClaw coming in with the raise. We've got the ace-8 off. We could put a little pressure on him. We could raise. I think we're going to get out of the way. Don't try to eat a shark. Sharks don't eat sharks. I'm going to go ahead and make the fold. Nikki 2 cards. I didn't even know that there was a last longer. Who would have won it? Not me. I went out 45th. Zorn went out before I did. Flatty went out before I did. So probably king, queen, ace, ace. If you're asking. Beantown Red. How many people we down to? 15. 15 left, you guys. Bob Ganoush asking, if you are in position against someone who shoves pre-flop versus your ace-queen off after you've 3-bet it, are you inclined to fold or call? I'm generally inclined to call, but it's going to really depend a lot on effective stacks, stage of the tournament, and what I know about them. What did I just miss here? Bobby McClaw is like, sick defend. Oh. So D. McCoy decides to continue with... D. McCoy makes the call against Bobby McClaw. Bobby McClaw has the queen jack. Flops top pair with a gut shot straight draw. D. McCoy flopped absolutely nothing. Bobby decides to check back on the flop. Pretty much crushed the flop. Decides to check back on the flop. And gets D. McCoy to fire in a 3/4 size bet. And the river comes a king. So D. McCoy hits his 3-outer. So I think we're going to just keep on adding that 100. I think that we're going to do that. I think we're going to just never go to that 2x. Online, we could just 4,900, 4,900. Always make it just a little bit more. It's just an experiment we're trying for this tournament. If we end up winning this tournament, then we'll keep it going. Then we got Isildur coming in with a shove. Ace-8 offsuit really kind of starts shrinking up here. Okay, we're going to fold. And a couple of you guys are asking about the king-queen hand. I think that we were in early position, and we had made it 3 times in a row. We had raised 3 times in a row, and that's really why. And it's really the reason. If we don't want to look like we're trying to bully the table, otherwise the whole table starts kind of responding back and playing against you. We came up with another one of those little quotes. Be the bully, but don't look like the bully. And that's why we didn't raise with the king-queen off. So Bobby McLaw, checking very quickly. We fire out the half pot, and again we're making it half pot here instead of the same amount we'd made pre-flop, because it's a small blind defense instead of the big blind defense. And here is another, here's that other. It's a fold. The reason we're folding here, normally we're raising, but the reason we're folding here is because we just raised 3 hands in a row. So Skelly Factor asking about the king queen as well. Yeah, so, Skelly, sorry to see that. I saw 8s versus 9s. That's pretty rough. Why didn't I raise the king queen? I didn't raise because I didn't want to look like I was bullying the table. So generally, what I try not to do, I try not to steal the same blind 2 orbits in a row. I try not to steal 2 hands in a row, and definitely not 3 hands in a row. So if I'm on like a borderline decision, and I think, okay, well, what is this going to do to my table image? And I talk about table image all the time and how overrated it is. I mean, the chances are most of these guys aren't really paying attention to what we're doing. Okay. But it's still something that you kind of have to be aware of, and you don't want the whole table feeling like you're just running over them. You want to just very gradually take it up notches. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We make the raise, we get through. Can't imagine that Skolansky would look down at pocket 10s and decide to play it, right? Can't imagine that. We got D Summer 27 making the fold. I can't imagine that Legum would look down at pocket 9s and shove. Ace King, that's going to be a shove. God damn it. Always getting the better of me, buddy. That's irritating. It's fucking irritating. Would have loved to bubble that guy. Okay, so 55K. Sigh. So that puts us down to 10th. Wow, what a swing. Looking at a first place chip lead versus a 10th place. What a swing that is. That's just brutal. It's terribly unlucky, you guys. It's terribly unlucky that, for one, that we don't win when we have the best of it. But it's also terribly unlucky that we actually wake up in a spot where Legum, actually has a hand to make the push. I don't know how I feel about his push, really. I mean, it can't never really be that big of a mistake to shove with ace-king, right? So, sure, whatever. So, yeah, now we take a deep breath and take a walk, really. I mean, the problem when you lose a huge pot like that, I mean, we just lost half of our stack. Now, the problem is that we kind of have a target on our head now. I mean, if anyone's paying attention, they're going to be looking at us and kind of feeling like this is the guy to it's time for me to finish the job. So knit it up. What I'm saying is knit it up. After you take a real big hit to your stack like we just did, you really just have to take some deep breaths, try to recollect your thoughts, and knit it up for at least an orbit. Let someone else lose some chips. Let the target move, because right now, blood in the water, and that blood is ours. It's frustrating. It really is frustrating. It's just like leaves a real sour taste in my mouth. So 21 bigs. I mean, this is an irritating little stack. It's too good of a hand to fold, though, so we're not folding it. It's just going to be a little bit irritating if D. McCoy or BC McCullough or Isildur decides to 3-bet, which I feel like they're likely to do. So D. McCoy making the call. We fire out the half-pot size bet. I'm pretty much done with it if D. McCoy makes the call here. Yeah, done with it. Really irritating. So that's going to put us now we're at the very bottom, like 12th. Are we? Or are we still in 11th? Well, we didn't even move. Just lost 30% of our stack and didn't even move just because there's such a big difference between the very bottom and the middle. Grinjitsu, would you ever show your hand if you're raising 3 to 4 times in a row and you really had a strong hand? No. And the short answer is no. The long answer is no. Faux hammer, what's the difference between playing versus small blind defense and big blind defense? So the difference between calling in the big blind versus calling in the small blind, is that what you're asking? Not really sure what you're asking. If you have a specific question, I would, but it seems kind of general. I mean, calling in the small blind when you have a are you talking about like defending from the small blind when everyone folds to you, and like how do you play that? I mean, if you're in the small blind, everyone folds to you, you're really attacking the big blind, right? So you're not really on the defense. If you're in the small blind and let's say the button or the cutoff raises you, now what you have to kind of decide is whether to 3-bet and like what your range is to make the calls. I don't really have a good answer for you. I think when you're defending in the small blind, you're a lot more likely to 3-bet with hands like stronger aces and king queen, or there's going to be part of your range that you don't really want to invite the big blind in. So when you're in the small blind, you have the consideration of, do I want to invite the big blind to come along for the ride and make the call here, giving him just like 5 or 6 to 1 odds to make the call himself, and usually you're going to be playing against 2 opponents, or do I want to isolate, force him out by making a 3-bet, and sometimes just pick the pot up without a flop. So definitely an added consideration when you're in the small blind. Also keep in mind that by just making the call, a lot of times you're inducing a squeeze play from the big blind. And this is irritating. So Jack 7 suited, we're going to be making this call here. We're at the very bottom of the field. Not the kind of flop we're looking for. Make the check. Travesty Fun, bagging chips at the WPT Choctaw. Good luck in that, man. 1,108 players. Vanessa leading. That's pretty huge for her, and pretty huge for you. I'm a little jealous here. Here we are sweating a $30 tournament, and you are playing for championship titles. So pretty awesome. Bang Biscuit Dutch, you are more lucky than unlucky from what I've observed. Should have busted 4 times in the 1K bracelet event. Thank you for your, I mean, that's just like your opinion, man. We've got Enchanted Hero, table image, shove the bully with ace king. LOL. Blood in the water. Legan finds a needle in a haystack. My wee wee is green. My buddy Hurley's on. Wants to be unbanned. He made a joke to Mark Hook, and it didn't mean any harm. He's known him for years. Not really sure what he said. My wee wee is green. We don't generally unban people, but I'll go ahead and unban him. Just try to keep it positive, guys. Okay, guys, we're going to be right back in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are 13 out of 13. I mean, like, this is kind of brutal right at the bottom. Coming back with more than 10 bigs, though, so plenty of play left. 10 spots pay out. And trying to make a final table. Make that goal today. Make it a positive day. We need at least 7th to get those buy-ins back. Still just so brutal after that. Ace-King versus Queen's hand not going our way. But we'll be back in a second for more poker action, so stick with us. Okay. Here we go. Back to battle, guys. Kenzo Poker. Yeah, I've already explained it. I'm not really it's nothing personal. Make the fold here against Bobby Claw. Sigh. Philly fanatic. I'd probably do it for less than 200. Let's take a look here. So 10, 11 big blinds, and we are 3 off the money. This is such an irritating spot to be in, you guys. Really is. But I want to tell you guys, I wouldn't be near as calm right now if I didn't have you guys chilling out here with me. Really appreciate having you here, hanging out on the stream. And whether you're rooting for the win or just waiting for the bust out tilt, doesn't matter. Thank you very much for being here. Your time is important. It's valuable, and I really appreciate it. And hey, listen, all I ask is that if you are enjoying the stream, you're hanging out with us, you're having a good time, I really appreciate you being here. How about jeez. Is this guy for real? My wee wee is green. What the hell? Like, the very first thing he does is come back and let's jerk each other off, is what he says. Yeah. Just not in the mood for it, guys. I'm gonna make the fold. Yeah, Travesty Fund, good luck, man. And I think we just got moved to another table, right? Why would they move us? I think that we must have lost someone else. Yeah, so we're at 12. I didn't really see how the other hand went down. Looks like a guy named Airspeed just got knocked out. We should be going to hand for hand here in a second. And we've got Texas to Nevada in our stream. Good to see that you're doing well here, buddy. If you're here, I don't know if you like. Sometimes he hangs out on the stream. I don't know if he's here, but if you are, good luck in this. Let's do this, man. Let's do it. So yeah, we are hand for hand here, guys. Start hand for hand at 12. Two of my 3 bracelets are in 6-handed, so I feel pretty comfortable with the spot. I feel pretty comfortable with these short-handed tables. Not so comfortable with 30,000 in front of me. I mean, the good news is it's an easy stack to play. So, who do you think the top 6 women poker players are? Asks MNY Miser. Mini Miser? Is that what we're saying? Is that how we're calling that? Gosh, this one is irritating. Sitting here with 10, 11 bigs with ace 4 off. Figure to probably have the best of it. I'm so glad that he folded, because that would have been a really awkward decision. It really would. I mean, if he's limping, we're raising. If he raises, we're probably shoving. And it's just like, really, it's just going to be a frustrating... it's just going to be a frustrating hand, no matter how that goes. So hand for hand, Texas to Nevada. Bang Biscuit saying, I don't see how it's possible to be a poker pro and earn a comfortable living. You have to cash big in big tournaments. That's the only way. I actually think that's the worst way to do it, Bang Biscuit. I think that the best way to do it is to probably stick with cash games. Okay, Texas, Nevada, we're going to go ahead and not try to take a stab. So who are the best female poker players? I mean, Vanessa Selbst has to probably be, like, #1 right now. Like, is it even close? So Vanessa Selbst, #1. I think Lonnie Harwood made the list. You know, every time I've played with her, she played very strong. I've always been really impressed with her game. So now that she has 2 open bracelets, I mean, that's pretty incredible. She's definitely proven to everyone that she's a force to be reckoned with. I like Victoria Cohen. You know, Kathy Liebert is one of my favorites. I guess you'd have to put Jen Harmon in there, right? But maybe not, because really, when you look at, like, between Jen Harmon and Annette Oberstad, Annette has to be up there. She has to actually maybe even be higher than. I mean, Annette's probably my pick for all-time best female poker player. I think she's just amazing. Don't really see her much. Maria Ho has to probably be up there too. I mean, 3 times last woman standing in the main event. That's pretty impressive. So Annette Oberstad, Vanessa Selbst. We'll put Lonnie Harwood up there. You've got some of the, you know, the local Vegas grinders who do pretty good, and then you got some of the Chinese girls who do pretty good too. Schwann's pretty decent at the game. She knows what she's doing. Schwan Liu. Shoot, who else? That's way more than 6. The only ones that I would say are must be up there is, like, the ones that I would never remove, would be Vanessa Selbst and Annette Oberstad. So let's just say 2. My top 2 female poker players, Vanessa Selbst, Annette Oberstad. Both of those players are, like, to even say they're top female poker players is just kind of, like, not even doing them justice, because they should make, you know, top poker players, period. I mean, Lonnie Harwood she should too. She's been grinding for a while now. 6-handed. We look down with 10 big blinds, 2 away from the money. Ace-6 suited. Is it a shove? Maybe. It's a little more than 10. 11 big blinds. So irritating. Brad Mack 10489 coming in with the 5850. What do you think, guys? I don't know. I really don't. I think we're going to go ahead and make a fold here. It's a very nitty fold. Very nitty fold, but I don't think we have fold equity, and I don't think that we have the best hand. I think that we're going to be a lot of times looking at stronger aces there, and even when we're not, by calling, we're just not going to ever know where we are at. So we're going to make the fold there. We're going to make the fold here. We're going to stick around for a little while. But we can't really just, we're not going to be able to just fold our way to the money, probably. And we wouldn't want to anyway. I mean, we're going to have to start making moves. I don't think this is the move, though. 10-6 suited with 8 bigs. I think we can probably go ahead and wait. So Scoobs, you know what? No harm in asking. I know that you weren't trolling. I mean, shipping for the book is more than is going to be more than a sub. I don't really feel like waiting in line at the post office to ship out a physical copy of a book. But I'll tell you what I would suggest is go down to your local library and gosh, I hate this spot. It's so sucky. Can we get through? Can we slide through? Can we slide through sticky stacks? We'll find out. We do slide through. Make the fold here. And we got Dead Draw Todd asking, what is your opinion on Jen Kurtstetter? I don't really have like a strong opinion. I think you know, she's definitely one of those she's one of those players who has a lot of respect of, you know, the circuit grinders. She's doing her thing. I haven't really played a lot with her, so I don't have much of to go on as far as like actual play. I think she was on that Twitch thing, right? And ended up losing a little bit. 10K. She didn't look happy about it. I think that was Jen, right? Jennifer Kerstetter? I believe so. So we'll find out here. Kathy Liebert would definitely be one of my favorites too. No question about that. Texas, Nevada, doing his thing, swinging that stack like a bat. I like it. This one's kind of rough. We will make the call. It's a pretty good flop, really. This is really kind of irritating too. I mean, like, part of me just wants to make the shove because I don't really feel like check raising and not giving him an out here. But that's what we're going to do. Hold your breath and hope, I guess. 8, 9, 10, 11 outs at least. And that's one of them. So we get a little double out. That's pretty good. 11 outs plus the backdoor flush draw. I think that we actually... I think that we might actually be ahead when you factor in that backdoor flush draw. So it looks like a bad beat, but it's not actually a really bad beat. And we're right back in it with that double up. Let me go ahead and see if that was a bad beat on you, Texas to Nevada. I know it felt kind of dirty, but I don't really see anywhere in that hand where we can fold. I mean, folding pre-flop is just way too nitty. You've got the ace-8 of clubs. You've got the king of clubs, offsuit king. Looks like we just lost somebody over at the other table, so we're down to 11 now. Bobby McLaw, one of the stronger players on the site. And that flop was so yeah, not as good as we would like. It's 42.73% when he makes that call, according to the is that right? It doesn't seem right to me. It seems a little low. I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe I've got about. I mean, we should have about 4% just for the backdoor flush draw, and then we've got the 3 aces and the 8 outs for the open ender. So that's 11 outs twice right there, which would be like 44%, a little bit less. And then another 4%. I would have thought that we were like 45. So you did have a little bit the best of it. Texas to Nevada. I guess if we take out the king of clubs and give you like a king of hearts, then see, I don't know. I don't know if I really trust these card player odds. Let's see if Poker News is a little different. Make the fold here. T right is making the ship. I don't know if I would recommend that, guys. But so we're 31 to 68 pre-flop, and then when the flop comes out as it did, $43.55, yeah. So, yeah, a bit of a bad beat there, Texas to Nevada. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Talking about the future of books, saying that books aren't going anywhere. I'm not convinced of that. I'm not convinced of that. Scoob saying books aren't going anywhere. I mean, I like books. I like the feel of books. I like reading books, but you know, you talk about books like they've just always been here, and they haven't. You know, and I think you know. I guess there's been more books published in the last few years, right? If you look at like the number of books that have been published, I don't think it's going down. Wow. Oh my gosh. Texas to Nevada. What is going on there? Brad Mack just gets it in as bad as it can go and slides right through. Oh. Yeah, so we slid through that. But, man, Texas, Nevada. Oh, my gosh. And look at Brad Mack. Brad Mack just going off on him. Going off on him after putting that huge bad beat. Talking to him, saying that he's slow rolling. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Brad Mack just like What a piece of shit that guy is. God, that guy just must be a miserable human being. Not only does he put the bad beat on Texas to Nevada, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And it's not a straight slow roll. It's not like he turned over aces. He was thinking about it. Yeah. So we're on the stone cold bubble. And he can't think about queens. Wow. Brad Mack. And then he actually wins it. And then goes just straight off on the guy. Like, I'm just like in shock right now. I can't believe Brad Mack. What a rude dude. Folding chairs. It wasn't actually sarcasm. I actually have a lot of respect for Bobby McLaw. I really do. Hate to do it, Texas to Nevada, but got to do my job. And we do have an ace here. We've got the best hand. I don't know if you. I mean, the thing is, if you fold, maybe you do make the. Maybe you do make it here. I don't know. Okay, we dodge. And we dodge. Okay, so that puts us 75,000 in the money. That's a pretty brutal turn of events for Texas to Nevada. Hate to do it. Hate to be the one to do it. That could have easily gone the other way. You know, the only thing I can say is you got it in against us with the best of it there. I mean, we did kind of put a brutal one on those kings. Yeah, I want to take a look. What are the numbers of what are the public, like, the numbers of, like, books that are published looking like in the last few years? I don't think it's going to be one of those things that it just keeps on going up and up and up. I really don't. I think eventually we might see, I mean, nothing lasts forever. There is going to be a last book published. There's going to be a last book published. There's going to be a last book read. So we missed a 0. Trying to make it, I don't know what we're trying to make it. We're not folding to sticky stacks, though. I guess you know what? Now would be probably a pretty good time to actually focus on what we're doing instead of think about books. Folding chairs. Books have been around since the Neo Flick era. Okay, so I guess we're just going to stick with the 8K, you guys. I mean, we made it 8K against sticky stacks. We're making it 8K here. And if you guys want to see the other table, well, after this hand, I'll load it up, assuming this hand goes our way. That's kind of a big assumption, I guess. We're not folding. 5-handed pocket jacks is huge. And it's nice to get Brad Mack and Castro out of the way. I mean, now we have a worst case scenario that's not that bad. We're still in it. And sticky stacks making the ship. 9 bigs. We're going to make the fold here. Folding it up. Folding it up, boss. Folding it up. And Nash Vegas 777. There you go. Hit the money on the head. Hit the money on the head. No. Hit the nail on the head. That is the money quote right there. It isn't slow rolling when you lose. That's right. Philly Fanatic. I wish I did, but I don't. We're gonna go ahead and make the fold here with the ace deuce off. And guys, I'm gonna actually, you know what? I'm gonna tweet that. I'm gonna tweet that. And how are we looking? How are we looking on the stream? Yeah. Poker pro tip. I'm gonna tweet that. I'm gonna use that, Nash Vegas. Poker pro tip. It isn't slow rolling when you win or when you lose. It isn't slow rolling when you lose. Nash Vegas. It's very true. Wow. So people, lots of links to the fight on Twitter. There it is. Wow. Future governor saying, all I want for Christmas is for you to put the worst possible beat on Brad Mack and then berate him in chat. I wouldn't mind that either, bud. So, in the money. We'll make the fold here against T right. It's a little bit nitty of a fold. I could easily see us having better. So yeah, going to the Twitters, letting people know we are in the money, you guys. Feeling really good about this. It looks like Brad Mack is, I mean, he must have a real legit decision here, because I can't imagine that he'd be taking his time and then calling. So this is a slow roll fold, I guess. Okay, coming in with a min raise. Gosh, I really don't want to. I really don't want to final table bubble this. Brad Mack 10-4-8-9. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. What does he do? It wouldn't surprise me if he 3-bets. I mean, we are. He's got the huge stack. We're on the money bubble. Sticky stacks, what do you think? 10 big blinds in front of you. Is this the hand that that you want to say goodbye to? Conte Partiro, my friend. No. The thin blue line, good to see you, man. Exmoa took a little leave of absence, so she's in the other room, just, I think, relaxing. She might be sleeping, actually. Ace deuce suited. Yeah, let's do it. It's too good to fold. So Poker Insider Mag, thanks for looking that up for me, man. It looks like traditional print book production dipped slightly in 2013. So Bang Biscuit talking about varying the post flop c bet sizing. Anyone know why Dutch never variates his raise and bet size? Like, why not making a 2/3 size pot bet or pot size bet? I really want to know. So Bang Biscuit, we really don't want to vary the opening sizes based on hand strength, and we definitely don't want to vary the post flop c bet amounts based on hand strength. Sometimes when we're playing live, we will. Sometimes we'll try to play a very exploitive style when we can actually look at a guy and kind of try to put them on a specific hand. Online, not so much. And Bang Biscuit, we have sometimes made pot size bets, but not on the flop. Not on the flop. We pretty much we will vary based on kind of an exploitive play on later streets, turn bets, river bets, but pretty much keeping those pre-flop opens and those post-flop c-bet amounts the same, with because we want to merge ranges and we don't really want observant opponents to start realizing, oh, well, with his big hands he's only betting a third of the pot. With his weak hands he's betting 2/3 of the pot. Once you start varying your pre-flop raise amount or your c-bet, your post-flop c-bet amount based on hand strength and how you connect it with the flop or what you're looking at pre-flop, you really start running into trouble. And even though you think that you're going to be able to do it in kind of a random fashion, it never works out that way. We're just not wired to be, random number generators. So, okay, Caster, I like seeing that 3x. I like it because I feel like I get to make a ship. And a lot of times just pick up, 30% of our stack without having to see a flop. Sometimes we do have to see a flop, and when we do, let's just slide through and double up. We can do that. I think a lot of times it just folds, though. It's a pretty big ship. And the other table hand is actually in progress and going, which is kind of irritating. I feel like at this point, 5 and 5 with a money jump. Oh, I guess it is hand for hand. Never mind. I was gonna complain. So Caster thinking about making the call with Ace Queen, or maybe even King Queen, Ace 10. I mean, when he makes this, takes this long, maybe we want him to call. I don't know. I'll just take it though. I don't mind picking up 25k with an 80k stack and not having to fade those little 3 cards in the middle. Oh, guys. Yeah, Fied Master, you're right. So we're going to make the fold here. We're back over 100,000. We're feeling pretty good about it. Yeah, Hogan 242. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you as far as I think that it reduces the mistakes that players make with those bet pot, half pot, 3/4 pot buttons. I think it's a really big mistake. Like it's good from an operator's point of view, right? Because like when you're an operator, when you're actually like running a card room, you don't want the fish to just be able to you don't really want the fish to bust so quickly. You kind of want everyone to just be throwing around the same money back and forth until it all goes down that rake hole. So it makes sense from an operator's point of view because it's kind of a protectionist measure, right? You put those action buttons down, and new players might not even realize that overbetting the pot is an option if they just bet the pot and hit. So it's like pot or all in is pretty much what these players are going to be thinking. Before they put those in, you'd see players betting 2 times the pot or 3.5 times the pot, and there wouldn't really be a lot of rhyme or reason to it. It was so much easier before those bet guidance buttons hit to get the kind of bet sizing tells that we all know and love from live poker. Guys, we are at the final table, and if you are a friend of the stream, if you've been here for a while, you know what this means. We are actually going to make this a sub chat only now. So I'm going to wait until the dashboard catches up because I don't want there to be a spoiler. But we're here. Final table. We made our goal. Thank you very much for being here with us. I'm going to go ahead and switch it to sub chat only, and I want to just say I really appreciate all of you being here. And if you have any questions, you can shoot them off on Twitter, or you can always email me to dutch@dutchboyd.com. Okay. Feeling good about this. Really feeling good about it. We've got T. Wright just coming in all in right away. Castor probably makes the call here. I mean, he's getting 3-1, and it's going to take away a lot of credibility from his future opens if he doesn't call. And Noetic Poker Coach, thank you for the Twitter. I'm sorry to hear about that. I can't even imagine what that must be like. So Castor not sucking out on T. Wright. T. Wright gets the double up. So good for you. I'm very happy for you, T. Wright. Going paper saying, Dutch, shouldn't you be c-betting based on the board and how it connects with your range and the opponent's range? Going paper, I think that we're a lot more likely to do that live. We're not so automatic with our c-bets in live. I mean, we still c-bet most of the time, much closer to 100% than 0%. But online, we play much differently because we don't have those live tells, so it's much harder to put an opponent on a range. So we just try to go for the unexploitable GTO rather than try to exploit our opponents. There's a big difference. I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that's that what we're doing is right and what you're doing is wrong. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between GTO and exploitive, and we've talked about this before. I mean, I'm really trying to go for more of an optimal play rather than an exploitive play. C-betting based on the board and how it fits with your opponent's range is so much more an exploitive take on the game than a game theory optimal take on the game. So, yeah, live we're a lot more likely to adjust our post-flop c-bet amounts and even our post-flop c-bet rates. Castor making the raise here. We're going to go ahead and fold. And guys, I'm going to go ahead and also I'll put up the let me put up the prize pool as well, because we're getting some people asking. This is what we're looking at. It pays 10, and this is let me make that a little smaller. We'll put that where X and Y usually is, right around there. Perfect. And yeah, I guess we're just making a min raise at this point. leg him. Just shipping it. Just shipping it. Why not? Getting 3-2. So irritating. Okay, we make the fold. Nice, nice hand leg him. Nice hand leg him. Wonder what his range is there. What do you guys think? The lower end of Legham's range is there. Probably any weak ace. Maybe suited connectors. I think that maybe you know, he makes the same move there with Jack 10 suited. I could see that. Maybe. So yeah, that's it. Final table. So, yeah. Here we are, guys. Making the fold. And I did go to the Twitterverse. If you guys, I want to say again, thank you very much for spending a little bit of your Saturday night here on the stream. Feeling pretty good about how this night has gone. So we hit both of our goals. Both of our goals, guys. We had the first goal of making a final table just hit, and the second goal of having of reaching 8,000 followers tonight, that hit. So all in all, doesn't really matter what happens at this point. I'm going to say it's a successful day, but it's not going to really be an up day unless we can move up a couple more spots here. Really need to get up to 7th place for us to be able to pay for that $50 tournament that we missed earlier. So, Siren 2 saying, no Poker Cat this time, you're good. it's about right. I would much rather see Poker Cat than I don't really hate seeing Poker Cat at the final table, but oh, look at this. I've got a special text from one of my viewers. My mother is watching. What's up, Mom? Big fist bump to my mom. Chilling out, watching us try to take this down. That's awesome. So let's try to take it down. Now I've got to actually put my game face on, and also keep it clean. Gosh, that's gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough. I mean, if we have aces cracked into like pocket queens, it's gonna be really hard to keep this G rated. But I'm gonna try for you, Mom. Crack the Whip 24/7 asking, do you have kids, Dutch? No, we don't. We kind of go back and forth on whether we're even gonna have kids. Some days we want them, other days not so much. Still plenty of time to think about it. Ace 4 off. What do we think? Do we like it? We've got sticky stacks with 6 big blinds. We've got Goscorp with less than 4 big blinds. Do we defend if Castaway raises? I don't think so. I think that we're just going to go ahead and give it up. If T-Right raises, then we'll probably defend. Wow, Caster's such a huge ship, really. Is it? Is it a huge ship? I mean, effective stacks are 13, 14, 15 big blinds. So is it really a huge ship? Not really. I guess it's not a huge ship, but still, I just feel like so he must be, he must have one of those hands where he feels like he's ahead, but he doesn't want to have to fade a 3-bet shove. He doesn't want to induce it. He doesn't want to have to face it. So pocket fours right there makes plenty of sense. Okay, so the king 6 offsuit in the small blind. Legum makes the min raise, and if you don't know who Legum is, I will give you a hint. He is a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner whose last bracelet was won in 1983. If anybody knows, you can spoil it. You can spoil it. Oh, look at this. We got Mo Lewis chilling out in Columbia, Missouri. Good to see you, Mo. Let's. I'll try to take this down for the home team. Great to see you in the stream. Nash Vegas saying, I know you've probably answered this before, but have you ever hit a royal flush? If so, how many times? And any good stories to go along with it? Yeah, I have, Nash Vegas. I've lost count. That's how many times. But I do have kind of a fun one, where the first time I do remember the first time I hit a royal flush was in Arizona. I remember because I was like 19, 20 years old in an Indian casino, 18 and over Indian casino, and there was a bad beat jackpot that I hit the winner's share. So that was a very fun royal flush to hit. Let's see, we also have Poker Insider Mag. What I enjoy most about your Twitch, as opposed to listening to other pros, is they all talk about their 2040 or 5000 and up hands and how to play them, while you are showing us blue-collar players how to play like a pro. I'm trying, Poker Insider. I'm trying to. I mean, we are here at the final table, and the second biggest tournament of the day at the World Series of Poker site. Look at Crack the Whip saying, Dutch is my second follow and first sub. Crack the Whip, I'm honored to be your first. There's a lot of really good Twitch streams out there, though, you guys, and I encourage all of you to check out some others. So it's probably going to be a chop here. Ghost Corp getting it all in there with the Ace-5 and moving up a little bit from 11,000, I think, to 19,000. Doing the right thing. And Exilist, great to see you, man. Big fist bump to you. Masick, how many pay? 10 pay, so all of us pay. All of us pay. You can see the payouts right there underneath the all-in banner. And what are we gonna do here? 6-3 suited. We'll just make the fold. We're going to be pretty tight, playing on our belly for a while. Okay, so Brad Mack puts a pretty gross one on Ghost Corp. Yeah, that's gonna do it for Ghost Corp. Moving up. So now we are in eighth place guaranteed. So right there, we'll move it up so that you can see. That's the guarantee. Moving on up. First place 1,500. Not a bad chunk of change. I wouldn't mind having it. Blurred 11s. Hi, hop on Twitch, and Dutch is at the final table. Good evening, Dutch. You take it down, son. Thank you, Blurred 11s. I really appreciate the warm wishes. Gonna give it a shot. And I don't know, Mom, if you're still watching, I don't know if you can see the chat, but they're all saying hi to you. So anyway, Mama Boyd. So Elephant, it's good to see you in the stream. We got Enlightened Rage. Does the mom sub as well? No. I'll tell you what else. The mom hasn't read the book either. She was like, no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Which is okay. It's okay. I know, checkered karma. Gotta not tilt. And just want to remind you guys, so this is since we are at the final table, we have it a sub chat only, and we'll probably take it off if we decide to jump into that Midnight Mayhem after this is done. Yeah, King Queen Ace Ace, Texas to Nevada, Nikki 2 cards, Zoran. We'll probably jump into that after this is done. So now we're down to 7. That's going to do it for Sticky Stacks, getting it all in with that ace-10 suited versus 8s coin flip. Sometimes it comes heads, sometimes it comes tails. And, yeah, blurred 11s. So we are at 7th, right? So it's going to be a positive day no matter what now. We finally got to that break-even point. And pocket 5s feels a little too good to just dump it. We've got less than 10 bigs. So let's just get it in there. We slide. Always nice to just slide through, you guys. Just slide. Slide. We will make the fold. And big thank you to all of you guys for the Twitter love. If you're not following us on Twitter, at DutchBoyd for me, Xmoz at first. How cool is her Twitter handle anyway? I mean, I'm really impressed with that. At first. She got I told this before a couple of weeks ago. She actually got a mention from Vanessa Selbst. Inadvertently, right? Vanessa Selbst is like, at first I thought blah 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 blah, and it was during the World Series. So Xmo was like, oh no kidding, I just got a mention from Vanessa Selbst, and so I was like, well, you need to tweet her back. You need to tweet her back and say thanks for the Twitter mention. Good luck this year in the main event. And she did. I don't think she got noticed, but I thought it was pretty funny. Oh, an elephant. It says, Dutch's mom, I don't want to pressure you, but you do get a free digital copy of Dutch's book, Poker Tilt, if you sub. That's right, guys. If you subscribe to the stream, you guys get an ebook. DRM free, digital rights management free, which means you get to basically just pass it on to whoever you want. If you don't like it, you can give it to somebody that maybe will. Caster, what do you do here? Making the raise. Now a min raise. T right, 1787. Yeah, we just max it up. It's a big enough hand, and we've got some fold equity. What do you do, Caster? As long as he doesn't snap call, we're probably okay. And look, we're probably going to be able to pick up, 35% of our stack without even having to fade a flop. If we do fade a flop, we're probably ahead. I mean, if he calls, he's going to probably call with like a weaker ace. And then I'm going to probably double up. It looks like it's going to be a double up if he calls. And Masick 2011. Big fist bump to you. Of course you get credit. Of course you get credit. Is that the Isildur? Is it the Isildur? Well, no. No, it's not. I can answer that. No. Siren 2 in the stream. Yeah, so Caster making the raise here. We can just go ahead and make the fold. Jack 9 off isn't really something that we know what to do with post-flop, so... Checkered Karma saying, Dutch, I have a hand from attorney I played and was wondering if you could give me insight. I will email it to you. Checkered Karma, absolutely. Dutch@DutchBoyd.com. Would love to see it, and I'm always here for all of you guys, but especially you subs. Anything that I can do for you, Dutch@DutchBoyd.com. You can always hit me up. Any questions you have, any hand histories that you want me to take a look at, and kind of give you some thoughts. Sometimes I think that sometimes we do it on stream. A couple of people have actually sent pretty long hand histories, like Thrust Climb, for example. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, we might go over that in stream after the Midnight Mayhem. So yeah, again, guys, if you're not subbed and you're wondering, hey, why can't I join the chat? Well, the reason is because we switch it over to sub chat only when we're at the final table, just so that I can kind of focus on the table. It's a little bit harder to mod. A lot of people. A lot of people, save their trolling for the end, and that's okay. That's okay. But it is tilting, because you know what? Most of these final tables end in some mistake sending us on the rail. My mom just texts me, I'm still watching. I still don't understand the game. Say hi to Mo Lewis. So, Mo Lewis, my mom says hi. Newland saying, take it down. I'm going to give it a shot, man. Trying to pick up that 1500. What is Bitcoin trading at these days? Guys, we are on break. 7 players left. We're kind of towards the bottom, but it really is anybody's game. The only person who's kind of out of this game at this point is Legum, who seems content to fold his way to 6th place. Not us, though. Not I say. I will not go gently into that good place. We are going to come back, and we're not going to be afraid to get it in there. We are coming back at about 10 big blinds. So it's really anybody's game. You look at D. McCoy with the chip lead only having 24 bigs. I mean, we double up through him and we're the chip leader, but we'd rather just chip away. You know, we say this all the time. We'll say it again today. It's better to chip away than double through. Far better to chip away than double through. So, guys, I'm going to be back in 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for a lot more really cool poker action.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Okay, guys, we are back. We are back for more final table poker action here at the WSOP.com, coming at you live from Las Vegas, Nevada with a 4-minute delay. And, you know, I walked away for 1 second. Well, more like 4 minutes. When I came back, I see that we have a new subscriber. Big fist bump to you, man. Zooter 1980. If that's the year that you were born, good pick, because that is the year that I was born too. Going to go ahead and make the fold here with the ace-5 off against Caster. Playing that big stack well, Caster. We like the way you move those chips. Zooter, 1980, man. Big fist bump. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button and supporting the stream. It really means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it, man. You know what we do, though? Besides just, welcome to the crew, you get to, chat when it's sub chat only. You get to use all those really cool emoticons in the stream. You're also getting a book, man. I'm going to go and ship you a DRM-free copy of Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that. I'm going to make sure that it gets to you after the stream's done. Exmo's not with us, so she's sleeping. She had a long day today. And I had a long day too. I might skip this Midnight Mayhem, guys. It kind of depends on how satisfied we are after these next 70 hands. Anyway, we'll find out.
We are gonna take over the
And look at this, we got
poker
Scoobs McGee also subscribing. Scoobs, I know that you don't like those digital books over the paper books, but it's really actually kind of nice reading it on a tablet. It really is not so bad. It's not so bad reading it on like on a comic book reader. I'll tell you what, Scoobs, if you have Windows installed, try Comic Rack. It's pretty nice. You got it on your on your screen, and it feels like it's not really that different. And those Kindle those Kindle Paperwhites, man, I hear really good things about them. Scoobs, big fist bump to you. Really appreciate our 2 new subs. You guys are the best. Thanks so much for supporting our stream. You're awesome. All you subs are awesome, man. I really, really enjoyed chilling out, hanging out here on the stream with you guys, and just making final tables on WSOP.com. This is awesome. It really is. And I don't want to ignore the non-subs. I mean, right now we have close to 1,000 people watching us right now. 933 viewers, I think, and most of them, just passing through. Maybe you don't even know what you're watching. Well, I want to say thank you very much for stopping by our stream. Your time and your attention is valuable and important, and it's worth a lot. So I really appreciate you being here. Usually we don't have it on sub chat only. Usually you can, hang out with us, talk about hands, bounce ideas off. Once we get to this final table, though, it gets a little crazy in chat, and I like to be able to just kind of keep up with what's going on. Pap is asking, what is Bitcoin? Man, that sounds like a question for Google, really, Pappas. I'm a big fan of Bitcoin, very long on it. What is Bitcoin at? It's been really kind of going back and forth in the last few weeks. Right now it's at 276. A month ago I think it was down to 200. It got up to 300 after all this stuff in Greece. And Isildur, you know what? We're not going to come at you with the 8-5 offsuit. Why not? Let's do it. Let's just try it. We'll see if maybe we can't just take this pre-flop. If he comes over the top of us, we're just done with it. I mean, we'll try a little steal here. And yes, a 3-bet shove will get through Isildur. I have just enough chips where a shove feels wrong. If I had fewer chips, I don't think that bet really makes any sense at all. So now we got Legum. That is David Skolansky in the big blind. King 2 offsuit. I don't really feel like having to run it out hot and cold with whatever he has. I don't know, guys. I mean, he's always calling, and a good chunk of time we're actually ahead. But we still have to worry about Isildur. If we fold, Isildur's gonna probably have to make the move, so maybe we just do that. We'll give Isildur the chance to make the shove, leg him calls, and Queen 3 versus Jack 3. So that's going to do it for Mr. Skolansky. GG, and we are in 6th place. So I guess if we want to be results oriented, it would have been a good bet. Get it in with King 2 versus Jack 3 with a little bit of dead money from Isildur. Where are we now? 6th place. Guaranteed 357. You can see how these, right underneath me, underneath that all-in banner, how these payout jumps move up. Up top, we've got 1,500, so a pretty big difference between 6th and 1st. Well, A7. What do we think about that, guys? 10 bigs. I mean, those blinds just jumped up. They're getting pretty dangerous at this point. I mean, it's a fold here. The question I have for myself, really, is what we do if T-right folds there. Are we going to go ahead and make that shove with A7 offsuit? I really don't know. Really don't know, guys. Ten bigs. King Jack off. Yeah. Feels like a fold to me. I don't really know what the push fold charts would say to that. What I do know is that, I mean, shoving can't really be that wrong. A little easier in Brad Mac's spot when you're on the button. There's a really quick shove, too. I would love to see Caster just snap him off right here. And at this point, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they get it all in there. I don't care who wins or loses, just as long as there's blood in the water, man. Ace 4 off. It's going to be a fold. If we fade this big blind and small blind, I mean, hopefully we're going to be able to get a spot where we can make the shove against Isildur or Brad Mac. Or, how about even better, we just actually wake up with a really big hand. That makes the decision quite a bit easier. But we're not looking for hands, guys. We're looking for spots. You know, we say this a lot. Spots over hands. Spots over hands. We're not trying to just wait for aces. If it happens, it happens. But we're really looking for those spots where we can make 3-bet shoves and have some fold equity, and where we can make shoves into a big blind or a small blind and get through. Maybe we get a spot here. Maybe T-right decides to limp in. Try something different, T-right. No, instead he decides to raise 2.5x. And that puts us in a real awkward spot. It's not the flop we're looking for, but hopefully it's not what he's looking for either. We'll see what he does. He makes a check. So I guess we're going to fire out a little half pot. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. If we get check raised, we fold. And we're going to leave ourselves with 4 big blinds. Ew. Just brutal. That's really what we're looking for, though. We want him to just fold to our 6 high. So, yeah, spots not hands, guys. Spots not hands. Nicky 2 cards. Bid a coin once. It sucks. Don't chew the coins. Just swallow the coins, Nicky. You don't want to chew the coin. Just swallow it. Enlightened Rage, saying that a Skolansky book was the first book he ever read poker-wise. You know, it was one of my first 5 books. His old book, just Hold'em, Texas Hold'em. Not it wasn't Texas Hold'em for advanced players. It was a real thin book, like 60 pages long. It was like it was a novella almost. Okay, so I guess we're rooting for Caster here. Ace or Jack. Yeah. So that's going to be 5. And then there were 5. Caster moves chips pretty well. I like watching him work. T-right is out. I'm sure he has a real sour taste in his mouth. And now we see all the pay jumps in their full glory right here. Next person is making 414, then 518, then 622, then 881, then 1504 up top. That's really what we're going for. I mean, you look at that difference between first and second. and you can add up second and third and come up with first. So it's so important to be able to close these. I mean, you know, a final table is awesome, but you really need to be able to, it's in poker. It's like with poker tournaments, it's just really all about slugging percentage. You know, it's better to have like 1 first and like 5/7 than you know 6/4. Is that right? 1 first, 5/7 would be 1,500, and I guess it's the same. It's like, it's actually slightly better, I think, to have 6/4 than 1 first, 5/7. But point is this: the point is that slugging percentage counts a lot. It's much more important than in the money percentage. Being able to actually close the tournament. I mean, this is when, you know, all the money's on the line. So no mistakes, guys. We have 12 big blinds in front of us. Not really enough to make. It's just like too much to make the shove, and making a normal raise feels awkward. And Flatty 28, man. Flatty 28. My buddy Mark just shipping the bounty tourney with 8 bounties. First place, dude. Nice job. Nothing beats that feeling. And well done, Flatty. Very nice done. Very nice job. Ace-6 offsuit. Yeah, I'll just make the fold. And Pap is saying, if you get the nuts versus that Brad Mac guy, you have to slow roll him. Man, it would be tempting. You know, we saw what, you know, we saw that I mean, he was just so out of line when he was when he had that hand against Texas to Nevada. So out of line that if we were going to slow someone, we would slow Brad Mac. Wow, he was just being such a jerk. That's what we called him too. We called him a jerk. He's such a jerk. And Siren 2 saying, "Oh, I don't like this." He's talking about the 5-6 hand that went our way. I didn't really love it either, Siren, but you know what? All's well that ends well, so I'm not going to think about it too much. And here we go. Here we are. Castor just really flinging his weight around, flinging that stack around the table, putting all of us to really awkward decisions. D. McCoy making a min bet. I would love to see Castor 3-bet this. I really would, because I mean, we're getting 5.5 to 1. I don't even want to look. I don't want to be results oriented here, but I just don't. I don't like making the call there. The 3-bet, I almost hate the 3-bet less. I mean, just making the ship feels like the better play than just making the call and hoping to hit what, a flush, hit a you know, a pair of 9s, have it come 9-5-2. When does that happen? Not that often. And here we are about to risk almost 10% of our stack. So I mean, at this point, we really need. We only have 11 bigs in front of us. We really need to be pretty conservative with it. And it looks like Castor knocking out another one, so now there's 4. And if we did make the shove, we are going to go ahead and get called by the Ace Jack and really hate it. Of course, if we're going to be results oriented, we would have sucked out on him too. 10 bigs. I think it's a fold with 3-4 suited. I think that we can probably safely fold that hand. So irritating, you guys. You know, we've got 10 bigs, But we're going to go ahead and make that normal raise just because, I mean, it's aces. And I really just... it's so irritating because when I shove and they fold, I feel like I made a mistake. But the truth is, if I had fives, I'm shoving there. I'm not making a min raise. So it's just a really awkward position to play. I feel like shoving there, I mean, the hand is just way too strong to shove there. You can't, I mean, we're never open limping, so we make that min raise and try to just pretend that we don't realize that we're supposed to be shoving with, king jack offsuit instead of making the min raise. Sometimes we actually do induce that bluff too. Isildur making the min bet. We will exit stage right and let the big stacks play it out. We're looking with fourth. So here we are, 518. Guaranteed 518. Not a bad day. It's made better having all of you guys here. We got garbage all the time, giving us that takedown wish. I'm hoping that we do it, man. Wow, this could get interesting. Caster, tell me that you've got that ace-8. Tell me that you got that ace-king Isildur. Let's go and see some fireworks. Let's see some blood in the water. We can watch one of these players explode. I mean, we are low man on the totem pole here, and I don't really love the spot. About 8 big blinds in front of us. We'll go ahead and get away from that. Little pocket sevens, and again, I mean, this is like when it's kind of awkward because I mean, 8 big blinds with pocket aces, I guess we're making the shove. Would love for one of these guys to wake up with a smaller pocket pair and call, but other than that, let's just see the folds. Okay, hold. Wow, just flop it. Let's see, a king or a 7. Come on, hit it. Gosh. So that's pretty brutal, you guys. That's pretty brutal. Deep breath. So, 4th place, $518. But go ahead and get it in with pocket 7s against the... We'll need them a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so good game, guys. That's going to be it for us. I don't really feel like playing the Midnight Mayhem, you guys. I really just think I'm going to call it a night. I think I'm going to call it a night. I want to say I just want to thank all... you know what? I just don't want to play the Midnight Mayhem. And you know what? We got a big day tomorrow. We're going to play the Sunday Majors tomorrow. So stream is going to start up at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I think. Is that when we're starting? We might actually start. We'll probably actually start at 2 p.m. for the 2K guaranteed no limit hold and freeze out. But the main event tomorrow, the weekly Sunday, at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. your time, Mom, and 6 p.m. if you're on the East Coast. Make sure to join us tomorrow as we try to take down the biggest tournament of the week on WSOP.com. You know what? We hit our goal today. We got the 8,000 follows. We got the final table. Any day that you finish up is a good day in poker tournaments because really it's just like. But hey, really appreciate all of you being here, especially you subs. You guys are the fuel. You guys are the gas that keeps this train moving. So I hope to see all of you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and switch it back over to not sub chat. If you are You know, if you haven't clicked on that follow button yet, really encourage you to do it. Click on the follow button. Definitely makes me feel better about getting knocked out before that first place finish. Gosh, it's frustrating. Fourth place.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Oh, look at that. We got a sub too. Fishy Tails 99 in the stream on a high note. Fishy Tails, thank you so much, man. And we are going to go ahead and yeah, I know Masic 2011 talking about that aces hand that just caught up, saying min raising is a little suspicious. I know it's suspicious, so what do you do? But I mean, I don't know. I really don't. So look, Fishy Tails 99. I'm going to ship you a copy of my book, Poker Tilt. Digital version coming to you right after I close down the stream. Really appreciate you being here and supporting the stream, man. If there's anything I can do for any of you subs, I'm always here for you. Dutch@DutchBoy.com. Do you guys want to watch the rest of this? Do you guys want to watch if Brad Mack or Castor or Isildur end up taking it down? I mean, do we really care? I don't really think that we really have a dog in this fight, so I think we're going to go ahead and just shut it down. Guys, thanks again so much for being here. Make sure to join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. for some more poker action. You all have a good night. I wish you the best of luck at poker. Thanks again.